I'm gonna go to your stream now. 3, 2, 1, and we are live.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Endurance Racing Federation 2025 Bathurst 12 Hour. We're back, we're doing it again. It is a new year, a new season of the GT Challenge here at the Endurance Racing Federation. I will be your host here for Stint 1, Stigs TC, and with me we have the ever-reliable, incredible Jaeger.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Hello.
Well, we got through last year, and somehow we're doing it again. I'm not sure how you brought me back in, but we'll happily do it and have fun with another series of GT3 racing. It is a 5-round championship this year. With this, the first round, we are starting with Bathurst for the Bathurst 12 Hour. The second round will be, of course, the Nürburgring 24 Hour, a classic that has never seen any issues or controversy or just, in general, fantastic racing. We also have returning the Spa 24 Hours for 2025. Round 4 is a new event, the Suzuka 10 Hour. So the first time we will do a 10 hour at Suzuka as opposed to the Suzuka Historic 6 Hour and the Suzuka 4 hour last year in the GT3s. And finally, we finish off the year with round 5 from Road Atlanta, the Road Atlanta 10 Hour. So, 5-round championship. The 12 and 10 hour races are regular points, but the 24 hour races are double points. Of course, it's the first round of the season, so we have no championship standings for you. But of course, we will remind you of last year's champions. In the drivers category, it was Alex Javi, was it not?
Yeah, they claimed the title, yeah. Final race, I think.
Yeah, it did come down to the final race, and Javi was able to overcome.
Couldn't do the final race.
Let's not worry about the details. Let's just enjoy the part where it went down to the final race, and the leader of the championship going into the final round was not the leader of the championship at the end of the round. So Javi was able to overhaul Philo through means in order to win the championship. However, that did not stop the TDR team, the Track Design Racing team, from claiming the team's championship.
I know my mic is usually a bit low when we're coming through the PSN chat, but it's not my show. You will get to hear me for stints 2, 4, and 6 with my own mic. You can hear all of my lovely voice. For now, I'm shouting through my game mic as loud as I can. No worries.
I mean, you're shouting now. I'll be shouting in not very long because it's Bathurst. There's always chaos going on. The opening laps are incredibly frantic. Having chatted to a driver who has done that first stint at Bathurst in the darkness, it's challenging. So you do all your testing miles, all your practice in the day, you do your qualifying in the afternoon, and then they roll you out here for the first time in the darkness, and you go, has anyone checked these headlights? Are they doing anything? You can't see anything. All the elevation changes leaves you just looking into a black abyss until the car finally crests the hill, at which point it's too late. You need to turn 0.4 of a second ago and you're suddenly running wide. It's actually better when you're following someone because you see more of the track lit up in front of you. You then pass him, and suddenly you're sitting there going, how was he driving at all, let alone as quick as they were? And it's just incredibly tough to deal with that darkness because it's the first time you've seen it all weekend.
Challenges everywhere.
And that's before we deal with how difficult the bloody track is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, turn 1 is called Hell Corner for a reason. So, of course, damage on full here in the ERF. So, any damage will see extra pit stops and big time losses because the pit delta here at Bathurst is generally quite long. It's a long pit lane for 40 kilometers an hour, a particularly slow one, as is normal for Australian pit lanes. But it can see a lot of time lost. It can only take two or three damage incidents, and suddenly you're a lap down.
It's so easy to make a mistake and collect some damage here. Definitely. be aware.
Even the seasoned pros can make a tiny mistake. It's as simple as just turning it a little early, glancing a wall, and then you're in the outside wall and you've got a broken leg like Chaz Mostert. That was a famous crash in 2015, I think it was, and that was quite big. That actually cost him a run at the championship that year, as I recall. But that's for the past, and now for the present, we are going to begin the starting procedures, which are a little bit different this year, Jaeger. Do you want to walk us through it?
So we have a fully custom BOP per car, so we need to do a manual BOP check before we actually start the race. So the first lap will be a parade lap. Drivers start the race, drive directly into the pits, then they will send us their specs. They get to do a screenshot before the race starts of the lobby settings. Then when everything is clear, we will do the second formation lap, and then we go green for the race. This is how it's supposed to be. So yesterday in the qualifying session we had a different approach. That didn't go that well. Cars were crashing into each other on the start, getting damaged, so that's why we go for the parade lap. Here we go. So this is like the first of the two formation laps with drivers into the pits. Oh, we're missing one driver. Why?
Yeah. Oh, well, now I'm missing two, but I'm not sure if that's on my end or if that's in race control. Now, of course, that's a change from last year with our BOP. In the past, we've run PD BOP with tuning enabled. We've also done the specs BOP with a power, weight, and PP limit, and that sort of restricted drivers' freedom in terms of car setup. And this time we have a full custom BOP. Thank you to Philo Engineering for that one, which means in theory all cars should be equal, and we have full tune freedom basically within those power and weight specs, as that disconnect was apparently a real disconnect and not a desync. So we have a restart. A red flag. We will have to delay the beginning, which is pretty on brand for ERF for running over time, but running over time before we even started is in fact a new record for us.
That is so true, yeah. It continues like yesterday. We also had, when we started the qualifying in the Super Pole sessions, every time one driver disconnected when we hit start. I don't know what's going on recently.
I mean, I'm glad that happened during qualifying, so it wasn't just I showed up and suddenly people start disconnecting. Because I have a way with technology and just making it not work for no reason. It's just how it goes.
Yep. But after we reset the lobby, we got it going, at least. But yeah, already a little bit delayed. So we wanted to drop the green flag in 1 minute. That's definitely not gonna happen.
Oh, I thought we could do a really, really fast BOP check.
Lightning speed. I don't know, yeah, but with the two formation laps and all that stuff, yeah, so it's just like...
yeah, and as you would have seen when that race did start, that now changes the way the lap counts are held, where the race was broken up into roughly 2 hour stints, and the easiest way to do that to make the system work properly is to do that with lap counts, which means that we have a fixed number of laps per stint. So the actual duration of the stints can flex around a little bit depending on incidents, safety cars, potential weather, but it just means that we have a fixed number of laps for every stint. So every stint is the same length in distance, but not necessarily duration, and it just means we have an extra lap at the start, extra lap at the start for everyone compared to our normal leaving the grid and coming around to pit lane for those driver swap procedures. So you will see the 62 laps, but we'll only have, I think, 59 racing laps, with the first formation lap, the second formation, and the final lap at the end after the driver swap. So 59 racing laps at just over 2 minutes per lap gets you to 2 hours of racing. Funny how that works.
Crazy stuff, yeah.
It's as if we know what we're doing. We can do basic maths. But what we can't do is account for technology.
Nope.
As we are stuck in pit lane waiting to see if our man can rejoin. There's a good chance they are fighting to rejoin and are currently going, oh no, it won't let me in. And it's about now I go, normally that's my fault. I leave a lobby and then things start working. But I'm on a different console. It's not my fault today.
It's linked to your account, so...
You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's my account. And my account is probably what's cursed, not my console. Yeah, no, you're right, because that was the same in GD6, which was the PS3. I've done this on... Yeah, you're right, it's my account.
Okay. Mystery solved. So, can you please leave? So
no, you got back in. You got back in. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, here we go. So good. So yeah. So we can talk about the qualifying session yesterday a little bit. So as usual, we have 14 drivers cars that compete, and qualifying separated into two parts. First part with all 14 cars, and then the top 7 advance to Super Pole. And oh boy, that was a close session, Super Pole. So those 7 cars all were running 1:59 point something. Mighty close. And
yeah, worth noting that due to the popularity of this series, we have pre-qualifying to get us down to the 14 teams. So there were teams that did not actually make the race. So seeing only 13 on the grid right now is a little concerning. I'm not sure who's missing. I went digging through the events chat to see who has managed to miss the start and whether that car will continue the rest of the race. If that's a withdrawal or if the driver has gone walkies and missed the start time, whether it be waking up in the morning or something. But we'll go through the grid after that thrilling Super Pole. The front row was an AMS, an Apex Motorsports 1-2. Worth noting, they are in 2 different cars. They have got the Nissan GTR and the Mercedes AMG, and they were split by a whole 0.15 of a second with the Nissan number 23, the mostly Canadian lineup, with the AMS squad of AMS Dude, AMS Drift King, AMS Def Sun, and AMS Rodriguez. So good old Rodrinky there, the odd man out on the All Canada squad, defeating, at least in qualifying, the American AMS squad with AMS Kung Pao, AMS Windfire, AMS Super S2K, and AMS Drenzo, with Def Sun beating Super S2K in the qualifying session for the battle for pole position.
Yeah. Let's move on to the second row then.
The second row is headed by long-time returning... Well, I was going to say champions, but I think they won a race. They had a struggle season last year out in this M6 with the restrictive PP BOPing, but with the freedom of the fully custom BOP, GT Finland Racers with their trusty BMW M6. This is car 66, as opposed to car 67. They have 2. That has qualified 3rd today, so they would be a favourite in this race, along with the AMS squad, to be the group of people who are going for the win. It was KKIS47. I'm going to call him KK, and that's as far as I'm going to get. He was only another 10th off pole position, so off second place, to be 3/10 of pole position in Super Pole, narrowly edging out the man in 4th place. It was Roadrunner 08 Jr., so that is son of Roadrunner, also named Roadrunner, in the Track Design Racing AMG number 1, the first of 2 cars out of the TDR squad. This one running the lovely tribute livery to the Larry Perkins Castrol V8 supercar from, I think it was 1996, or was it 94? Hang on, no, 96, final answer. Because the 1995 livery was the TDR car driven by Lugias on PS, which is the Holden Racing Team livery, driven by Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy. Fun fact. Anyway, Roadrunner Jr. in the Track Design number 1 qualified only 0.35 off pole position, which was 0.05 of a second off P3. And this is, of course, the defending champion team. This will be driven by only 3 drivers in this event, with Roadrunner Jr., Speed Hunter, TDR Speed Hunter, who was in this car last year, and reigning almost drivers champion, Distinct Philo.
So we have confirmation, car 55 did not show up for the start. So maybe they can rejoin for stint 2.
Okay. Well, that's up to race control, but for now, race control's busy with BOP checks, and we will move on to the third row of the grid with Lugis on PS running the track design car number 2. He was 5/10 off pole in Super Pole, which is still only a 10th off his teammate, which is kind of surprising because Lugie's quite quick and Roadrunner also quick. It's just all of these teams up front are just known for their ability to win these races, or at least be incredibly competitive in them. So the second TDR car is with Lugios on PS, Roadrunner Senior, and Ridwan F1, who I believe was in a couple of different teams last year, but that lovely mobile livery with the Holden Racing team puts them in 5th position, ahead of 6th position, which is the second GT Finlanders race, Finlanders car. For whatever reason, on the lineup here, they are showing as ahead of Lugis on PS, so potentially an issue with the graphics that I've been given. But the second GT Finlanders car...
positions, I don't know.
I mean, it's how they were doing the formation lap, so I'm not sure. But anyway, so we've got Jaylee in the car here, but in qualifying it was Nibelai, close enough. 6/10 off pole, 0.08 of a second off the track design car ahead. And in the second car for the GT Finlanders, we've got oh man, I always choke Beetlejuice, but it's not Beetlejuice, it's Beetlejuice, technically, I think. Jaylee, the Shadow, and our current driver, Nibel I. I'm going to struggle. I mean,
I don't know. I called him Nibelai, but I have no clue.
Nibelai? Done. I'll go with that. No, as is written in the manual for all commentators, it is absolutely mandatory to butcher every name at some point. So I'm just sticking to the requirements as they have been written. I didn't write them, but I'm very happy they were written that way. Anyway, in the 4th row of the grid, we have 7th place, who was the final driver in Super Pole. It was the Spider GT Racing Porsche 911 RSR, driven by ATIMGREEN, which is Atimagren, with a 9 minute 59.858, which was 6/10 of a second and 11 thousandths, putting him 12 whole thousandths behind, excuse me, the GT Finlanders car. That car is now, I believe, being driven by Ave here. I'm looking at. I'm just making sure because it's a little more challenging than I thought. It is, yes, correct. That is Ave Gobari, which is not what we've got in the full driver's list, which is Avesta Gobari. Anyway, his teammate Atmi Gren was the one who qualified, and they were joined by JD_C62 and Lergen Rosenberg out of the Netherlands in car 48 for Spider GT. That leaves us out of Super Pole and into the first of those who did not qualify for Super Pole, in 8th place in the Tavernello Racing car. My favourite name, with the crazy Italians and their crazy wines. Tavernello, of course, a notoriously excellent brand of wine that these people all love. And it is... Oh, I need to actually pick up the pace here because we're about to finish the formation lap. So, Il Capaman
we have
is
plenty of time. Come on, it's all good. We are already midway through.
Anyway, it's the Il Capaman is currently driving it, but in qualifying it was Fresh Siccio with a 1:59.923, which was 0.67 off pole position. The Tavernello guys have been absolutely fantastic, great fun around the forums. They're the guys who keep us all genuinely entertained between the races with the large gaps in the calendar as a function of having to host 24-hour races. You can't host those every week, and we want to quickly just thank yourself, Jaeger, Mr. T, Philo, for all the hard work you put in behind the scenes to make this happen. The AMG here livery is a tribute to the tribute for the 130-year anniversary car that ran here last year. It looked pretty good, actually, from the garage next door, but I liked it better when it was behind us. Anyway, moving on to the 5th row of the grid, we have the Nexus Racing BMW M6, which is...
They are missing.
That is the one that's missing. So that is car 55. Yep. That is missing. I'm not sure who out of Dominic Kubinski or Awesome Gumball or Sonic Marathon isn't there, but that's unfortunate because the Nexus squad is... sorry, Nexus... What the... Why am I getting two readings on that? Anyway, the Nexus has two cars in the grid, and I believe this is the faster of the two in their two M6s.
Okay, so we are midway through the lap, so hurry up.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Speed up.
Anyway, P10, it's Ray Racing with their Audi R8 LMS, with Ray Racer 5, the one who qualified, with a 2 minute 0.5, 1.3 seconds off pole position, which was not that great. They had a lot of really strong races last year. Ray, of course, not in the car, sorry, in the car right now with their teammates, if I can find them, because the grid is so big. So Ray has got company with Dylan and CLR Yuppe, who is another Finnish driver. So we've got a strong Italian presence, a strong Finnish presence. And we move to 11th on the grid. It's the other Nexus racing car with HOR Joto in the driver's seat right now. But in qualifying, it was Yeetmaster 998, and they will be accompanied by Joto, who's in the car right now, Mr. Jelkinen, another Finnish driver, and Husky Gaming. Lovely M6s they've got, decked out with two liveries that are the same but different. 12th on the grid is the second Ray Racing car with... Alex 08 and 10 in the driver's seat for qualifying, and now they will be joined by R.A. Honor and Toto Wolf JP. It's a lovely R8 livery, but they qualified with a 2:01.2, 2/10 off the position in front, but 2 whole seconds off the lead. But consistency is everything around here. In 13th on the grid and 12th right now, it's Hijack Paddy using Transatlantic Racing. In qualifying, it was Hijack Paddy as well, handy enough, with a 2:01.4, 2.1 seconds off pole, only 1.5 tenths off the car in front. And they will be joined, if I can find it, by... where is he? Nope, missed it. Help.
The sister car.
Yes, of course, off the back row is the other Transatlantic Racing Lamborghini Huracan. We're qualified by GWK Fury Cat and driven right now by YouTube Obelix via as we now head to the start. Gets there just before the last corner, knows exactly what he's doing, didn't have to rush that at all. It's an AMS front row who will lead to turn 1, waiting for the green flag, and away we go. AMS Drift King gets the jump over AMS Kung Pao, and the 1-2 remains as it was in qualifying, and it looks like 3 and 4 have also held position. As we're seeing a little bit of latency wobbling, but it's probably more on my end than anyone else's, being here in Australia, as we're seeing slipstreaming all the way up to turn 2, sorry. Not much really looking in terms to have changed.
Nope, very clean start. Down the mountain straight for the first time. What a lovely view. Oh,
that's an incredible piece of overtaking there with... the M6 getting the run around the outside up to turn 2, managing to hang on out there but not keep the position. Great driving from Kung Pao. Unfortunately, Roadrunner has ended up shuffled wide, losing a position to Gobardi in the Spider GT car. So the Spider GT car up to 4th place already.
Yeah, what a start.
I missed them getting the jump up to turn 1, and they're now profiting through the cutting, basically, where a little bit of latency has caused some issues. He's hung on though, just keeping it out of the fence there. So a little bit of latency contact, and it's important for drivers to remember that that is very possible, and it's not necessarily poor driving, because drivers get very upset when they think someone is driving particularly poorly around them. As we see once again, that BMW is eyeing up. Oh, we have a safety car. Trying to go back through the grid to find who it is.
Safety car now.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of cars have got together. It looks like Joto, Lugi's on PS, and Capoeiraman have ended up colliding at some point. I apologise, I was looking for the fight. Whether this is lag or not, I do not know, but we have 3 cars with damage in the one incident, which is bringing out the safety car already on lap 1. This is going to be a long 2-hour stint at this rate.
Yep. But I get to show all of the graphics that are provided. Here we go on screen.
And Obelix just ended up in the fence there. under safety car. Not sure what happened, but looks like no damage. I don't know if they overtook in that sequence. I'd have to go back and check when I was quickly cycling through. Mr. T doing a great job in race control, reminding everyone of that 1 second gap that is necessary, because of course those lag stutters are a lot worse at low speeds, because the speed gaps become much bigger. As we'll see, a bunch of people head to pit lane, going the wrong way as usual. Who is that? Is that Jaylee into the pits? No. Yes, it is Jaylee. Jaylee coming to the pits with rear damage, and that I think has happened under safety car. Unfortunately for them, that's going to cost them several spots. They were in 5th according to the timing and scoring, so they're going to cycle back to down to 10th, as well as all the other guys who got damage in the back of that group there.
Yeah, maybe that caused the issue. I don't know, but they were running at the sharp end of the grid and suddenly down to P10. Maybe they clipped the wall, cars behind, couldn't avoid. Boom, there we go.
Okay, and very interesting, they've gone for fuel and tyres, and that's brought them out in 10th place. And due to the obviously light nature of the damage, they are still going to come out ahead. So Johto there has managed to jump their way up to 11th, ahead of Lugi and Capoeirman, who have come out fused together. But Capoeirman unable to overtake Lugi. But it looks like everyone who stopped has taken fuel and tyres to give them some sort of advantage over everyone else who has not had that opportunity. It's a small advantage in tyres, but at the end of an hour-long stint or a 40-minute stint, that could play a huge difference, because of course that whole warm-up lap was spent weaving, trying to get tyre temperature, and then one racing lap. It doesn't sound like much, but there are a couple of cars with a little bit of deg there already, which is surprising. But unfortunately, what this means is we've been under safety car for so long that it's not really all that dark out there anymore.
Yeah, with the delayed race start as well, 2 formation laps, time is moving fast. But yeah, we got also confirmation crash happened on turn 2 between 3 cars.
Okay. So after the attempt of an overtake at the front, everything went wrong at the back. And yeah, that's just how Bathurst is, with the walls everywhere, and it's such a high-speed circuit. That's the crazy part, where we talk about the Nürburgring as the green hell. We don't even get the green before the hell here. It's just racetrack, small mistake, wall. No room for error. It's so unforgiving, this place.
And we got information, safety car in this lap. So race gets underway with the green flag. We have the restart zone again, so it's somewhere between the Arc hotel bit and the start-finish line, I think.
Okay, so you can, in theory, jump in the restart zone before the final corner, which is what you're suggesting at the Arc, with the little footbridge that exists before the pit entry, I believe. Having walked over it several times, I just can't tell you where it is, I just know it's there. And yeah, as you can see here from the onboard, it is looking very bright out there. That first 15 minutes of the race has been used up already. And now we go into regular daylight conditions. That 15 minutes goes by a lot slower in the real race, because it feels so much more challenging than it does sitting in safety car.
In the chat, yeah, we had 2 warm laps. We had 1 parade lap into the pits, BOP check, another out lap, and then we went green. So this is basically the 2 warm-up laps.
I love that.
We're running safety car, but now let's get ready for the restart.
I was going to say that GT Finlanders taking after fellow countryman Kimi Räikkönen and not warming their tyres while everyone else is warming tyres. A classic piece of Kimi Räikkönen history. Anyway, it looks like we are going back to green, and that was very early, I think, from Drift King. If it's from the pedestrian bridge onward, that looked to be early. That could well be a penalty. That's up to Mr. T to have noticed. But
yeah, but
either way, those 1 second gaps.
Somewhere out there is the restart zone, yeah.
Yeah, those 1 second gaps are there for safety, so that it's not the same kind of restart you get on a safety car restart where everyone bunches up and then it's full chaos, because in the past that has just led to more safety cars because of the latency issues we've had. So the gaps being 1 second at the restart is intended. So don't worry, it's not like this is bad sportsmanship. This is actually the intent of the regulations, where the race is closed up overall, but not necessarily immediately. And we'll have to see people with a bit of a pace advantage make things happen. And I can see there's already 2 people off the back of the group, and it's Lugi and Kapperman. Looks like they've been caught napping there, because they are 3 seconds down on Johto in 11th place. Looks like Jaylee's already picked up Obelix to pick up P9. He's on the recovery path with his hazards still on, but he'll get those off at some point. Oh, that looked like... Oh, maybe it's lag, but I thought I saw Johto in the fence there. I'll go back to the front and see what's happening there. Looks like nobody is any closer, but the problem is everyone is liable to become closer.
Yeah, that's the beauty. And race control confirmed the restart was just on time. So
excellent. Good to know. It would be bad if the race was 2 laps old and we already had penalties being handed out. Oh wow, okay. Interesting. The Spider GT Porsche with an interesting gear ratio choices here as we get very high top speeds at the end of the straight. I think last year the Porsche in real life was actually very good on top speed, making it formidable to race, but it looks to be that P3 is quicker than P2 and P4 is catching both of them, at least using the slipstream down the straight there. So this top 4 is looking very tight, and Roadrunner not far at all behind, 1.1 seconds off the car in front, 3.3 off the lead. The top 5 appears to be the breakaway, with Ray down in 6th, comfortably working away in that tricky Audi R8.
I got a message yesterday from the team, like, that R8, this is so awful, why did we pick it? And but hey, there will be other tracks where this car will shine.
Yeah,
Definitely.
The Audi always has been bad here at Bathurst, for a couple of reasons, as we see Lugi attempting a move on Johto, but unable to do so, as Orbelix there, they are 3 in a line. I can't see. I think it's still in the same order. No! Oh, Johto has gone around the outside, but it's lag. It had him put him in the wall, but he's actually fine. He has not hit the wall. He's cleared Obelix around the outside, and so is Lugi on the exit of the cutting. That's an incredible move. I'm not sure how he's done that.
I think Obelix got a little bit deep. Couldn't get onto the power that early. But yeah, you rarely see an overtake there.
Well, you see an overtake into the cutting with a little bit of assistance from the other driver, because they have to sort of, once you've claimed position on the inside, they sort of have to let you have it, otherwise you both end up in the fence. But seeing one on the exit, now that's rare. That's a bit of history there for Lugi, and he's done it on lap 5. So he's done pretty well there, making history nice and early here in the 2025 season for an incredible pass that should not be possible. And he's
with the top 4-5, they're showing the same pace as yesterday during the qualifying session, where it was also close. So this just continues in the race on those opening laps.
And I've done GT Finlanders dirty because I haven't shown them passing AMS Kung Pao. They've broken up the Apex Motorsports 1-2 here at the front, and now have broken themselves into the top 2 to put the pressure on Drift King. They no longer have a rear gunner. They no longer have that buffer, and it's the fastest laps. They're all the cycling fast laps. Ray's in the pits. Gobardi's in the pits. It looks like damage front to rear have gone too far. No, both front damage? Oh, can we just stop cycling, please? They've both got front damage, but they've pitted at the same time, so something tells me they were involved. As, well, that's now 6 cars that have had damage in this race. Only a few laps in. Anyway, the top 3 is breaking away, and Roadrunner is going with them. So we've lost... Who have we lost? We've lost the Spider car. The Spider GT car's out of the running there. Where have they gone?
Where have they, yeah.
That must be one of the cars that pitted. I didn't realise they were... Gobardi was the one who pitted. Wow, Ave has had a drama, I think, and then Ray might have collected them after the fact, and unfortunately, that has put them down to 12th and 13th, 30 seconds down, and because it was only 2 cars involved, that is not a safety car. So they are now permanently 30 seconds down until the next safety car, or they have to do it on pace to get themselves back with the leaders, because that Spider car looked quick. It was top 5 pace. Oh, it looks like the GT Finlander car squirreling under brakes as on the downhill, which is one of the toughest parts of this circuit. There's a lot of them. The straight, probably the easiest part, but if you haven't got any top speed because you've had to set the car up for all the corners, it can be a tough part of the track.
True. We also heard from race control P6 currently running with a little bit of damage.
Jaylee, he's got more damage. So Jaylee's come in for rear bumper damage under safety car, and then gone out and got more damage on his climb back to 6th place. He's gone from 5th all the way to the back, all the way back to 6th place. I mean, what would we expect? Honestly, less from the GT Finlanders. Those guys are incredibly quick, and they do not muck about when it comes to passing. So, a shame that they've got damage. I wonder if that was involved with the Ave and Ray incident.
Maybe.
So, well, if T was on it before we were, I wonder if that was all at once or if just separate incidents. And I think that means if they were separate incidents, that would not be a safety car anyway.
Yeah, it's based on a track sector, I think, with too many cars running with damage, but in a single incident, I think 3 cars, something like that.
Yep.
And probably just, isolated incidents.
We'll have to, see the protest after the race for people complaining about the rules. Mr. Rulebook Issues, he's known as, always has a tough job trying to keep tabs of all that because, of course, when an incident happens and they pit immediately, it's very hard to see who has damage, where they all are, to try and call a safety car. So, at the end of the day, we've only got one screen, not 48 to look at to keep tabs of everyone, as GT Finland is now getting very close to Drift King across the top. That M6 is flying across the top. That's Audi R8 kind of pace across the top. Oh, it's a huge slide. He's at the wall. Oh, it's happened already. Another classic mistake where you come out of the dipper, the back end breaks free, you try and hold on to it, and then you end up in the outside fence after missing both the inside and outside fence. He's got front right left damage, he's got aero damage, and that P2 looking at P1 is now P4 looking at damage pit stop and fighting with the guys down in P11, although it's not too slow down the straight compared to Roadrunner. Even with damage.
A little bit of slip, but no.
Yeah, now that drag's starting to kick in, but will he pit? Because, of course, this is a long... I believe we're expecting on strategy, due to the low-ish tyre wear, to be something in the region of 40-minute stints. Yeah, he's bringing it in. So they're going to have to do something creative here for the remaining 51 laps, or the pit entry. It looks so awkward. But you can gain a lot of time on pit entry here. It's a very unique pit entry, and you can genuinely make up 0.8 per second by attacking it harder than your rivals. And that's time you wouldn't otherwise be able to make up over a lap.
That's, I think, maybe 2-3 tracks in the game in GT7 where you actually gain or lose time for a pit stop. Otherwise, you just yeet it into
into the auto drive.
Here, yeah. For this one, you have to be, I don't know, brave or to actually gain a little bit of time. But it's also like tricky. If you cut too much, the game will reset you then onto the start-finish straight.
And that's awkward when you're out of fuel.
Yep.
It seems we have a safety car because the leaders were. Never mind. It was just I'm getting bad data there because it looked like everyone was sort of just coasting. That was strange. It looked like everyone was coasting, so I thought I'd check the back. There was obviously a couple of packets were lost in that little discussion. So Drift King now only 4/10 ahead of Kung Pao, so AMS 1-2 is now... Yeah, I'm surprised, because Drift King just looked like he gave up a lot of speed. And, now Roadrunner Jr. almost getting the run on his AMG counterpart. Will he make a dive into the elbow? No, he's going to set it up for the straight. Now, that's very awkward here, trying to set up. Oh, big slide! That's not the exit he needed, but it's going to be good enough with the slipstream to keep him in touch. Can he make a dive down into the chase? It looks like a long way back, but the slipstream here is so powerful because the speed keeps climbing. The drag penalty gets bigger. The slipstream becomes more powerful. We're not doing 260k an hour. We're doing nearly 180 miles an hour, which is a good 285 kilometers an hour, which is incredible top speed for a GT3 car, as we see a 50-meter bollard go flying. But Roadrunner unable to use that slipstream to get into the leading position because the AMS car in P1 was offering up a slipstream. Nice little cheeky move around there from Roadrunner, but not enough to throw off Kung Pao from his line. And while all this is happening, Alex 08 and 10 in P4 has snuck up onto the back of everyone in an Audi R8, a car no one expected to be quick. It's normally very tricky to drive around here, even in sport mode. It feels like the car's just too stiff. You soften off all the suspension, and it still feels too stiff. But yeah, they're doing a fantastic job to make that work, and Jaylee now up to 5th place is 7 seconds off the lead with front left and front aero damage. His pace with a 2:15 is off those at the front, but for now it's good enough with Hijack Paddy now fighting. Loogie is on PS up to turn 2, not close enough for Loogie to get it done. So the people who are trying to make their way back through are having trouble, and looking at the rate at which tyres are wearing, this race, in terms of strategy, may not be as simple as I thought.
Definitely interesting, those little packs of cars there at the track. And yeah.
And Ray ends up down at the bottom there, okay.
So it's still interesting to see that JD opting to stay out with the damage.
Yeah, they've obviously calculated.
Maybe
I guess it depends. It depends. If you're losing a second a lap and you're going to be out there for 30 laps, yeah, sure, that's a 30-second penalty. You would take the pit stop. But if you're only losing 0.5 of a second and your stint's only 15 laps, that's only 8 seconds. So you may as well avoid the extra pit stop, even if it feels slow right now. And that's the kind of thing you have to figure out in such quick time, because when you get damage, you have to sort of adapt your driving to the damage to work out how fast you can go, to work out how much time will be lost. And sometimes staying out that extra lap to work out if it's possible is worth doing, even if you lose extra 2 seconds that first lap. You can actually avoid a pit stop and gain 10 back instead of just reflexively jumping into the pits in order to make damage repairs.
Yeah, I think you have to make that decision within 1 or 2 laps to see how much time you're actually losing, and then do the quick math. Is it worth going for an extra pit stop, or just stick with it and wait for the scheduled pit stop?
And that's the aspect of endurance racing that doesn't really, you don't get to see that otherwise in sport mode, as, does Roadrunner have enough to get up this side? Not quite. It looks like the AMG has got a little bit more straight line speed in isolation, with Roadrunner not able to get close enough with the slipstream, although Kung Pao is getting a distant tow from Drift King up in P1. But yeah, that's the strategy side that you don't really get to see in other forms of racing, where you've not necessarily got your teammates on board with you in a group call trying to help you get through all of the machinations of what's going. Because when you're driving, you're trying 110% to drive the car, let alone to think about how much time I'm losing, what my strategy was, have I got enough time to make an extra pit stop. And that kind of stuff is that's just operational, where when you've got those teams where you've got those extra drivers hanging around, running strategy on the background, just freeing up the drivers, but also having to make those calculations. And we don't see that in short form racing, and it's really cool that we get to see those different things. We haven't even seen strategy play out yet. So far everyone's on the same strategy in that nobody's pitted. But when those strategies start to play out, are we taking 1 stop, are we taking 2 stops, 3 stops? Am I running mediums for 1 stint to try and cut a pit stop because I've got a strategy that takes me to 2.5 stints? So that 1.5 stint now becomes 1 less pit stop. So it's all to play out. We'll have to wait and see how that happens, but that's the really interesting stuff. And finally Roadrunner gets enough straight line speed. He's up the inside and he gets the move done up to P2 over AMS Kung Pao, and for the second time today AMS are no longer P1 and P2 in this race, with another car making an attack on AMS Drift King. Will we see this one finally go through, or will we see another mistake from the chasing drivers?
Also just try to look at the specs of the cars to see if the 2 AMGs went for something different. But yeah, the German driver using completely different units compared to the American driver. So I'm a bit lost, so I can't tell you if there's a difference, a big difference in the car setup between the 2 cars. But it's doable to have different setups with the per car BOP without limit to performance points, by the way. So you just have to respect the power and the weight. So maybe that's why we see difference in top speed, handling, whatever.
Of course, changing your wing angle either front or rear, because you could be running the same rear wing angle, but one car's running slightly more front, and that can be enough to upset the sorry, have acceptable car balance, but not necessarily the same top speed. As we saw in that run up Mountain Straight, it looked like Roadrunner was actually pulling away from Kung Pao with roughly the same slipstream for both cars. So maybe I was wrong, and the TDR car actually has the straight line advantage over the AMS car. It just wasn't close enough in slipstream to make that happen. And also, it could be that the AMS guys are potentially saving a bit of fuel for later in the race, because as we were talking about strategy before, we don't know what those strategy are. And it looks like Roadrunner with a big slipstream here on the GDR. He's going to have to go to the inside before the turn into the chase, but he will be clean ahead in the braking zone. And the lead changes. AMS is dethroned for the time being. TDR goes to the lead with Roadrunner Jr. with car number one on the door for winning the championship last year, is now P1 here at the start of 2025.
Yeah, what a run for Roadrunner Jr. And Slim, what happened to Cookies? They got the damage through the dipper, lost the car, had to pit to fix the damage.
Oof. That's a lot of damage so far in this race. That's more than half the grid that has had to come through the lane in order to repair damage. And you can see there in the back of shot, it was Jaylee down in 5th. He's still going around with that damage, but he's managed a 2-minute 0.9 on that previous lap, despite the damage. He's only 7/10 off the quickest car, who's in P7, having already dealt with damage. So both GT Finland's cars have seen damage. The leaders are doing 208, 208. So it looks like the AMS car's doing 201.1s, which is very surprising. Roadrunner with a 2003 and on the previous lap a 2004, but that was of course slipstream assisted. We'll see what he does in clean air now, and if he can break away from Drift King in order to stop towing them up and down the mountain. Of course, dirty air across the top makes that hard to follow, but yeah, it's very interesting the pace that GT Finland's car can have with suspension and aero damage. How fast is it going to be after their pit stop?
As you mentioned earlier, like it could also take a little bit of time to adjust when you suddenly run without damage after the pit stop.
Yeah, when you suddenly come out of the... it always does actually take a lap, a couple of corners in the lap, to remember what the default grip feels like when you've been running around on old tyres for so long. You've backed your braking points up, you've changed your turn-in points, and you suddenly turn in for a corner and go, oh no, I'm aiming for the wall here. I've actually got to steer out because I've finally got front grip again. Looks like Roadrunner not able to break the slipstream just yet, and that's the tricky part. You have to break the slipstream over the top, because you then tow your opponent down the hill, then tow it back up Mountain Straight. So you have to break the slipstream if you've got a car that's quicker in the corners across the top. Otherwise, you're just offering slipstream for 2 back-to-back straights, allowing your opponents to stay with you and potentially overtake you if they have a straight line advantage.
Can we check Lugi? They had a little bit of a spin apparently.
No damage for Lugi in the second TDR car, but now fighting with High Jack Paddy. Oh, for P10, a big wobble there on the exit of the corner on throttle. It's just snapped a little bit, but he's managed to hang on to it because Lugi is a very quick driver. Highly skilled, as is basically everyone on this grid. It's one of those things where you say highly skilled driver, but it applies to everyone, because there's no one here that's a Gumby or anything floating around just wasting anyone's time. Everyone here is bloody quick and very skilled and incredibly consistent. It's just when you're at that top level, the difference between the guy who's first and the guy who's sixth is 1/10 of a second. It's catching one extra slide that means you end up with damage. It's so tight at the top, and you see that in professional motorsport, and that's how it is here.
Yep, definitely, and we have some real talent on that grid.
I mean, you've got the whole Finlanders squad. You've got the TDR squads. So that that's 4 cars already. You've got the AMS guys who they are crazy, world tour drivers. Let's not beat around the bush. They are world tour drivers. Def Sun, Windfire, Rodrigo. Those guys have all. Oh, I heard screaming in tyres. No, okay. It was just lag. I said like a spin. All those guys have been at World Tour events. They have been successful at World Tour events. Someone will go, oh no, he only finished 4th. I'm like, that's successful at a World Tour event. Thank you very much.
Making it to a live event, yeah. Come on, this is like
not just making
huge
it.
achievement.
They have all done well. It's not like, you know, they've gone to World Tour events and only finished last. Like in that early phase when Australia was its own region, and anyone who had the Australians just got destroyed because they were carrying dead weight. Then when it changed to all of Asia, Oceania, those Australians, when you got those ones, those were okay because they legitimately had earned their spot. But last lap there, GT Finlanders 1:59.9. That is quicker than.
Yep.
That is quicker than P8 in qualifying. That is a super pole time in the middle of the race. Granted, he had to pit for damage, but that car is still fat with fuel, and it's quick enough to be in super pole.
Qualifying one lap time for them was a 59.0. So you see there's still a bit of time. But yeah, we have a battle for the lead. Apparently it's close.
So that their time in Superpole wasn't necessarily their quickest, but at the same time, that's the challenge of something like Superpole. As much as they can do a great lap time, can they do it consistently? And that's what's rewarded over 12 hours. I've turned this into a 24 hours. The Bathurst did host it to a 24-hour race at one point, and it was won by Holden Monaro, as it was beating the GT1 cars at the time with like the Moslers and things like that. But it looks like Drift King was able to get close to Roadrunner there, but then across the top through the high-speed sweepers, the dirty air has forced him wide and cost him time, and it looks like he might have just fallen out of the slipstream. I'm going to keep an eye on the gap here and see who's got the straight line advantage, and it looks like Drift King does not have the straight line advantage. He is losing ground 100th by 100th, but overall it's going to be about a 10th and a half, 2/10 through the length of the straight. And that's going to start to add up here if Roadrunner can hold his nerve and stay out of the slipstream in order to keep pulling away through the rest of the lap. Let's see if he can achieve that, or does he crack under the pressure of knowing that if he just holds on to this advantage and keeps the slipstream broken, he can drive away to a lead, or will he manage to hang on? Oh, we see Drift King has a wobble in the background. He knows he has to try and stay in slipstream. He knows he has to try and keep Roadrunner under pressure, because if Roadrunner makes a mistake, he keeps the slipstream. He gets towed along away from his teammate, who is now 2 seconds behind him for Kung Pao. Barely still ahead of Alex, but when we looked in, it was close. Now it's out over a second between first and second. Roadrunner didn't get the best of exits, but it looks like he has done enough here to break away from the slipstream of the car behind.
It shows like there were some opinions in chat in the Discord yesterday that the AMG might be the best race car, and yeah, Roadrunner Jr. definitely showing the pace during the race so far in that AMG. We'll see if it continues throughout the 12 hours. If that car is like good with fuel and tires and whatever, it definitely has some pace.
Oh yeah. Now, with people talking about the better race car, they're of course talking about which car looks after its tyres better, which one keeps a car balance better for longer. So even if the ultimate pace is, say, a 2-minute 0, after a 20-lap stint with tyre wear, even if the fuel's coming down, the tyres are wearing at a rate that is losing lap time faster than the fuel weight is improving lap time. So we're talking about how the cars trend over a stint with tyre wear and car balance. And if the chat is suggesting the AMG is a better race car because of balance or tyre wear, from what I'm looking at, it's pretty close on tyre wear. It's pretty close on fuel. It's honestly negligible. It could just be the way the drivers are comfortable with it. And of course, the way the cars are set up can also greatly impact those things about tyre wear and fuel consumption. So it's not just easy to say, oh no, this car's better than that. You can always in setup. Now we have total freedom under this BOP set to find a solution in your setup, to find slightly better tyre wear, to try and change your gearbox just to get a little bit better fuel consumption. There is always a way to nullify those gaps. Even if a car is inherently better, you can find a way around it with being a little bit creative and generally just working hard. And that's, easy to say, very hard to do. And you can see that Jay Lee's still in the back of that shot. He hasn't fallen off the lead all that far.
Yeah, pretty amazing to see Jay Lee doing those lap times with the damage. And I'm just double checking our multipliers, so tire wear and fuel consumption times 1 as usual, but then we have the refueling speed 3 liter per second. So even if it's just a tiny little bit of fuel you can save, you can gain a little bit of time and the pits.
And that is correct. So of course it's an endurance race, so fuel and tyre wear on 1 times. It's just the preferred race tyre is of course the soft racing tyre, which of course is degrading much quicker than the medium or even the hard, which can seemingly drive around the planet several times before it degrades on 1 times. But that refuel rate is important. So we talk about fuel consumption, and at 3 litres per second, it doesn't sound like much, but going 1 extra lap can also buy you an extra 1.5 seconds in the pit lane. So when you're sitting behind a guy and you're going up and down both these straights and you don't think you've quite got enough pace to pass him, you can sit there on the fuel mix, save 5, 6, even up to 10 litres over an hour-long stint, and that can then put you 3 seconds ahead of them after the pit stop and allow you to use the small pace advantage you have to make a huge lead at the end of a 2-hour segment, even if you didn't have enough pace to get by in a straight overtaking race. And that's where we talk about those strategy things, where it's not just when you pit, it's how you pit, it's how much fuel do you take, how much fuel can you save. You might be able to do something really creative here, where if you're stuck behind a guy, you might short fuel in the stop to get ahead of him, and then because you've got more pace, you can afford to break away from them and then fuel save and get to your next pit stop already ahead and free yourself up for the end of the race.
That's it, yeah. That's basically the only strategy option you have with GT7, because the pit stops, you cannot do something wrong. It's the animation. Your pit crew is always perfect, as it ever was, with the tire change and stuff, but yeah, with the refuel speed. So look after your fuel a little bit.
So
and
it
gain
looks
some
like
time.
we have a 3-stop strategy here with Lugi's on PS and HQR Johto. Although Johto has damage, I'm not sure if that one's intentional, but Lugi seems to have no damage and is in the pits, potentially for just tyres. Let's see, it looks like no fuel, just tyres, so that is a planned pit stop. And they are doing a 3-stop strategy, 15 laps per stint, in order to make 4 stints. Johto, on the other hand, filling up the car, repairing damage, putting on tyres, because have the mandatory hand-cooked tyres as opposed to the Pirellis that run the real life, or the Michelins, or the Yokohamas that you see in GT300. I was just thinking a moment ago that Drift King had got himself back to 8 tenths behind Roadrunner and was able to put more pressure on him. We cut back and it's 9 tenths and he's once again out of the slipstream, but a second ago that was 1.5 seconds, so Roadrunner made a mistake somewhere and I didn't really notice as we were talking strategy, because the lead, it still looked large, but the number was small and I just didn't notice it. Just sort of searching for a battle as the field has sort of sorted itself out, as we're seeing less progress of the guys coming back through the race. So of course Ave was up in P4 chasing the leaders. They've got good pace. The times don't look fantastic right now with the tyre wear, but their tyre wear looks good. So I wonder if they've been battling for the last couple of laps and just I haven't really noticed in order to see them fall back, because they are 1.5 seconds behind Capoeira Man as Jaylee now comes in. So that's also strategy. It appears to be that the 3-stop is going to be the normal strategy choice here for the early stoppers, but maybe it's because Jaylee has damage. They've gone to a 3-stop from a 2-stop, and they're going to be quicker through the rest of the stints to try and offset that extra pit stop.
Yeah, it looks like the earliest they could go in for their planned strategy.
And that's the other thing, a planned strategy is not necessarily the strategy you take. It can be multiple planned strategies where, you have to have those contingencies. Yeah, we're at Ferrari, we are checking, we are plan A, B, C, D, F, we're down to plan X, but at the end of the day, I don't think anyone can really plan for, we got damage on lap 1 and there was a safety car. That's just take the pit stop and we'll see what happens. Looks like Capoeira Man is not as quick as Ave, so this looks like it will become a fight unless these two have to pit. depending on their strategies. So we'll see what happens, because I'm pretty sure Ave will have better tyre wear as a function of taking that pit stop for damage earlier in the race. So that's probably a massive contributing factor to his pace right now over the Tavernello car with that lovely 130-year anniversary tribute versus the Spider GT Racing Porsche with its, I think it's Shell sponsored, which actually, is it not Shell sponsored, or am I losing my mind? Hang on,
Definitely
to the spotter's guide.
Colors, yeah.
It's like, to the spotter's guide, it is not Shell sponsored. No, it isn't. It's got a tiny little Shell logo. I'm claiming that. I'm calling that one good. Because I was going to say, that sits quite well in Australia with the Bathurst cars, because of course Dick Johnson Racing has been sponsored by Shell for the better part of 30 years, and is an iconic livery around Bathurst where you know which team it is when you see those colours. And Tavernello there with the Capoeirman teasing the idea of a pit stop, but Ave sticking out. Box opposite hasn't gone to plan, and now this is an on-track battle. It's 0.2 per second between the two of them. Will he make a run down at turn 1? Surely not. He'll go for the run up Mountain Straight, try and get to the inside. It is very hard to go around the outside here at turn 2 because of the camber of the road. So if you're going to make a move, it's got to be inside or bust. Will Capoeirman defend? Will he even need to defend? It looks like he's got enough straight line speed, but of course, as the straight goes on, that slipstream effect gets bigger. He's sort of covering,
Porsche, come on.
Ave does not pull out. He thinks better of it, decides he doesn't need to make a crazy overtake here, but now he will be held up as Jaley is now catching both of them, unleashed from his prison of damage. That car is going to be incredibly quick. He's already made up 2/10 in one corner alone. Oh, the fins are coming, ladies and gentlemen. This race is about to go into a new phase. It's only the first third of the first stint of 6, but it's about to heat up. The Finns are about to come charging back through the field. Roadrunner and the AMS squad are in trouble. But will they have one less pit stop? Will that help them out over the race distance? We'll wait and find out. It looks like I would be expecting people to come in 1 or 2 laps time if they're going to do only 2 stops versus the guys who've come in 3 or 4 laps ago, who I think are doing 3 stops.
That will be interesting to see, yeah. Or will they do a longer middle stint for those that pitted early? I don't know, but this should be the run for the Porsche. We saw how quick it was earlier on in the race.
Oh, he's definitely close enough. Will he go inside or outside? He has to go inside, but it will be a braking duel down in the chase. Oh, don't use the curb there, but he just gets it done. Is he deep? Is he deep? No, gets it stopped. Job done. That extra tyre performance doing the job for Ave. He's up to P6 for the Spider GT car. Tavernello's Il Capoeirman now comes into the pits, having done his job. He's held up his opponent for 1 extra lap, and now comes in and he will get the undercut benefit. However, I don't expect Ave to pit for a little bit at least. But what it has done, it's fed Jaley onto the back of both, no longer Capoeirman, now the Spider car. And it was only a 2010 from Jaley there with the brand new working car, slower than his 2009 he did on damage and old tyres. We'll just check back in with the leaders, and it looks like the leading GT Finlanders car with QKK is now catching Alex 08 and 10. The tyre wear really affecting that Audi R8, even though he's only 2.5 seconds off the AMS car, but the gap at the front, 2 seconds between Roadrunner Jr. and AMS Drift King, 4 seconds, 6.5 seconds total from Kung Pao to the leader. Alex within 10 seconds, but the BMW for the GT Finlanders with a 159.7 in race trim. He's still got half a tank of petrol on the car, and the tyre wear is incredible. Although, no, hang on, they did take tyres because they had damage. That's why they're not in that fight right now. I was confused how they could have such good tyre wear compared to everyone else. It's because they don't. Will Jaley get the run? That BMW has looked quick in a straight line, but we saw the Spider car was very fast. He's inching his way in, but I think that's just that distant slipstream, and I don't think he's close enough. So this could be the Achilles heel of the BMW. It looked very quick in the opening phases, and it looked quicker than the AMS cars down the straight, but it would appear that compared to the Porsche, it has not got enough straight line speed in order to make an overtake effectively down that back straight. So he's going to need Ave to pit if Jaylee wants to sneak past, because I don't think he's close enough again to get the run up the mountain. And then with the dirty air across the top, he is not quick enough to make inroads.
That's the difficulty here at Bathurst, right? So you gain, and then you have to be patient for the mountain section, and then hope to get a good run out of the forest elbow onto the Conrad straight and go for the move. But yeah,
you can be patient across the top, or you can do what we saw at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year and just throw your car anywhere at any time and cause several crashes, including sending a guy to hospital, because why not? There was gap, I put car, because this is a normal overtaking place. Anyway, we did see an overtake out of the cutting earlier, so I'll stop being facetious, because you can see it pass anywhere here. It just depends on the mistake your driver in front makes. You can sneak by just about anywhere, but they have to make a mistake. And that's the tricky part within this field. Making those mistakes is very rare. It's not common. But if you keep the pressure on, you can sometimes get lucky. Make a driver look in a mirror when they shouldn't, miss their turning point, miss their braking point, and make enough of a mistake that you can carve out a tiny advantage, sneak a car up the inside, and then make a pass across the top, or even on the downhill here, without having to make a standard slipstream pass up or down the mountain. And it looks so close for Jaylee, but now it's 4.5 tenths. I don't know if that's enough, but Ave thinks it is. He's staying narrow. He's looking to try and break that toe. It's 4.5 tenths. It's coming down slowly, but it's not coming down fast enough. It's going to be 4 tenths here at the bridge, which is not going to be close enough unless Jaylee sends an absolute dive bomb into the chase from 3 tenths back. And he does not do so. However, he's got enough tyre performance here in these lower speed corners to potentially stay with Ave to set himself up for a run up the hill out of turn 1 towards turn 2.
I'm also a bit surprised that the leaders, they are not pitting, so I guess the go-to strategy looks to be like a 2-stop, not a 3-stop. We could have been tricked into that by some of the cars pitting very early, but it looks like it will be a 2-stop.
If it's 59 racing laps, you'd think you'd do 20... Oh. So Ray's got damage, Capoeira Man's got damage, Alex has got damage, and the Finland car has got through in all that, and he's now on the back of Kung Pao. So, okay, so it's now 4-stop or 2-stop basically. Everyone has to come in now. All those gaps are erased. Everyone who's been pushed out of position is going to get themselves back. It's not a fixed speed. It's catch the leader speed, isn't it? It's not everyone slows down under SC, is it?
You can catch up. Yeah, the leader acts as a safety car and has to reduce the speed, and everyone can catch up.
Okay, so yeah, anyone who pitted earlier does not get an advantage.
Actually have a safety car. Wait a minute, I have to put on this thing. Okay, interesting. Question in chat: is this with GTBOP or a custom one? It is a custom one, and it is a per car BOP, so that's
model
new.
Specifically, as in
per
AMG,
model, yeah,
as opposed to say, the TDR car has a different BOP, so it's not it's per model. So teams that have made an advantage do not. Okay,
yeah,
interesting. The top guys are not pitting. Oh, it's a late turn in there from Kung Pao, and it looks like there was contact in pit lane. Of course, once you get into pit lane, technically it's no longer the racing service, and overtaking is legal. So, great little dive from Alex to steal P3 away from Kung Pao.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great bit of foot. I think Vettel did that in China in Formula 1, and everyone went, you can't do that. And the FIA went, actually, he's in pit lane. He can do that somehow. Anyway, so I was going to say that based on this being 59 racing laps, we've done 22 racing laps, I would say the strategy is for a 1 hour stint, so 1-stop race for these lead guys. However, because we've taken the safety car here, you'd be crazy not to take the pit stop and join the back of the queue and still have one pit stop to the end of the race, but you've got fresh tyres. So The top two have stayed out. Drift King looked like he wanted to come in, saw that Roadrunner didn't, stayed out to copy his rival, but now Kung Pao in third has brand new tyres. KK for GT Finlander, he has brand new tyres. Alex has brand new tyres. I think Hijack Paddy has also brand new tyres. Jaylee has brand new tyres and no damage again. But he's now P7 and will be catching. Everyone down the order is taking pit stops, removing damage, fresh tyres, getting some fuel, a lot of fuel for some cars. It's just full chaos. But the leaders, we made a joke about, we're on plan X and we are checking, but it seems that the TDR and AMS pit crews have been caught napping. And I'll be honest with you, I reckon Kung Pao was caught napping too, but he was lucky that Alex dived up the inside of him because he saw that someone else was coming to pit lane and copied them, as opposed to led himself down there. AMS asleep at the wheel, so these top quality World Tour drivers aren't necessarily used to this kind of strategy stuff by the look of things.
Yeah, really surprised to see the top two not pitting if the safety car was announced. I think when they were still on the Commonwealth straight, so they had time to adjust.
Well, they had 30 seconds before the safety car was called to think about it. So I'm very surprised, but apparently if you want to beat the guys who are the quickest at driving and some of the best at tuning, the only avenue left is strategy, and by the looks of it, we are going to see a new leader here after not many laps of the remaining of this stint. So it's, it's real easy as an armchair expert to be sitting here going, oh, I would have done that. Oh, I'm not that silly. We called that one in real time as, why are they not pitting? I would be pitting. And that's the best part about commentary, is it's not like there's this video record where something is happening on screen and then you say a thing and then people can refer that later and then call you out on that. So I'm going to try and not be too judgmental about seeing how strategy's going. But at the same time, I don't understand that one. Maybe it comes back and we'll see how and why, but for me, I am confused.
But we didn't get the safety car in this lap, so we have another
lap. The back of the grid is not caught up.
They are pitting now.
No, Drift King's coming in. Oh, he's going to lose so much track position. Obviously,
still...
Obviously AMS listening to the broadcast, but I don't know, boys, that's back of the grid. I don't know what you're doing. You're now P13. Oh, okay, so now it's a good question.
The leaders, come on, the leaders, why are they staying out? Now,
this is great. This is perfect for my agenda, because now we get to see, is P13 on fresh tyres having to work through the entire field better or worse than doing another 6 laps, pitting, and then drying to the end without stopping again, where they will get clean air once they've pitted, but for the next 5 or 6 laps they will have everybody behind them fighting to get past. So this is going to be a very different form of interesting, where the fastest car on track has the worst tyre quality and is no longer the fastest car on track. So, wow, this has just got very interesting, and we will see SC in at the end of this lap, and Drift King now cycles up to P13. It's just going to be interesting because he's going to have to pass everyone, but he will have such better tyre quality for his 2 stints to the end compared to... Oh, hang on, they've got enough fuel to go to the end. Drift King's actually gambling. He's gambling on getting to the end in no more stops. There are a couple of cars that are playing this game. I'm not going to give this one away. I'm going to let this one play out because we hide that information to stop people spying on who's on what strategy. But because they're in last place, I'll give that piece of information away. But that's interesting. There are a few cars that are playing games here, and there are a few guys who are trying to go fast. And this is why I love endurance racing. This strategy, it's just all over the shop. You don't know who's going to happen. At the end of 2 hours, they all converge and we find out who had it right all along, who got it wrong, who had it right and then changed their mind and then got it wrong. And anything
do it wrong all over again the next stint. Yeah, it is like, this is crazy with the safety cars, definitely. Because,
that's the other part, is another safety car and it all changes. And depending on when that safety car comes, that could hugely benefit Roadrunner. It could be perfectly timed for him, or it could completely destroy his race when they've got everyone else has come in. They've just cycled themselves back to the front, and then another safety car comes in, and they are once again forced to try and defend off the entire grid with worn tyres. Oh, this could be very interesting for the next hour and 10 minutes or so, because there's still 35 more laps to go, and we're an hour in already. Oh dear.
It is. What do you reckon for the leaders? Going for the one stop now?
They have to be. They have to be. There's no way they're not. If they come in this lap, it's insane. Oh, big squirrel there out of the chase, trying to get on the power nice and early. But he's carved himself out another 0.4 of a second compared to the car behind. Kung Pao a little bit caught napping.
And we are green again, I think. Yeah.
Yep, we are green. But he's already given up 0.3 in the final corner after making up 4 straight away. So that tyre advantage is looking bad. But worth noting that Roadrunner car in that TDR car, that was quick in a straight line, so they might be able to defend a couple of passes by just having more straight line speed, because as much as tyre grip is great, if you haven't got the speed down the straight, it does not matter. But the gap is down to 0.7. They've lost 0.7 in 2 corners. That's the advantage of brand new tyres.
Yeah, and also look who's running in P3 again. After that early damage, the safety car now, they're onto the podium. Great to see them back at the front, definitely.
Well, they started there and they're back there. So both GT Finlander's car, they started 3rd and 6th, and they are now 3rd and 6th. And it looks like Roadrunner is getting saved here from the wrath of Kung Pao, because the GT Finlander's car, as we just talked about, on the podium, is now all over the back of the AMS car for the 2nd time today. He's managed to get up behind the AMS car, past the AMS car, crash, get damaged, now get back up to the AMS car again. So there has been chaos for everybody so far this race. Nobody's had a clean run, I don't think. I think Kung Pao is probably the cleanest run we've had. And even then, it's not felt particularly easy. There's not been a dull race so far. Oh, big wobble there from Roadrunner. But he's got a 0.7 lead. Kung Pao not doing the job here. He needs to be getting through. He needs to be passing the TDR car. But it looks like it's going to be the GT Finlander's car that's going to do the passing. He pulls out, however, has he got the BMW's got so much straight line in the Finlander's car. They have set that up brilliantly, and we get P2 for the GT Finlanders, and now they can start attacking Roadrunner for the lead. That car, that TDR car, it's very quick, even on worn tyres. Only the top 4 are going together, and looks like a mistake there out of the chase, and we see the Audi R8 slide into up into 3rd place. But he's deep. It's an over and under move. We're not cutting to the garage reaction shot. Oh, but Kung Pao not quite enough drive, and he's defended to the inside, and we have kept position. It's a fantastic overtake for the, I think it's the it's the Ray Racing car? No.
The 33, yeah. Ray Racing, yeah.
It's the 2nd Ray Racing car, right. And sorry, I'm looking down at that. Ignore the part. They are side by side up turn 2, but the Ray Racing car has the inside line. There's no way you could go around the outside of turn 2. He's not that good. That's crazy. Kung Pao, what a move. Oh, but not quite enough to buy the inside up into the cutting. That is, I could not believe that in an AMG he was going to go around the outside of an Audi R8 at the car, at turn 2, at Griffin's Bend. My line about he's not that good, I'm sitting there going, he's Max Verstappen to make that work. Like, what a move that would have been had he got there. But unfortunately, it doesn't get there, and we go back to the leaders with the GT Finlanders car once again right behind the leader coming down the hill. Will he keep it off the wall this time, or will he get to the lead? Oh, very close under brakes. Oh, another big wobble. Was that wall contact for Roadrunner? No, it's not, but he's doing exactly what he needs to do, which is holding up the cars behind them while they are on better tyres, and he is on worse tyres. The run out of Forest Elbow, it's pretty equal, which means with 3/10 gap, it's gonna be a slipstream fight. Who's got the straight line speed? We saw the last lap. That BMW is incredibly quick. He's already taken out 1/10. Will he get there? Maybe not before, but it's gonna be a braking duel. Down into the chase. 1/10. He'll pull out. Oh, he gets there for the king. Grabs the curb side by side. He's got not as good tyres, but he's holding on. Roadrunner up the inside. Oh, lovely racing room through the chase. It's side by side, but it's not gonna be enough for him. Oh, runs wide. Didn't quite finish the overlap, and now he's going to be in trouble into the final corner. Unhappy about that, loses the spot to the Ray Racing car, which is now 2nd place. AMS Kung Pao looking to try and take 3rd from him, but unfortunately there for Roadrunner. Tried to hang on around the outside with a tiny bit of overlap he was not going to keep, needed to just find his way back into line. and potentially a little bit of lag there, but that will most likely get a steward's inquiry put in, although I don't think he's got much to stand on there. That pass was pretty much done by that point, but he's still in third place and hasn't lost that much time. He's definitely pulled away from his rival, Drift King, who was down in 13th, and I'll go quickly look at... Hang on, there's a slide. No, it's okay. We've got, damage for Jaylee again. He's having a shocker. That man is so quick, and he's having an absolutely terrible race. More damage for Hijack Paddy. Ray racing up to 10th, but Drift King up in 9th. He's 10 seconds off the lead. We'll go back to the front. Roadrunner 1.5 seconds, so it's still advantage Roadrunner by 8.5 seconds. However, they still have to pit. They'll still have to put a bit of fuel in, and then we'll see at the very end of the race that tyre quality advantage for the guys who have pitted will come back. So after these guys pit, they will have a tyre quality advantage. So they'll actually end up with track position most likely, and then be forced to defend towards the end of the stint.
Wow, yeah, it's crazy at the moment. All those different strategies on different quality of tires currently running. Wow. There you see Roadrunner struggling a little bit with the tire wear. Under pressure now.
Go on. Sorry, rehydrating it. But yeah, so the Ray Racing squad were saying they were not particularly fond of the way the R8 was handling around here. Just to give them a little bit more credit, Alex up in P2 right now in that Audi, looking like nothing is wrong with it. However, they haven't got a particularly brilliant fastest lap. No, I can't tell. But what they're doing is just being incredibly consistent. They're taking the opportunities when they've got them. They've got enough straight line speed to make those moves when it counts. As we see Roadrunner there, not getting the best exit in that number 1 Castrol livery. And we're going to see Kung Pao getting a run up Mountain Straight. If he defends the inside, he's a chance 5, but Kung Pao looks like it's a late move to defend. Kung Pao's going to have another crank going on the outside, but this time he's got a massive tyre advantage, but it's not going to be enough, and he's going to have to wait once again across the top of the mountain if he wants to make anything happen, and it's another lap where he is not making an advantage where he needs to be. So even though he's got no tyres, Roadrunner Jr. has got great pace in that car. That was a very quick car before all these safety cars came in, so it would be... Honestly, they're doing far better than I thought. I thought they were in real trouble. Granted, compared to Alex and GD Finlanders, they are definitely behind in the race because they both have one stop to go, but they've already lost track position. I'm just surprised that Kung Pao has not got past yet. It's been 3 laps since the safety car came in, and they have... Well, this is the 4th lap, I should say. And they're still holding on. So Roadrunner doing a fantastic job to mitigate a not necessarily brilliant strategy, but he's making it work, and that's half the battle. Is even if things aren't going your way as a driver, can you dig deep enough to figure out how to make it work? Tires completely gone, fuel running out, the whole field behind you, but he's pulling away from enough cars, and that look like a dark cloud in the distance. Do we have weather for this event?
It's random, but yeah, we all know, unfortunately, no rain in the game for the track.
I couldn't remember if Bathurst had rain or not, as we see Kung Pao getting a great run out of the chase. Will he make the move, or will he just stay in behind? Oh, looks like he got a bit of grass on the way out of the chase and did not actually get the drive. And again, just unable to get past the incredibly tyre-limited Roadrunner, who's doing a fantastic job in that TDR car to stay ahead. Oh, it looks like he runs wide once again, but he's closer. It's 1/10. Surely with Slipstream he can make this move and at least be completely alongside into turn 2 Griffin's Bend in order to at least attempt around the outside. But he's gained nothing. He's gained 0.04 of a second down the length of the straight. How quick is that TDR car? That thing's got a massive advantage in straight line speed. In free air, obviously.
Philo setup?
Yep, it's got to be Philo. It's just what he does. He just finds a way to use less downforce, get more rotation, better fuel economy, better tyre wear, all at once. So that's why these guys are doing what they're doing in their one-stop strategy. They believe in it, that they think it'll work even with the extra pit stop. going the way of their rivals. So that's just confidence in their setup. That's confidence in their drivers to execute. That's a level of confidence I don't have in anything. There's always a better way. You just have to be on the lookout for it. And I feel like we have seen that from the leaders, who are now 6 seconds up the road with KK for GT Finlanders and the Ray Racing car with Alex at the wheel. But they're still third here for Roadrunner, and I don't see how they fall off the podium, because that car with that driver is incredibly quick.
Drift King up to P7, making some moves.
Let's check in on Drift King. He was 10 seconds behind the leaders when we checked in last. It is now 14 seconds behind the leaders. However, Roadrunner is now 7 seconds off the lead, so the gap between them has gone from 10 seconds at the restart down to 6, but it's not come down as quick as I would have thought it would have, and we are probably 1 lap away from Roadrunner coming in. I would expect to see him in at the end of the next lap, or potentially the lap after, but with the way everyone else is running, I would expect them to try and push 1 more lap unless he gets passed by Kung Pao, because right now he's holding up his rivals who should be going faster, and that is working for him.
Yeah, I think we had 3 laps safety car, so that's why I think a little bit of room for the pit stop for Roadrunner.
Yeah, you're right, they can afford to drive deeper in this stint in order to run a shorter last stint, because we've seen so many safety car laps with the incidents we've seen so far, and that is actually a really good point, because it means they can offset some of the tyre wear for that last stint and take it now, sneak a couple more laps where otherwise they probably shouldn't have, which is potentially the difference between making the strategy work and making the strategy not work compared to the guys who took that pit stop at the last safety car.
It's close. 3, 4, 5, look at that, the Spider GT racing car is back with that group. Wants to have a nice look at this battle, maybe going for a move down the Comrade Straight. We saw that Porsche was quick.
I think he'll get to the back of Kung Pao just in time for Roadrunner to pit, leaving Kung Pao entirely vulnerable down the long straights with no slipstream. But he's got a good exit here, and he's got slipstream. This is different to the Mumra Mountain Straight. He's actually got enough of a run here to carve out an advantage, but he's pulled out too early. Too early, son. Get back in the slipstream. You're losing straight line. Oh no, it's a rookie mistake from Kung Pao. And he's going to have to send a move. It's going to be a dive bomb under brakes with better tyre quality. He gets to the inside, job done, and that's huge for him, because now he can afford to try and break away from Roadrunner, who's going to hold up Ave behind him unless he comes in this lap, which he does. Oh no, bad news for Kung Pao. He gets the move done, but it doesn't matter, because he's now in a fight with Ave Gobari for P3. 6/10 between those two. That Porsche was mighty quick in the straights. Well, we'll have to check back in on the way down the hill, because through turn 1, not a great run, and it's not going to be a move. So we'll just go through your order once again. In the lead, it is the GT Finlanders car with KK in P1 with a 5-second lead over the Ray Racing car with Alex 08 in position 2. They have another 4 and a bit seconds to AMS Kung Pao, who is in a current fight with the Spider GT car of Ave Gobari. Look, he's on PS, has managed to sneak his way in the TDR car to number 2 up into P5, which has him 1.6 seconds ahead of AMS Drift King in the second AMS car with the second lap pit stop. I'm not sure if they thought they had to double stack in the pits, but a 2-minute 0.4 is his fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. The AMS car is coming to get back to the front. Ray Racing in the Ray Racing car, team owner and driver, up in P7, holding on to the advantage over the Tavernello car of Il Capaman. Oberlix, VR here in the Transatlantic car up to P9 from the back row of the grid is 20 seconds ahead of the damaged, plagued Jaylee in the other GT Finlanders car. He's come out ahead of Roadrunner in the TDR car, the previous leader. Those two are quick. Jaylee with a 2:07 in the previous lap. Not as quick as I was expecting him to, because he did a 2:09 with damage. So whether or not he can hold up Roadrunner, and that might be a drama for Roadrunner. I thought he'd have clean air, but apparently he's dropped in behind, arguably not a slow car, but a car nonetheless.
I don't think that's too bad for those two. They are similar paced usually.
And we cut to Johto just as he runs wide and hits the wall out of the S's into the Dipper. That will probably mean he needs to pit again. So they need to pit again. And Hijack Paddy with another car with damage. Yeah, that's not gone well for those guys in the other transatlantic car. I think transatlantic Hurricanes. And it looked like in the end Gabbardi was not able to get closer to Kung Pao. Kung Pao with the pace. He's done a 2 minute 0.5 released from behind the TDR car. He finds 2 seconds lap and immediately marches back towards leaders. He has to go hunt down the Ray Racing car in order to try and steal back P2 and try not to lose too much ground to the GT Finlanders. Now, of course, we're talking about this 2-hour stint as if it is an entire race. No, we're just trying to fight to the very last lap of our stint. This is stint 1 of 6 in the ERF Bathurst 12-hour of the 2025 ERF GT Challenge, a 5-round championship. So we're in stint 1 of race 1 of round 1. We've got a lot of racing to get through for the rest of the year, and it's hard to remember that. You get so absorbed in the individual stint, you forget that it's part of a larger race, of a larger championship, as we see Kung Pao PBing again there through the sector at the end of the top of the hill.
Still, what a great way to start that season. Very entertaining so far. Keep it up.
Yeah, it's not been dull at all. We have very, very rarely seen a moment where we've had any time to think. Jaylee there with a 2.24 on the previous lap, losing ground. Might have had to fight Roadrunner coming out of the pits and make a couple of defensive moves, but those two are now locked in combat. I'm pretty sure Roadrunner should be the quicker of the two at this phase, but he's taken a lot of fuel. So, I mean, he's trying to get to the end, so it makes sense. That he would take so much fuel, and similar sort of levels to Jaylee. So Jaylee, I believe, could also go to the end, but maybe that car doesn't have the tyre wear to do that with the long stint after the early safety car. If they do go to the end, then that's a drama for Roadrunner. He's got to get by, and he's got to get by now rather than later. And if they don't, that could greatly impair their ability to win this race. Not just this stint, but this race, because this 47-second gap, it'll only be 10 or 15 seconds, but with the high-quality drivers in the AMS squad, the high-quality drivers in those GT Finlanders cars, it could be time that you just don't get back, and with potentially no more safety cars, anything could happen. We could have 14 more safety cars, we could have no more safety cars. That time may be something he never gets back, or it could be something he gets back immediately with the safety car. But those little mistakes, those little issues that just tend to snowball. They put you slightly behind a position. You end up in a collision you shouldn't have to. You end up with dirty air, and they all just sort of snowball. Those little factors that you don't think matter are the 1%ers that decide these races. It's very rarely big things that decide these races. It's normally tiny little things, little mistakes, little issues.
Right, information P1, P3 and P6 still need to pit. That's at least what we can see from their strategy so far.
I would be surprised if an Audi went to the end from here. Oh,
Yeah.
Jaylee runs wide into the cutting, but is able to just hold on enough to keep Roadrunner behind him. It's only a 201.2. Now, potentially Jaylee, if he is trying to get to the end, is trying to save either tyres and or fuel, and that's why his pace is not as high as we would expect, because with that 200.9 with damage, you'd expect that car to be much closer to 2 minutes flat, especially with his teammate doing 1 minute 59.7s. So it could be a little bit of a game being played here in terms of saving resources for later on in the stint, so they don't necessarily push so hard in the first few laps to try and buy a tyre wear balance. So if you're burning rears or fronts harder, if you look after the front or rear for the first 5 laps of the stint, that gives you so much better balance through the entirety of the stint versus trying to save it for the last 5 laps when it's already far gone. It just doesn't matter.
It's still interesting. I'm still convinced that the pit stops under safety car with that slow refuel rate are way more beneficial than staying out longer and doing a green lap pit stop.
I would have to agree, but if Roadrunner gets it done, he gets it done. We're wrong, they were right. And that's the beauty of this, is we can't influence the event. It just has to happen, and we have to wear what we said. I have to agree, though. I would expect Drift King's strategy to be the preferred one out of the two, but he is now 16 seconds off the lead. Oh, Lukey looks like he was wide. Doesn't make the fence though. Something tells me, no, Drift King, he's just been quick, so he must have cleared Lukey in one of the previous laps, and I didn't notice it. So apologies.
He was behind, yeah.
Yep, apologies to Drift King. Missing a nice overtake there for position 5. He's now 16 seconds off the lead, but he crucially has a large advantage over his main rival, which was the TDR car. But we're not going to see how that all pans out until much later on in this stint. I wouldn't expect people to pit for at least another... Well, how would you halve the stint home? Oh, probably 9 laps, something in the region of 10, not quite. More than 5, less than 10. And then you've got all the people on the shorter stint strategies who are now all sort of being converged back onto a different strategy. So anyone who had a strategy plan for the safety cars when we've had them, I don't believe you. There is no way you had a strategy plan for this. Every single team has had to think on the fly here, whether that be the driver in the hot seat, the guys on the party chat in the background. Nobody had a plan for this. If they had a plan for this, they have prepared far too much, and they should have spent more time working on the setup. Like, there's no way you have that kind of...
Yeah.
There's no way you have that much time. And we see Kung Pao with a 2:00.2 on the previous lap. That's quick. He is now 10 seconds off the lead, but he's only 2 seconds behind the Ray Racing Audi R8 for position 2. They might be losing a little bit of ground to the BMWs up front, but they can still finish the stint in position 2 and take away a significant advantage going into stint 2, which is nice, lovely, clean air. So it's always race to the very, very last lap as hard as you can all the way, because even if your stint is done, your teammates is not. Any advantage you can take into the next stint is potentially valuable. Now, where were we? We were watching Jaylee, weren't we? Before Jaylee's picked up more damage, I think, somewhere. No?
No, not again. I don't know.
No, he's just been passed.
Like
Okay. So Roadrunner got the job done on the previous lap. The gap was 5 tenths and there's 3 tenths between them. So Jaylee's managed to... Sorry, Roadrunner has managed to pass Jaylee, but no damage between either of them. I thought he was behind a car that wasn't Roadrunner, and I've gone, oh no, he's got damage again. How has he done it? Here's the thing, if he's on the same strategy as Roadrunner and they end up 20 seconds off the lead, if you said to him, oh, you're going to get damaged 3 times in this stint and finish 20 seconds off the lead, you go, yeah, done, I'll take that. That is an absolutely magical recovery.
Damage limitation, definitely. In the end, Race Control says with the tires and fuel in combination, it could be those two are actually battling for the lead.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they come out ahead in terms of track position, but everyone will be on fresh tyres behind them and they will be on very worn tyres for like the last 15 laps, and I would not be surprised if we saw the leaders come chasing these guys down. So that would have been my expectation.
Go away. Yeah, we will get, I think, very busy.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very action-packed, as it always does. The final 20 minutes of a 2-hour stint is where all the strategies converge, everything gets interesting, and we all go, who could have seen that coming? Every single time. Ray with damage there, front right and front aero. I'm pretty sure they will have been passed on the previous lap by Obelix, and they have. Obelix in the transatlantic car has managed to sneak past Ray Racing, who is now carrying damage. They will probably carry damage to their next pit stop, which is not going to be too far away, but unfortunately for them, it's not on this lap, so Ray's going to have to figure out how to drive that Audi with even less front downforce than they have in it at this moment. The transatlantic car up in P8, they've done a great job with that consistency to turn around a back row qualifying effort for both cars. Ultimate pace, not necessarily there, but they're keeping it clean and going fast, and that's all you can ask for. Tavanello.
Yeah, also Ray Racing with the story, the number 33 car running in T2 with a surprise, and the 32 car there with multiple damages so far. Still inside of the top 10, but yeah, two tails of the same race for that team.
And that's why we see so many teams enter 2 cars, because even if you've got 2 highly skilled... Oh, Ray off at the McPhillamy there. I didn't see how they did that, but I'm not sure how you do that. Potentially a tank slapper, but doing that with front aero damage is pretty impressive. And now the dirty tyres making Ray very sketchy on the downhill. We've all done that. We've gone in there, I'll be fine, and then just when the car does not turn, it is the spookiest feeling as you head towards that wall and try and just get around the wall of the dipper. If you succeed, you still have to avoid the wall on the outside of the dipper, which then feeds you into the wall on the inside of the wall. You're just sitting there trying to avoid walls the entire way down, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Walls are not your friends.
I mean, the discussion of Formula 1 drivers talking about the walls at Monaco, where you have to treat them like a new lover. It's not a passionate lover, where you can give them a gentle kiss, but anything more than that ends in disaster. So a gentle kiss on the wall, that's all you can get away with. Otherwise, the walls are not your friend. Any more intimate than that is too intimate, and you're done for public indecency, and bits of race car are removed. As we see Drift King now up to the back of the Spider GT car, and they are still 16 seconds off the lead, so they've lost no time at all since we last checked in. Their last couple laps have been real quick, but unfortunately they have caught traffic, and if they are going to try and beat the TDR car with those differing strategies, they need to get through, and they need to get through now, because unfortunately for them, they are on the same strategy as the leader, but they're just doing it from further back, so 16 seconds is a long way to try and make back up. So if we find that the TDR car comes out actually in the lead, there's a really good chance that Drift King with that late pit stop ends up way worse off than had they just stayed out, which would be very surprising, but we have to just eat our words on that one. As he now gets the run, looks like it's going to be a distant toe, and he's not really gaining. The GTR too slow in a straight line. It's losing speed, it's losing gap in the slipstream. The Porsche is that quick, the Nissan is that slow, that in a straight line with a slipstream, he's unable to gain on Ave in the Spider GT car, and that's a huge problem for the AMS squad in that GTR. Because as much as that car is quick over a stint, over a lap, if they cannot fight for track position without that combat potential, they are unable to buy themselves clean air. They will be stuck in traffic until their opponents make mistakes. And as we discussed before, opponents making mistakes that open the door like that are not that common. It's not very easy to try and make those things happen. And he's going to have to just pressure Ave, try and get any sort of edge to try and sneak up the inside, and once he can, make that move. But this just became so much more complicated for Drift King. I understand why they didn't want to pit on that first lap, but they needed to on that first lap because track position apparently is super critical for this car. They started pole, they were very quick, but it seems that they do not have the straight line speed to make those passes down Conrod Straight.
They need to rely on a little mistake. But yeah, on their own straight line speed, we all know that the GTR wasn't the fastest car ever, even with like opening up the tuning options. It is still a bit of a brick. So yeah, tough for the GTR to make some moves down the straights.
And the other thing that could play in is blue flags. We're seeing lapped cars there with the transatlantic car, getting blue flags potentially in amongst these guys. So if they don't quite get out of the way at the right time in the right way, that could open up the opportunity for Drift King to potentially get past Gobbardi by just walking them, taking their run away, meaning that just that slight opportunity is created. And we see again in a straight line that GTR is not able to make inroads on the Porsche. If he's going to do it, he's going to have to do it somewhere unexpected, a little unconventional. I don't know if he can pull the out of the cutting move out of the bag as well as the Tavanello car, but that's just terrible news for the AMS squad. I think Apex will be very disappointed to find they do not have enough straight line speed to fight in either of their cars. The GTR particularly so, but for Kung Pao, he was unable to make those moves as he needed to, especially versus the TDR car. As we see, Lugi is on PS, is into the pits, and I think that's very early for him.
But 21 laps to go, something like that, 22. It's
That-
doable.
I mean, he came in with 15 laps to go, so I'm not sure what his plan is here. He's going to need to do 21 laps on this set of tyres, so... No, it looked like he's still on medium, still on softs, not medium, so they're going to have to find a way to make those tyres last. But on the plus side, they're in P7. They have road position, and they are ahead of Roadrunner and Jaylee. So they've completed what could be their last pit stop, and they've done it ahead of the guys who stayed out. And that's huge, because that's another car these guys have to pass, and they're going to have to pass a car that has better tyre quality, which right now doesn't seem like too big a deal, but as that tyre quality fades, it gets tougher and tougher and tougher. Worth noting though, Jaylee has hung on to the back of Roadrunner. He has not let him go. He's still in slipstream. Jaylee with a 2:00.04 on the previous lap, which is actually quicker. He's coming back at Roadrunner, so maybe Jaylee was saving fuel. He was saving tyres, trying to make this one up. He's a quick driver. I was surprised that Roadrunner had him as easily as he did, but now we can see that Jaylee not done yet, as they both chase down Obelix, who they had, I think, 10 seconds for. Now it's down to 1.5. They will be up onto the back of him in no time for fighting for P8. And they'll have to find 6 more seconds to catch Luigi, who is, well, not fighting the Tavanello car, but he will be on the back of the Tavanello car, who will pit, I think, another 3 or 4 laps. And, it's just all coming together here. And we see Drift King still behind Gobadi. It's not gone well for them, that late pit stop call. It's still at this stage, important to note, at this stage, a better strategy. But again, that could change at any moment, and that's why you have to have qualifiers like for now, or yet, or at this stage. Because of course it's a fluid thing. That's why motorsport is so interesting, because it's never said and done. It's never over. It's always fluid. And as much as everyone thinks that they know what's going to happen, no one can ever know what's actually going to happen. What tiny little thing is going to influence an even bigger issue and cause a complete shift in the landscape of a race. As Kung Pao now onto the back of the Ray Racing car for position 2, 14 seconds off the lead. The GT Finlanders, they took so long last year to get the win they so desperately deserved. Looking very strong at the start here for the 2025 Bathurst 12 Hour. Of course, it looks great now. It's huge, 13-second lead, but how we got here has been so not straightforward. On raw pace, they have the advantage, but that's not necessarily to say that they will have that advantage in every stint. That's not to say that over the whole race stint, sorry, over each individual stint, they will have the advantage. Over each race stint will they have the advantage. Will strategy come back to it? Will a safety car just turn everything on its head? Could a random disconnect be the difference? There's just too many permutations to accurately pin anything down.
Exactly. And we have a pronunciation tip for the leader, Cook Kiss.
Cook Kiss. All right, it's taken them an hour and a half of a 2-hour stint to get there. Thanks, boys. We'll take it. It's better than no information, but you guys drive really quickly, and I would like that information and name to have come similarly quickly, but I won't complain too much as Cook Kiss comes into the pits with 20 laps to go.
Here we go.
They had fuel in hand, as you can see on screen, 16 litres of it. I'm surprised they've come in as early as they have, because that pit stop was only 17 laps ago. Drift King also in. Now, Drift King coming in makes sense, because they have to try and clear Gobadi. They have to do something to try and get clean air. So that move makes sense, unless AMS's strategy is simply copy the leader.
Yeah, so in Jet West, Roadrunner Junior, they have a different strategy. They're going for the one stop, and they will move up the order when everyone else will be doing their pit stops now. So we should have a close grid at the front. 3, 4, 5 cars maybe battling for the lead.
Alright, well you can see Drift King still fueling. So Roadrunner is ahead of Drift King, because Drift King's still taking fuel, and that means that in their battle, Drift King is not going to get there and that means Jaylee is now stuck behind 2 cars, but with better tyres than they do. Whether they take another stop, I don't know yet, but Drift King now comes out behind Roadrunner. It's 1.4 seconds. However, there is a lot more tyre wear on Roadrunner's car. And Drift King was not that much slower on equal tyre quality. So, in the scheme of things, right now, it's advantage Roadrunner for track position. with only a 1.5 second gap and a lot more tyre wear into the tune of 10 laps, and they've still got to do nearly 20. So I was suggesting it was going to be more like 15 laps to try and hold off their opponents, which means that they actually have less of a tyre disadvantage by seeing their rivals come in earlier. But this is going to be a fight that goes all the way to the end of this stint, as they now catch Kapwaman, who has been passed by Lugi in the other TDR car. Lugi might be the highest placed driver who has taken their last stop, other than Kukis, who just took it. So Lugi looks like he pitted a couple of laps ago. He's got great tyre quality and maybe enough fuel. So Lugi might be real P2 at this moment in time, as Kung Pao slots into the pits. They are completely out of fuel. They had to pit this lap, and it's about as late as I would be thinking of going, as Alex in the Abrade car and the Spider GT Ave Gobadi are also staying out. So where will Kung Pao come out? Will it be ahead of Drift King? Yeah, it'll be ahead of Drift King, which is ahead of Roadrunner, but will it be behind Lugi? It's all starting to pan out, but it's not quite done in terms of tyre wear. The guys who are going long at the moment, while they might be giving up a little bit of track position, they are going to come out with better tyre quality. And it looks like Kung Pao loses to his teammate in the pit stop cycle, and I'm not quite sure how, but apparently that's how it's going to work. I'm really not sure how that one makes sense, but it does. We're just going to have to live with it. So AMS have ended up with the car that pitted earlier behind the car that pitted later in the pit stop sequence. And I don't understand how that has happened. Does anyone have a replay? I don't understand how that's happened. So was Drift King just quicker than Kung Pao while they were separated? I'm a bit confused how that gap has come undone. Potentially more fuel was taken at the first stop.
Fuel would be my guess.
Yeah, it's got to have been fuel at the first stop, which meant that Drift King was carrying more fuel that entire time, and he's just cashed in that advantage to pull 7 seconds on his teammate, despite giving away 15 seconds or so before this stop. So it's a huge delta. I mean, I say that 15 seconds is like 45 litres. That's not possible. Something's going on there that I don't quite understand.
Kung Pao had the damage.
Right. So they'd already made the... Right, okay, that makes sense. Cool, I don't feel so bad now. Damage is the reason. Now we see Gobadi coming in now. This is going to be interesting because he's got a lot of fuel on board with 48 litres. So it's going to be a very short stop for them. Whether they even need to put fuel in, it's basically going to be a tyre stop. He might come out in P2. So the guys who put big fuel numbers in under the safety car are coming up top trumps here. He's going to be right on the gearbox of Lugi. He's actually ahead. He's in real P2 ahead of Lugi. So Lugi was one of the people playing games at that stop to take a heap of fuel because they knew that time was going to come back to them. And they are now P3 behind Gobadi and only 9 seconds ahead of Kukis, who moments ago had a 15-second lead. No one was in their league, and now they've got people they haven't seen all race within 10 seconds of them, wondering, how did we get this so wrong?
Safety car. Just say safety car.
Well, it's how you play the game under the safety car. And some people have worked out better than others how to play that game, including us in commentary. The other thing is the Ray Racing car here. It technically could go to the end if they wanted to gamble.
Wow.
I reckon they could go to the end of this stint. I don't know if I'd want to on worn tyres in that Audi for another 15 laps. But
that's the problem,
they could. I mean, technically anyone who pitted at that last safety car could have gone to the end. What they might have done is just taken enough fuel to go to the end, but they will split the strategy on tyres, meaning they come out roughly in the same place as Gobadi in that podium fight, having taken all their stationary time earlier. So AMS have gone from running 1 and 2 to 1 and 3, back to 1 and 2, to 6 and 8 on strategy. Not on pace, not on mistakes, on strategy alone, as we see Gobadi coming in, which might be one of the last people to pit, to cleanse the field of everyone who needs to pit as Kukis now regains the lead for GT Finlanders with their lovely
I think that was the
10-second
safe option for the Audi R8. We all know with worn tires, that car is not good to drive.
That would have been diabolically risky to try and run that thing out of tyres. They have to hook up the fuel, but only barely a couple seconds of fuel, and it's P2 for Ray Racing. It's real.
Wow.
It's not a mirage. They are actually P2, but they are going to be under threat from the Spider GT car. That car has been very quick under the straight line. On the straights, will he have enough to try and go around the outside? Cold tyres for the Ray Racing car, blocking the inside. It's going to be enough to hang on for at least 4 now, but we're going to have to see if the Spider GT car can make a move down the straight. The Audi, not known for its top speed, but we haven't actually had a look at what the Ray Racing car can do in a straight line. Have they got enough to break away from Spider GT across the top? Can they fight them down the straight? This is real position 2. There is no more scheduled stops for anyone ahead, potentially behind, but that is a real position, and they are pulling away across the top. He's a second clear. That thing is flying. Great driving from Alex. That's fantastic work. He's broken the slipstream. That means that the Spider GT car, even with its straight line advantage, is not going to be anywhere near close enough in order to make an overtake. That car is so quick, but on the downhill, that last part, it's not as effective, but still 9/10, and 9/10 is going to be enough to keep them clear.
Pretty sure, yeah. What a great outlap so far.
It's losing ground hand over fist. It's going to be 2 or 3 tenths slower over the length of the straight before slipstream kicks in. But when you've got a 1 second lead, that does not matter. But wow, he's going to have something like 5 or 6 tenths coming out of Forest Elbow every lap if he wants to survive. Because of course he's still got to get up the next straight as well. This is not done by a long way actually. I've called it as if it's dead, but that Spider GT car is so quick in a straight line, he might still have a chance up to turn 2. Now, how does Hell Corner go? Lovely to the apex, clean exit, no wobbles from either of them. It's 6/10 of a second. Oh, has Jelly got more damage, or is he just out of tyres? Okay, Jelly with a scheduled pit stop for the first time today. Gobardi again getting an advantage, but not enough.
I don't think we expected that pit stop, to be honest. We were looking at maybe Roadrunner Jelly could go, but hey.
Jaylee made sense to me to be a pit stop. I think because he pitted with 26 laps on the card at that safety car, so he could have gone to the end, but he would have to have managed the tyres. So maybe they tried to manage the tyres and then worked out it wasn't happening, and they've just gone hell for leather. Give me fresh tyres. We'll see what happens when it happens. If the safety car comes out, we benefit. We'll have the best tyres. We'll make it happen. But it's P8 for them, and it looks like again Gobardi is unable to get close enough, although it's a better run over the top this time compared to the Ray Racing Audi. Oh, but it's a wobble. 7/10 is going to be oh no, it looked worse than it was, but it's going to be too much for the moment. But you can see Lugi is on PS 4th place there, has snuck into the back of shot. That race is not dead at all. This podium fight is heating up, and they are 5 seconds clear of Roadrunner, who still has a 2-minute 00.8 on the previous lap. They are still incredibly quick. They're still 8/10 clear of Drift King, who is now 7 seconds clear of his teammate Kung Pao, who has a massive 16 seconds over Jaylee. Jaylee 40 seconds off his teammate and off the lead. That is not the race they were looking to have. If he would have been able to keep up with Roadrunner, they would only be 20 odd seconds off the lead, which would have been far more preferable, but I don't know if that's a preferable strategy to take that pit stop when they have. We'll see how the gap is. So it's 18 to Roadrunner, we'll call it roughly the same, versus where they are now at 43. I don't think he catches Roadrunner, but it might not be as bad by the end of the stint. Tavernello in P9, I did not expect them to be so low on this list. They're generally pretty quick, and even with their boxed wine addiction, those guys are normally pretty good. So surprised to see them so low in that list. But of course it's only stint 1, they've got a lot of racing to do, and they're generally very consistent. Obelix Transatlantic P10 ahead of Ray Racing in the Ray Racing car. one day we'll find a way to call the Ray Racing car something other than Ray Racing car, because it's kind of rude to call the team after a driver. But anyway, good on Ray for fielding 2 cars and getting it out there. They've been a stalwart of the series for so long, so thanks to them for sticking with it and making, great liveries and competitive cars.
Yeah, I mean the driver is called Ray Racer, and the team Ray Racing. So see the small difference.
You're right. That's sloppy on my part, Ray. I owe you an apology. I'm sorry. That is apology over. Change your name.
Yeah, change it to Ray Racing, please, so we can have a rant again.
So I can be correct.
Yeah.
Hijack Paddy there, another stalwart of the series for many teams. 2 minutes off the lead, which means they are officially just been lapped, but however they can go to the end, and in theory may not be too far down. And if safety cars do come out, I believe there is a wave around policy, so their race is by no means over just yet, as those live gaps are maintained. It's not like you are locked in 1 lap down and then the whole field sneaks through on you for the next stint. It is live driver swaps. So something we haven't really talked about yet is the fact that we are talking about stint 1 of 6 stints. There are live driver swaps, so we will see drivers come into the pits in one lobby and leave the pits in another lobby. Those gaps are kept in real time, and there is no post-race figuring it out. It is the winner is the person who crosses the line at the end of the last stint first, assuming there's no post-race shenanigans. But it looks like Gobardi has snuck past Alex in the Ray Racing car. It's a 2:03 on that previous lap, so something has happened between those two. As I was busy rambling about Ray, Ray Racing and the Ray Racer, who is team owner, but the Spider GT car has snuck through into P2, and Loogie is still in P4, holding only a 4-second gap now to Roadrunner. So Roadrunner in the other TDR car quicker than Loogie in the second TDR car by a second a lap, despite the worn tyres, and now Drift King all over the back of Roadrunner. That tyre advantage is now playing out. And this is what we expected to see when one car came in, one car did not. Potentially a track position advantage due to having slightly better tyres in the first half of the second half of the race, the first phase, and now in the second phase, Drift King has the tyres, but he doesn't have the track position. The tyres should let him get the track position, but if he can't get the track position because the GTR is too slow on the straights, it doesn't matter what the tyres are like, and the winner of the strategy battle is in fact the TDR car with Roadrunner, with their incredible let's stay out strategy, although the better strategy of the three was of course for Kukakis, which was to pit the first lap the safety car came out, as well as the guys behind like Gobardi, Alex and Loogie. They have been able to profit massively by taking huge amounts of fuel under that safety car. Go on board with the leader Kukis. They have up there. So Jaylee has the fastest lap now, with a 1:59.631, and that's the kind of pace I was expecting from Jaylee. So both GT Finlanders cars, once the temperatures have come up, are actually very much closely matched. I'm pretty sure Kukis has a 1:59.7 under their belt. So Jaylee does have the pace, and he's done it on the previous lap too. Does he improve on this lap again? No, but it's still a 2 minutes 0.3.
But it's Loogie up to P3.
Oh no, things have gone wrong there for Alex. And he's done it in straight line speed. So the Audi struggling. Sorry again to Ray Racing, showing their... Well, actually I'm hiding the loss of position, but not showing everyone how it happened. Picked a terrible moment to walk away. I'm pretty great at that. That's just the nature of being distracted constantly by random thoughts. Roadrunner now 3.3 seconds. He's gaining on both of these guys. So Alex does not have the pace in this part of the stint, which is kind of surprising because that car looked much better than this earlier on. But it could have just been they're playing the strategy card right, playing the consistency right. It doesn't necessarily have the outright speed to be fast. And they're doing a great job with the package they have, and they were unhappy with the way the Audi was performing. and maybe it is actually not as good as we had hoped based on their earlier performances, because they have masked that performance delta with good strategy and just clean driving.
Maybe Lugi also had a late lunch. We don't know, but he definitely made a late lounge, according to the race director. So here we go.
A late lounge is an interesting one. You know, that's called an enjoyable Saturday as far as I'm concerned. You know, just stay in bed, lounge around. But we'll have a look at the lap times to see if it was a bit of a dive bomb, because Alex has had a couple of laps there where he's been passed and lost a lot of time. You know, a 3.3 and a 2.3. That's a good second and a half off the pace he was doing. So he might have been a little bit bullied the last couple of laps, and that could be latency related. That could be just the nature of the overtakes that were made. But he's now got a 4-second gap to Roadrunner, because that's a fight. I saw the gap was too big and got concerned. It's side by side up to turn 2. Drift King on the outside of Roadrunner. Roadrunner in the preferable place, but without the tyre quality. Drift King a long way up around the outside. Can he get it done? Tries to hang on, runs out of camber, and is defeated there by Roadrunner Jr. That's the best run he's had, but these two now losing time fighting, because they are in a scrap to the death here. Better tyres versus worse tyres, but the quicker car is the one behind, but it's not fast enough in a straight line to make overtaking easier, and it's gonna last all the way to the end, I think, here. Still 11 more laps to go. We pit at the end of lap 61 on the timing and scoring counter. So we will finish this lap, and it will be 11 more laps remaining. So still another 20 odd minutes, so plenty of time for Drift King to try and make a move, try and force a mistake of the ever-wearing tyres from Roadrunner. But as we saw, he was incredibly good under pressure after that first safety car with an even bigger tyre delta. But he has to try and withstand that pressure for even longer in this stint of the race, phase of the race, I should say. Looks like the Drift King does not have the straight line speed even in the slipstream, because that TDR car is very rapid in a straight line. 172 miles an hour in clean air. Don't know why my system's in miles an hour. It's always in kilometers an hour. And yeah, I'm not sure why it is, but if you want to convert that one, feel free. I cannot be bothered right now, because this battle is getting tense, because it looked like a better exit there for Drift King. He's got to run on Roadrunner, but it's not enough unless he wants to lunge. Was possible. He's going to have to try and get a really good exit, and he does, but then a big slide off the corner exit. No, and he's now too close to actually get a run. He's going to have to try and be side by side, and I can't see Roadrunner opening up the inside. There was actually enough space to go up the inside, but he doesn't have the run. He's got overlap, but it's not going to be enough. Surely we'll see a repeat of the previous lap, or has he learned something? No, it's even worse. He backs out earlier, and he's once again unable to get through on Roadrunner. And the gap now to Alex up in P4 is 5 seconds. It was 3 seconds a couple of laps ago. These two starting to fight, starting to cost each other time, which means that Kung Pao, who was 7 seconds down with his late damage stop, is now only 4. Jay Lee, 42 seconds down, has made up heaps of time. 6 odd seconds. Compared to these guys, he's actually only 20 seconds behind them. He's made back 6 or 7 seconds. If these two keep fighting, Jaylee might find himself in this fight wondering why he ended up so far from the lead, but not far from the guys he was racing. Oh, the GDR just doesn't look that good on the downhill to get close enough to run a move. Oh, there's a yellow flag. Someone's in the fence. Who's it going to be? It's the transatlantic, so Spider GT car. Ave has gone off and has got damage. Front left, front right, and front aero. Alex is safe. Lugi is safe. Kukis is not involved at all. I don't see any lapped cars. But that's huge. Spider GT picking up damage with 10 laps to go. Will he pit? Surely they try and stay out. If it's less than 3, he'll know how hard he hit the wall. Let's see, do they pit? we have more than 2 seconds a lap, he's going to pit. They reckon that's going to be more than 2 seconds lap of damage, so they're going to be in, and we will now follow a fight for what is now P4. A moment ago it was P5. Oh, it's a crossover. Can we get a different angle, please? Thank you. Drift King goes to the inside at turn 1. He will get the position here at turn 1. However, the TDR car is quicker in a straight line. If Drift King can get a good enough run, he might be able to defend by holding the inside, but that TDR car is so fast, he might be able to just clean go around the outside. The TDR car a long way back, 3/10, gaining with every moment. It's not going to be enough. Drift King's through. Drift King has done what he needed to do to take away position 4. He has won the battle of the bad strategies of pitting on the second lap of the safety car or not pitting at all. However, he has to break away across the top. That car is definitely quicker than Roadrunner in the TDR car across the top with its better tyre quality, but he has to break the slipstream. If he does not break the slipstream, that TDR car will come soaring back towards him, but it's looking very easy for him now. He's got clean air. Yep, the gap holding at a second there across the top. How is the GDR in the downhill? Potentially where I think Roadrunner's making a lot of ground is the downhill, and I see him lose 2/10 immediately. What do I know? I know nothing. It is Drift King by 1.2 seconds. That fight is now done, barring any mistakes from Drift King. And the fight for strategy supremacy. It was pitting the first lap of the safety car, followed by pitting the second lap of the safety car, pitting the not in the safety car. So Kung Pao now 3 seconds behind Roadrunner. He was gaining hand over fist when they were fighting, but he'll now start chipping away. Jaylee at 42 seconds back, matching his teammates' pace at the front of the field, but now only 17 seconds behind Roadrunner. That gap has come down. The difference between that extra pit stop for the 7-lap tyre difference, I think it was, for pitting at the safety car versus pitting after the safety car, it's not looking as bad as this stint goes on, and there's still another 8 laps to get through before this stint ends, and the tyres on Roadrunner's car do not look good. Having a quick check here, the fact that they've been pushing so hard, they've been fighting with AMS up to now, fighting with Jaylee earlier, they really could lose a lot of time here, and that was at 2:02.8. Granted, they were overtaken at turn 1. That is not quick for them.
Can we get a quick run through the grid, please?
Sure thing.
Requesting something.
We have in the lead, it's Kukakis for the GT Finlanders with a 17-second lead over Alex for Ray Racing, who has snuck past Loogie is on PS once again with a 2-minute flat .3. He was bullied 4 laps ago, and he's found his pace, found his mojo, found his rhythm, and got himself back ahead of Loogie. And if you look at Loogie's laps, you couldn't tell what lap he got overtaken on. These two... Has he done it on this lap? Hang on, I need a sector split.
Yeah, turn 2, it says, this lap.
Yeah, 9/10 down. He's got it in turn 2. So great effort from the Ray Racing car to turn a straight line deficit into an overtake up at turn 2. Oh, Loogie using all the road there. P4, it's AMS Drift King with a 6-second deficit and a 2-second lead now over the TDR car for Roadrunner Jr. with a tyre quality problem and another AMS threat from behind. It's now down to 2 seconds to AMS Kung Pao. He is most likely going to catch Roadrunner and make it a fight with a 13-second gap to Jaylee, who is getting ever closer now to the both of them. 42 seconds off the lead after a damaged pit stop. Brand new tyres, another threat. The top 8 are going to be all on top of each other by the end of this bloody stint. Gobardi now with the Spider GT in P8. 15 seconds clear of the Tavernello car as we see wall contact, but he gets away with no damage, and that's the beauty of being a great sim racer. It's figuring out how to crash for minimal damage. So Capoeirman getting caught in real-time live 4K, but no damage, so he gets away with it. Well done. Ahead of Ray Racer, who makes the same mistake just about as we cut to them. And then 3 seconds further back, it's the transatlantic car of Obelix with a nice 50-second buffer over Giotto in the BMW M6 there, getting a blue flag, so he's about to be lapped by different cars who are the leaders. We can see Hijack Paddy with damage at both ends, front aero, front left, front right, rear wing, but with not enough laps left to justify pitting. I would suggest they are going to have to hang this one out. And we'll check back in. Alex seems to have the pace, so maybe the tyre wear on Loogie's car has come back to bite him, Alex has got great tyres by comparison, so the different pit strategies mean that Alex lost that ground early, but none of the balance of his car has settled. He has been able to pull ahead and drive away, as we see Drift King pulling away from Roadrunner, who is now only 9/10 away from Kung Pao, only 13 seconds away from Jaylee. The Roadrunner is getting run down here. The Roadrunner is being run down by the by the Wile E. Coyote. We did not see that one coming.
Meep, meep. No.
I mean, everyone who's been behind that car has been saying meet, meet, but they have not been getting through because that thing is too fast in a straight line, just like his namesake. Roadrunner has been good enough out of the critical corners at the critical moments to keep enough gap to stay ahead. Can Kung Pao? He's had to have this fight before, earlier in that stint where he was the guy who was bowled up behind Roadrunner. Got it done the lap Roadrunner pitted. So he'll have more intel than anyone else on how to get this done, because he's doing it for the second time, not the first time, and he seems to have a great tyre advantage there, like 3/10 in the previous corner. Oh, it doesn't look good for Roadrunner. The TDR car, not the best strategy, and it might well cost them potentially down to even 7th place.
Yeah, they were sticking to their plan, the one-stop strategy, despite having 2 safety car periods.
Obviously not fans of Ferrari juggling their strategy. They said we have plan A and we are sticking to plan A, and plan A is all we have. But unfortunately for them, it's taken them out of the lead. It's put them down to P5, and Kung Pao now with the run around the outside, side by side up to turn 2. It's the furthest anyone's been ahead, but he has been very good. Roadrunner just braking a little bit early, letting Kung Pao through, realizing that that fight is not good for him. It's now 13 seconds to Jaylee behind, but he's doing 2:02s. Jaylee doing 2:00s, 2 seconds a lap. Oh, and a mistake from Kung Pao. That's not what Roadrunner needs after seeing him through a corner ago, being held up now, being fed dirty air. This is not what he wants to see. He does not need to lose any more time to the GT Finlanders car behind him. If he's catching at 2 seconds lap, he'll get there by the end of the stint, meaning the GT Finlanders will end up right on top of Track Design Racing for P6 and P7 at the end of this stint. And I'm not mistaken, the Sparta GT car with brand new tyres doing mid-low 2:00s as well. So they are going to come with, it's going to be very tight. The top 8 split by 40 seconds, but that is a very big 40 seconds in terms of just strategy. Oh, Jaylee's hit the wall. No? Oh, jeez. Lost time though. Yeah, he did hit the wall. He's lost a second. Lost a second to Ave behind, but hasn't lost anything to Roadrunner by the looks of it, who's stuck now in that dirty air, but he's actually got a slipstream here from Kung Pao. So AMS have gone from 1 and 2 to 4 and 5. GT Finlanders have gone from 3 and 6 to 1 and 7. Ray Racing have come from the heavens to end up in second, and the TDR car that was meant to be at the front is now the one in 6th, and the one that was meant to be in 6th or 7th is now the one in 3rd. So anyone who says racing is boring and predictable hasn't got a clue about racing as far as I can work out.
Yep, definitely. We didn't expect that outcome.
That is a huge tank slapper from Roadrunner. Obviously it looks worse with the latency, but he has lost 8/10 on one corner exit there, and he was lucky to survive. That is the dramas with worn tyres. He is pushing that car as hard as he can. 6 laps to go, and he is going to use all of them to go as fast as he can to try and keep ahead of Jaylee. But oh boy, are they working hard in that TDR car. Philo and Speed Hunter are going to have to do a bit of a mission to recover before Roadrunner gets back in. We know Roadrunner's very quick. He'll be better off in his next stint with potentially someone helping out on strategy, because there's a good chance that someone was not on the under that radio with race directing and things that have to go on during this race. So unfortunate for them, but they'll learn from that and they'll be quick for the rest of this race. Because of course, remember, this stint is not the end of the race. I have to keep reminding myself of that.
Yeah, that first half of that stint, it looked like it all goes to plan for TDR leading, but then that safety car that destroyed their chances of a lead. But still, as you said, more than 10 hours to go in this event, so plenty of racing action, plenty of things that can happen, plenty of safety cars, whatever.
We're talking about, it's destroyed their chance to lead. They're 30 seconds off the lead. They are so closely. They are one damage pit stop away from lead. But because it says position 6 and they're being chased down by position 7, it feels so bad. But it's actually perfectly reasonable. Although it could get worse. What's the fuel burn around here, Jaeger? Do you know?
×1.
The fuel burn per lap.
How many
liters per lap? Yes.
I have no clue. I haven't paid attention to, and I also don't have like the access to all the details. I can gather that during my stint in comms that's coming up, but now I have no information because someone is putting on some bloody overlays on the screens to hide all that information.
Oh, well, no, I've just noticed Roadrunner suddenly not using all of the gears. I think he's short on fuel.
Short shifting a little bit? Maybe.
Short shifting a lot. He's barely getting onto the rev bar before he changes gears. That car is going to fall to P8. They have not enough fuel. I think it's more than 2 litres per lap, and I think he's suddenly trying to use less than 2 litres per lap to avoid a pit stop. They've been pushing so hard for so long, they forgot to look at the fuel numbers. This has gone from bad to worse for TDR. He's now only 6 seconds ahead of Jaylee. I am surprised. Granted, it's a little bit broken by this fuel thing, but Jaylee has worked off a pit stop in under 15 laps. That's crazy quick. This has not gone well for TDR. Blame Philo. Blame Philo for bad strategy. He said, pit at this lap.
Lugi is running in P3 for TDR.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Blame Philo, because Philo's in that car. It's 100% Philo's fault. And we can see Drift King has actually caught Lugi, so the extra late pit stop means that AMS Drift King is actually in P4, fighting for P3, only 25 seconds off the lead. It's not a complete disaster. Granted, it's not the stint lead and the track position that comes with, but it's not a complete disaster for them, as Lugi's now 7 seconds behind Alex. Alex has gone absolutely on a tear. He's running the same pace as Kukis in the front.
He had a bit of a slow start to the stint and now recovered.
Yeah, this second phase, they looked like they were struggling. Now they've come alive. Hopefully we can finally see an overtake for Drift King instead of it happening off screen, because I'm doing a great job keeping on top of the battles. And then I'll cut back to watching Jaylee and Gobadi chase down Roadrunner as AMS Drift King does go to the inside. Lugi not fighting him, aware of his tyre quality disadvantage, lets Drift King have the inside line. Drift King is through. He's got the pace. He's got the tyres. It's time for him to go up to P3 for the Apex Motorsports crew. They've had a couple of rough decisions here, but they're back into P3 and P5, and it's a good recovery. It looked pretty dire early on when they were running P2 and P13, but overall it's come back towards them, even with other issues like damaged pit stops. And we'll go back to Roadrunner and put the pressure straight back on him and the TDR car. And that lack of fuel, he is shifting so early. He is not using any of the rev bar. The amount of fuel required per lap, the numbers are getting to him, and they're getting worse with each passing lap. It's now 2.6 seconds to Jaylee. Jaylee's only 3 seconds ahead of Ave. Will they both catch Roadrunner? Will Roadrunner make it? He might have to coast in out of fuel, out of the chase, which down Conrod doesn't seem like a bad idea, but once you get into the chase and stop accelerating, that's when it really hurts. You can lose 10 or 15 seconds trickling into pit lane when it doesn't look like you're nearly that far away, but because you're not accelerating, you're losing time hand over fist all the way down that hill. 2.4 seconds.
Closing minutes now of that first stint.
Yeah, we have 4 more racing. 3 more racing laps, 59, 60 and 61. So we're almost at the end of this lap. We'll have 3 more racing laps, but the gaps, it's getting real bad. He's got no tyres to try and keep the corner speed up, and that's costing fuel economy. He's not able to roll the car through the corner, which means he has to do less time on the accelerator. It's kind of weird that you actually burn more fuel by carrying more corner speed because you're higher in the revs, but he's got nothing left to try and save any amount of fuel that he's got left. It's going not brilliantly. There's a 204.1 for him. It's slower again, although it was a 4.9 in the previous lap, but the 2s and 3s have now become 4s. it's looking very dire, but they're doing enough, most likely, to get them home, because otherwise he would be going even slower again as we see more early short shifting. Oh, goes to the inside. That's a bit brave. Really? You're going to defend that? That's a choice. Okay. I respect it, but at the same time, my brother in Christ, you don't have the fuel. What are you doing? Like, that's a bold choice to try and fight that when you're running out of fuel. He must be confident that his fuel saving is going to get him where he needs to go, because I wouldn't. I would be just rolling over and trying to get home, because running out of fuel is going to cost you more time than the time you're going to take off Jaylee. Even if Jaylee has been in the fence a few times today, he's too good to just be unable to pass a guy who's losing 3 seconds a lap fuel saving. And the gap now to Ave between Jaylee even has come down. So the top 8 are split by 45 seconds, 43.5 seconds actually. But we're going to see now another move on the Port TDR car. Potentially Roadrunner trying to get with Jaylee to try and get a slipstream, to try and save a bit of fuel. But unfortunately not close enough out of Forest Elbow. It's 9 tenths to in front, and it's 6 tenths the car behind. He is going to be in trouble at the bottom of the hill. The Spider GT car with Ave Gobadi again covers to the inside, but the Spider GT car is clean around the outside before the turning point to the chase, and there's nothing that Roadrunner Jr. can do. We'll see his father, Roadrunner Sr., in the other TDR car in the next stint, but that is the end of the story of track position for Roadrunner Jr. He has lost all the track position he can lose until that car makes it to the end of the final lap. We'll see if he has enough fuel on board, as we have 1.5 racing laps left. As we check back in on our leader, Cook Kiss, who's having a chill old time at the front, just coasting around doing mid 2 minute ones. However, he's actually lost all the ground. The gap is now 16 seconds from that 17.5 we saw, versus the Array Racing Alex driver, who is also 7 seconds ahead of AMS Drift King. In the AMS car, the pole-sitting AMS car, now 3 seconds clear of Loogies on PS in the second, but now leading Track Design Racing car, which is interesting, but they are officially Cars 1 and Cars 2, so they are the officially second car, despite the fact they are the leading car. He has a nice 4.8 second advantage over AMS Kung Pao in the second AMS car, the second position on the car, so second position on the grid AMS car, with a now 9 second advantage over Jaylee, who is only 40 seconds off the lead, but now coming under threat from Spider GT in P7. I'll just see if this is going to be a drama for overtaking. He's got a really good run. Jaylee made a mistake. I will not continue running through the grid, because this could be an overtake down to the chase on the second last lap of the stint. Even with all the strategies converged, the strategies haven't converged. It's not over yet. The Spider GT car has been incredible in a straight line, and it's got a slipstream off the M6. The M6 gives off a big wake. It's 3 tenths down to 2.5 tenths, down to 2 tenths. This is going to be a dive, unquestionably. Will he get there before the apex? Will he pick a side? He goes to the inside. Jaylee leaves space. It's side by side into the chase. They both brake. Oh, the Spider GT car better under brakes, but he's deep. Jaylee tries to make the cutback, doesn't get it done, but it's gonna be a great overtake. Ave Gobadi steals P6 from Jaylee in the second last lap, defends into the final corner, but it's not done yet. Unfortunately for the rest of the grid who I was going to go through, I apologise. This has become racing. Jaylee now 4 tenths back, 4.5 tenths back. He hasn't got the run. He hasn't got enough grip. The extra grip on Gobadi's car from his late damage pit stop means that he is able to pull away, and that 6 tenth gap means that he is almost safe from slipstream. There is no way Jaylee comes back to him before the downhill. Any drama pending, because the car in front of them is actually a lap car, and we'll see that might end up playing out. We check in, Roadrunner running on fumes here, 4.5 seconds off Jaylee, but 20 seconds ahead of Ilkav in the Tavanello car, who is ahead of Ray Racer in the Ray Racing #1 car, but they look completely out of fuel. Oh, that's going to be awkward. We'll keep a tabs. They're 135 down when they pit, which is 6 seconds ahead of Oberlix, who has plenty of fuel at the end of this stint. And this is the very damaged Johto car, who might end up playing a role with damage. Also ahead of Hijack Paddy. We've got time. We're going to stay with this. to see how they've managed the traffic of the Spider GT car and the GT Finlanders car. They stayed on it. Oh, brakes nice and early, gets out of the way. Well done. That's a tough place to realise that a car is coming and to get out of the way, but they've done a fantastic job in order to not impede the fast drivers. And Jelly makes another mistake in the downhill, and that fight is dead as we see Kukis finishing his stint for GT Finlanders. 2 litres of fuel left. Perfectly done. Enough fuel to get them into the pits and no further, with a nice 17-second lead for Alex in the Ray Racing car. They've done a great job. There's no illegal wings here that were legal because the rules weren't written properly. But anyway, they've done the job and they've finished P2, and that's their stint done. Drift King also into the pits 6 seconds further back. We'll see Lugi attempt that same pit entry, and he's also in and done. Kung Pao also making his way in to finish his stint. 6 seconds back, it's Ave Gopati. He's done a great job to keep that thing in P6 for Spider GT. We saw Jaylee coming into the pits for the GT Finlanders, completely out of fuel. He's timed that to perfection. Roadrunner does in the end make it back in, and did so with 1 litre to spare. Heaps, far too much. He saved way too much and is 48 seconds off the lead, but has done a good enough job to keep his team still in the race. Capoeirman now coming into the pits 26 seconds behind, but he's done the job. He's given his team a chance to finish in the top half here by a nice solid start. They're not too far off the lead. We don't know who's got good drivers and bad drivers to come, but they've done the job they have to do by staying in contention even if they're not in the fight directly at the moment. And Obelix for the Transatlantic team, they've come off the back row and they've got themselves up to 10th. They've managed to pass Ray because Ray is completely out of fuel right there. I said they were basically out of fuel. They had a 5-second lead. They've lost 10 seconds on this lap. They're going to lose more. Ray needed to pit last lap. Oh, geez, that's the latency making it look like they're going down straight. But they are now in. Ray has lost 15 seconds on this lap. They've lost 20 seconds on this lap. It is spiraling out of control for Ray Racer and the Ray Racing car. They are limited to 80 kilometers an hour on the throttle, and they probably would have been better off with a pit stop to clear that damage and put some fuel in a couple of laps ago. But unfortunately they gambled and they did not come up on top at the blackjack table there. More of a roulette wheel more than a blackjack table, because blackjack implies skill, roulette is pure chance. So unfortunate there for Ray Racing. Johto now finishing off his stint with a gap that is constantly dropping to Ray, but 2 minutes 46 off the lead. They're a lap and a half down, but still ahead of the incredibly damaged Hijack Paddy, who we will cut to at the end to finish off stint 1 for the Endurance Racing Federation's 2025 Bathurst 12-hour round 1 of the ERF GT Challenge. Thank you very much for being with me, Jaeger, who is probably commentating the second stint already.
Yep, no, I'm still waiting. We still have the picture-in-picture mode currently running.
Rightio. And the last man on the list, Hijack Paddy, who will come through 3 minutes and 30 down with a lot of damage. He's done the job. He's got it home. The race continues. They are still ahead of the other... is it the 33? No, not 33. The 50... Who was it didn't come through? 55. There it was. The 55 that... we're not sure if they'll restart this race. You'll have to let me know, Jaeger. I'll let you take over. I have been Stiggs DC. Thank you all very much for joining me.
Is my microphone muted? No. Microphone? Yeah, it's working now. Okay. Thank you for the hint. So it looks like my mic was muted. Sorry for that. So we see Roadrunner close behind Toto Wolff. Battle for P4 and P5. Yeah. I pressed the wrong button, sorry. Muted the mic. But you still got the racing action going on, so it's all good, all good. So can Roadrunner get that run now? Down the Comrade straight we go, closing that gap under 3/10. Getting closer to 2/10. Through the chase, gets the massive run. Toto Wolff not covering the inside line. They go side by side into the chicane, and Roadrunner makes that move stick. What a move. So we gonna have to watch that once again. Brilliant move from the German driver in that TDR AMG. Gets the run, pulls alongside and makes that turn. Also well played from Toto Wolff. It's still early on. Over 9 hours 45 minutes to go in this 12 hours here at Bathurst. Endurance Racing Federation, the GT Challenge Championship 2025, round 1. Here it is. We missed that overtake. Our Speed Hunter moved up 1 position, got past the Spider GT Racing Porsche, and now trying to close that gap. 10 seconds to P6 currently, with Legend Rosenberg not too far behind of the overtake, still within striking distance. Can they keep that position? That is the question. Then we have the bigger gaps with Jiri for Tavanero Racing in P9. Another 15 seconds to Transatlantic Racing in P10. We have 40 seconds to Ray Racing. 32 car in P11. Yeatmaster for Nexus Racing in P12. And Echo, with some damage, unfortunately, running on the 3rd lap. 1 minute that gap, 4 minutes already behind the leader. So we'll have a look at the front. We see that gap, so didn't change that much. 24-25 seconds between P1 and P2 at the moment. Still Snowman for the 66 car, the BMW M6, going strong. Then in the GTR for Apex Motorsports with the fastest lap of the stint so far, it is Rodriguez. In P2, 11 seconds to Drenzo, but I have to break the bad news. Drenzo has some front and suspension damage. So you see the lap times 2:04s, 2:03s. Recently losing some time in that AMG. But they're certainly losing some time compared to the guys behind Roadrunner and Toto Wolff. Both the German and the Japanese drivers, they have a fully working car, no damage. They should be gaining on the American driver in P3. So we could see a change in position happen very, very soon. I think Drenzo will be very vulnerable down the Comrade straight. With that front damage, we probably lose a second. And with the slip, we might see an overtake happening. So Roadrunner with a decent run keeps that gap roughly 1.5, 1.6 seconds. Needs a good run out of the first elbow. A little of a wiggle, nothing too major, 1.5. And now he might pick up a little bit of slipstream already. And then the Drenzo will be losing speed now. The top end not as great anymore. 265, roughly getting to 270 kph, while Roadrunner Junior was running, not the junior, the senior, sorry, was running 280 kph, so gained
Yeah, 5, 6 tenths, and then, oh, a massive one. Good catch for Trenzo, but lost that position to the German driver, and the car still a little bit out of shape. Toto Wolff has the opportunity. See, probably still dirty tires for that AMG. See, understeers a little bit. Yeah, having all sort of troubles to keep that car on track. Can he defend that position for now? That is the question. Would be vital to keep that position through the mountain section. Toto Wolff trying to go for the move as the speed has the overrun and makes that move stick on the inside. No, they're still side by side coming through turn 2, but then Toto Wolff gets past and moves up into P4. So we will have a look what happened to Trenzo coming out of the chicane onto the grass. A little bit of a rear stepping out over the grass, and boom, there goes your momentum. And had dirty tires with that 4 wheels off track. Now he's back, but with that damage, they're probably not able to actually fight for the position, but obviously he would love to stay with P3 and P4 as long as he can to help him get a good run down the long straights. Again, a little bit of touch coming out of the forest elbow, losing a little bit of speed already. Still has that toe down the Comrade straight, so we'll see about the speeds now. In the slipstream he goes up to 275, still losing 5-6 kph probably, but that's probably not the worst situation now. Keep up with P3 and P4. We see the second GT Finland Racers car, the 67 Nibelai in P6, closing that gap as well to P5. Speed Hunter in P7, 10 seconds the gap to P6, and open up the gap to the Spider GT Racing Porsche in P8 to roughly 3 seconds. Oh, in P9, the Tavanello Racing AMG number 6, 42 seconds. Not really able to close that gap. Oh, what's going on? Do we lap? Just don't know. It looked like a weird situation. Maybe it was my end, but it shows definitely some damage on the car, and the lobby seems to be still running. So that was a scary moment. Just staying out. Lost 2-3 seconds with that mistake. So looked very weird, to be honest. I guess probably P10 the opportunity to get closer. They're already 1 lap down. It's close. The leaders are approaching, I think. Yeah, Snowman approaching. So this means we have currently 9 cars, 10 cars on the lead lap, but that P10 now in danger of losing the lead lap. Not too far behind. The leader is currently running in P11. It is Juppe for Ray Racing 32. Bit of a lonely race at this stage. Same goes for Yeet, Master and Echo, P12, P13 for Nexus Racing and Transatlantic Racing 95. We'll go back to our leaders, see how they can cope with the blue flags that are showing. Now will they lose time? They have the fastest lap of the stint currently, but they lost probably half a second to a second over the last 2-3 laps to P2. Rodriguez definitely catching Speed Hunter with a 2-minute 00.2, improving that fastest lap. But then we will stick with Roadrunner and Toto Wolff. P3, P4, they are running close. Still on track, and Trenzo is losing more and more. Lost that position to the 67 car already. And who's that car? That is a lapped car. Yeah, that is UPay in the Ray Racing 32 Audi R8. But also Speed Hunter is gaining 8 seconds, that gap to Trenzo at the moment. And also the Finnish driver is definitely flying, closing that gap to P4 and P3. At the same time, Roadrunner struggled through the dipper a little bit. This gives Toto Wolff the opportunity to go for a move, maybe. So we go on board with the Audi R8 and see the straight line comparison. It's 4/10, gaining initially. Will it be enough to go for a move? Don't think so. But gets a decent run on this lap to stay with Roadrunner in P3. And we also see Nikolai not too far behind, 1.5 seconds. They closed that gap already. We see Drenzo picking up the option to go into the pits, repairing that damage. It's a bit of an early pit stop with just the end of lap 10. So outside of the pit stop window, but still again we have plenty of options with that. The tire wear, the fuel consumption and the setup people are driving. We saw a one-stop strategy on the first stint, we saw 2 stops, we saw 3 stops, so everything is possible. You can stretch one of those stints probably without any risk of like ruining the tires. I still think that 2-stop is doable for Drenzo and the AMS USA crew in that Mercedes AMG. Car now dropped down to P8. And we'll see Speed Hunter 8 seconds, the gap still to Nikolai, but Nikolai closed that gap to P3 and P4, gets a double toe coming down the Comrade straight. The same goes for Toto Wolff. Roadrunner leading that train now, and Nikolai, we saw that BMW had a great straight line speed setup. Half a second, so 3-way fight for P3 now happening. AMG, Audi and BMW, 3 German manufacturers fighting for that P3 currently, and it is as close as it can get now coming out of the final turn, starting lap number 12. Who gets the best run out of turn 1 hell corner? It looks like Roadrunner with a decent exit, half a second that gap. Still Toto Wolff losing a little bit, and this could be an opportunity for Nikolai now to get a move done into turn 2. I don't think he is close enough. No, brakes early. Stays behind for now. And a Speed Hunter also bringing down that gap. 7 seconds gained on those 3 cars now. A bit wide for Toto Wolff, touching the walls out of the cutting. That's not helpful, but still is with Roadrunner, but under pressure now. Uphill we go. The left-hander skyline nearly flat out. Wow. And now we're going down into the S's. Braking early, tidy, steady through the dipper. That Audi looked quite stable. And now focus on the first elbow. Early on the power second gear for Nikolai. Didn't get the best run, 7/10 this time, the gap. So I think we will have the same order after the end of lap 12. Roadrunner with a good exit out of first elbow. Same goes for Toto Wolff and Nikolai. So they are pretty evenly matched currently. But it really does help Speed Hunter gain another 2/10 without slipstream though, down the Conrad straight. And let's go for another round here with the 3 battle. Just checking on the leaders, 22.8 seconds the gap, so Rodriguez slowly getting the gap down, 25 to 22.8 now. Roadrunner, Toto Wolff and Nikolai, we were with that group. Then Speed Hunter in P6, 6.5 seconds, he is flying as well, P6. Hoping for something to happen, of course, between the 3 cars. Then Rosenberg in P7, 10 seconds nearly that gap to Speed Hunter. Trenzo after the pit stop with the damage in P8. Bigger gaps now coming up between the drivers. Giri for Tavanello Racing in P9. Still running with that front aero and suspension damage. Fury Cat low on fuel already, didn't put in that much fuel during the pit stop in P10. Yupe in P11 runs with some damage as well. Lost some time to Yeetmaster. Yeetmaster under 10 seconds that gap now between P11 and P12, and Echo also with damage, still running 205s. Consistent lap times for now. So we go back to Roadrunner, Toto Wolff and Nibelai, and look at that. Roadrunner had a good run, opened up that gap, 1.2 seconds now. A little bit of a breather in that lap. Maybe now Toto Wolff is under pressure, not getting the strongest slipstream, and the 67 car closing that gap now. Really close. Looks like for a move we have a yellow flag situation. What happened? Who had an incident? We still have yellow flag. It is a transatlantic racing car that something, but this all helped the 67 Nikolai to go for a move. So up to P4. Maybe Toto Wolff was a little bit distracted. So we try to go for the long replay and see what happened. Oh, still very close. Then we should see the yellow flag showing here. Out of the final turn, we see that Lamborghini struggling, and Toto Wolff went in a little bit too deep and lost momentum. So dropped down to P5, and the 67 moves up into P4. So the leader's 66 car still comfortably doing very consistent lap times, 2.0s, 2.01s, something between that. No drama at all. Same goes for P2. Apex Motorsports Canada division with the guest starter from Peru, Rodriguez, in P2. Gained a couple of seconds since the pit stop, but yeah, still a nice gap for the leaders. Then Roadrunner under pressure. The GT Finland racers are on a move. The sister car P4 currently, and trying to move on to the podium position. Is really close now. With a good run out of the first turn down the mountain straight, we could see a change of position happening. Yeah, good traction for the AMG. Half a second should be safe, probably, to keep that P3 for now. Best personal sector as well for Roadrunner. So it stays P3 for Roadrunner, P4 for Nibelai for now. I'm pretty sure the German driver is feeling the pressure now. And both opened up that gap to P5. Toto Wolff for Racing 33. We will stay with that battle until the comrades straight, see if something is happening. So this gap will be roughly 4/10 coming out the first elbow. This could be a good opportunity for the BMW driver. Let's see, half a second. A little bit of a wiggle for Roadrunner, loses some momentum in. Still has half a second for now, but we see now the BMW is catching 4/10, 3.5. Under 3, strong slipstream now picking up 2/10, breaking through the chase, but no. Oh, again, Roadrunner touched that inside curb, loses momentum, defends the inside position now. No, doesn't defend. Oh, that was close, but again, the car got unsettled, went too deep into the final turn, and Nibelai with another position gained. P3 it is, but it's not over yet. Out of hell corner, down the mountain straight once again we go. A good exit for the AMG, 2/10 that gap, and Nibelai going defensive inside line, not giving up the position, forcing Roadrunner a long way around the outside. No, it's not gonna happen, so I think that position is now Nibelai's P3, and we watch that overtake once again. We saw Roadrunner onto the grass, then tried to defend the inside, but goes a little bit too fast, too hot into the final turner, loses momentum on the exit, and Nibelai with a nice little cut back to move up into P3 and half a second now that gap, trying to break away from a Roadrunner. It is Toto Wolff back with the action, just a second, and also the Speed Hunter. Look at that fighting. It definitely helped the TDR number 1. Gets the slipstream down the Comrade straight with 3 cars in front. So great run for Speed Hunter so far. Getting closer and closer to Toto Wolff, and Roadrunner staying with Nibelai. Half a second still that gap, so exciting racing action. P3, 4, 5 and 6. Say 2.5 to 3 seconds separates those 4 cars, and probably the fastest driver currently in this group is Speed Hunter in P6, who closed that gap. Can he go for the move? So now under half a second now between Speed Hunter and Toto Wolff. Not enough, I think, to go for a move into the second turn. No, Toto Wolff will keep that position. And Roadrunner doing his best to stay with the 67. Through the cutting, we'll see losing some time now, nearly a second. Uphill we go once again. And this could be the opportunity for the BMW to open up that gap before the downhill section. Great run, carries the momentum, carries the speed, crosses skyline at 1.5 seconds. Look at that. Massive, massive run for the 67, 1.5. That gap now. So Speed Hunter is officially out of... No, Roadrunner is out of the slipstream. Speed Hunter is well within the slipstream. He is as close as it can possibly get, coming into the first elbow section. as Toto Wolff was struggling a little bit on the exit. The same goes for Speed Hunter, though. Didn't get the best run. Still has a little bit of slipstream, helping them coming down the Converse straight over the little crest. Through the chase we go. But then braking early into the left-right chicane. It gained another 10th through that section, braking for the final turn. Now he's really close, nose to tail, driving between P5 and P6. A bit hesitant on the throttle over the curb, but same goes for Toto Wolff. Again, we see the slipstream helping coming down that main straight. And now I feel like an overtake is coming very soon. It's happening. Toto Wolff lost contact again to Roadrunner. No more slipstream. So now this is Speed Hunter's opportunity to go and move up another position. The really close skyline. It's less than 2/10. It's close. Downhill we go into the S's. And keep it steady. Focus on the dipper. And then get ready for the exit of Forest Elbow. Now this is very tight lines, to be honest. A bit wide on the exit. Again, not the best run out of Forest Elbow for TDR Speed Hunter. But gap is under 4/10 and she should pick up that toe now. The strong part of it approaching the chase. It is under 3/10, 2.5. Will we see a late dive? No. So needs to get a better run out of Forest Elbow to go for a move. For now, Toto Wolff keeping that P5 for the Racing 33. 2.4 seconds that gap to Roadrunner, and Nibelai out of the slipstream range, and 3.6 seconds that gap. So have a look at the leaders. Snowman for the 66 GT Finland Racers BMW M6. That gap has come down to under 20 seconds between P1 and P2. So very fast, consistent lap times for the Nissan GTR number 23 Apex Motorsports Canada. And we saw Nibelai, Roadrunner, Toto Wolff and Speed Hunter. Again, Speed Hunter very close. Uphill we go. P7 we have Spider GT Racing, 16 seconds that gap now. The second AMS Cardi USA team for Apex Motorsports, P8 after an early pit stop with the damage, trying to close that gap again. And then we have the bigger gaps in that grid. P6, number 6 in P9 Cheery for Tavanello Racing, AMG running with the damage. And Free Cat for Transatlantic Racing Hurricane in P10. 20 seconds that gap to Yupe in the 32 Ray Racing car. And another 13 seconds to Yeetmaster for Nexus Racing. P13 we have the Echo for the second Transatlantic Racing Lamborghini Huracan number 95. 5 minutes and 47 seconds to the leaders. That is roughly 2 minutes the gap to P12 currently. And we see Speed Hunter going in for an early pit stop, undercut maybe. He couldn't get past the 33 Ray Racing Audi R8, so maybe that's now a strategy move to see if they can go for the undercut and go for an overtake during the pit stop period. So we are approaching probably that pit stop window now. We see some low fuel appearing on the display for most of the cars. And here we go, looks like the leaders are coming in for their first service. A bit wide on the entry, but no reset, so they made it into the pit lane. What about Rodriguez for Apex Motorsports? Staying out for one more lap. That gap is coming down, 18.8 seconds last time around, so gained another second roughly that lap. Staying out for one lap. What about the 67 BMW? Great move up so far during the stint. P3 for the 67, and going for the same strategy by the looks as their sister car into the pits. They go. Roadrunner staying out for one more lap for TDR number 2 car. Same goes for Toto 33 AMG Ray Racing Audi R8 in P5. The Spider GT Racing Porsche doing another lap. And Denso and Speed Hunter with the undercut attempt has some traffic still, so Denso they have worse tires because of an earlier pit stop, but will probably try to extend that stint. So probably not the best news for Speed Hunter if they want to make that undercut work on the 33 car. So far I don't think they are getting slowed down at this stage. So the strategy could work still. So after the pit stop for Snowman and the 66, we have Rodriguez leading the race, but probably not for long. See, the fuel is low, and yeah, exactly, coming in for their pit stop. So we will see the 66 car retaking the lead when they come around the final turn. So it was roughly 19 seconds before the pit stops. And you see now we're starting to refuel. We have 3 liters per second refueling speed. And that looks like a longer pit stop for the AMS crew, losing a couple of seconds. So looks like lost 2 seconds during that pit stop due to the fuel. So I can confirm that the 23 car put in a bit more fuel compared to the BMW. But still they got lucky to stay in front of the P3, P4 drivers. Yeah, they haven't done their pit stop yet. So that was, I think, great timing for the 23. Stay in P2, get some clean air, a clear track in front, so they can push on. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we see the number 2 AMG pitting very soon as well. And then it will be interesting to see Speed Hunter in P8 was 3 seconds behind the sister car. And Toto Wolff in P4. This was the car for the undercut for Speed Hunter in P8. I think they could run for a couple of more laps if they want to, yet the tires, especially the rears, aren't in the best condition anymore. I'm not sure how that Audi R8 feels on worn rear tires. So I would expect to see the AMG pitting this lap or the next lap at the latest, going for one more lap. Alright, looks like Toto Wolff now into the pits they go. So will the undercut work for Speed Hunter in P8? That is the question. The Porsche is staying out for another lap. So Nikolai should be running P3 when everyone completed their pit stops. Currently it is P6, will move up into P5 now. So Toto Wolff still refueling. Here comes Drenzo and Speed Hunter coming round the first turn corner, and this is close, but he gets the run, probably gets the better exit speed coming out of the turn, and Toto Wolff cannot defend that position for now. So I think that undercut just worked for the number 1 AMG. Yeah, perfectly timed then, I guess. So you love to see if some strategy actually works for now. But this looked like to be the only option for Speed Hunter to get that position without having to battle too hard. And also right behind the 24 Apex Motorsport USA car, AMG versus AMG, a different quality of tires. Speed Hunter with fresh softs. Drenzo, they're I think already 11-12 laps old. Those soft tires are still in a okay-ish shape, but I think it's still advantage for Speed Hunter. Oh, and we see Roadrunner pitting, so it was close as well between Roadrunner and Toto Wolff, 2.5 seconds, and Toto Wolff had a bit more fuel left when they were pitting. So I guess Roadrunner might lose 2 positions there to Speed Hunter and Toto Wolff. So yeah, refueling now. Drenzo crosses the line, P5, Speed Hunter P6, and Toto Wolff P7 comes around that final turn. Roadrunner still refueling, so yeah, loses 2 positions to Toto Wolff and Speed Hunter. Out on track in P8. This is a lapped car. That is the 32 Racing Audi R8. But gets a little bit of a toe down the mountain straight. And then maybe also a good run down the mountain. But it's 7 seconds, so that fuel management was key for success so far for the strategy for Toto Wolff, and especially for Speed Hunter, who closed that gap now. He's right behind Drenzo. We also see yellow flag situation. There is a transatlantic racing hurricane. Now we have to be patient through the dipper, through the S's. Oh, we can barely make a move here, but now coming out of the first elbow. Oh, scratches on that livery. Mr. T won't be pleased with that, but the good thing is no damage so far. So we see Hurricane getting out of the way, staying out of the way for most of the rest. About Toto Wolff sending it down the inside. But we want to go with Speed Hunter versus Trenzo. Battle for P5. Good exit out of the final turn. This could be a very nice setup for a move into turn 2. Just need to nail a hell corner. That looks like a decent run for Speed Hunter. A little bit over the curb, but didn't lose any momentum. And now we should see the toe. Trenzo going a little bit defensive, forcing Speed Hunter around the outside, and it rarely happens that you can go around the outside. So for now, they keep the positions. It's also like, I think, a smart decision for now to don't risk anything with the heavy damage, of course, here in place. And with more than 9 hours of racing left in the Bathurst 12 hours, it's still early doors at one, and we still have the Spider GT racing car running. They might be going for that one-stop strategy. Interesting to see the Porsche going for a long stint, and the strategy for most of the drivers seems to be a two-stop, roughly 40 minutes to drive on one set of tires. But Rosenberg is definitely extending that stint, so they need to get roughly to lap 29, so 3-4 laps still to go. Losing a little bit of pace now, maybe looking after the tires, and this is probably not a big task for Nibelai to get back into P3 on fresh, soft tires with that two-stop strategy. Should have the run probably on the Comrade straight. Very, very close now already. Skyline. No, it has to be patient. Into the SS we go. And keeping it steady through the dipper. Still within 3-4 tenths. That is a nice gap to have. And okay, showed his nose. Couldn't get the best exit out of first elbow. And again, we know that Porsche was quick down the main straight. That Comrade straight, should put it. So yeah, the BMW not gaining that much on the long straight. Probably has to go for a move into turn 2. This could be the setup now. Staying close now. Into the first turn we go. Good run. A bit onto the grass. That loses them a couple of tenths, but still got that slipstream going on. And now we should see the draft kicking in. But the mountain straight. Whoa, that was a late move. let's watch that one more time. Oh, that speed really picked up towards the end of that straight, just before the braking zone. You see 100 boom braking and a little bit of contact between the cars, and this unsettled the Spider GT Porsche, but no damage. But I can definitely confirm that the tires are not looking good anymore for that Porsche. So struggling a little bit. Still, I might see an incident report coming in for that maneuver. So situation at the front. Fastest lap of the stint goes to Rodriguez with a 59.9. Under 20 seconds the gap again, so it looks like they are pushing 59s now twice in a row for the 23 GTR. In P3 it is for the 67 BMW M6, and Rosenberg for Spider GT Racing still running on those very worn soft tires now. Opportunity for Speed Hunter, under 3 seconds that gap now. Open up that gap to Toto Wolff to 6 seconds, and under pressure. Where's Drenzo? Drenzo lost that position to Speed Hunter, and also the time. Yeah, we also see the difference in the tire wear because of that earlier pit stop they had to run to fix damage. They will, I don't know, can they go for a move again? So will they just use the pace and stay with the 33 car for now until they approach their pit stop window again? We saw especially that AMG struggle a little bit on top end. The first stint also didn't get the best run out of the first elbow. Still got that slip, and now that gap is coming down. But I think that little wiggle cost them to be in a better position by the end of the straight. No, stays as it is. P6 for the 33, P7 for the 24 car. And here we go, the Spider GT Porsche finally pitting. That's lap 28, alright. So 28, 29 was my guess. So there will be dropping down the order a little bit. But we have to remember everyone else is basically on a two-stop strategy, and they need to do one more pit stop again. But it will come out in P8 again. The gap to the next drivers is big enough. P9, it's the number 6 Tavanello Racing AMG. P10 we have the 93 Transatlantic Racing Lamborghini Huracan. And that gap has come down between P10 and P11. Yupe right behind. Now that Huracan, P10, P11, Transatlantic Racing versus Ray Racing, Lamborghini versus Audi. Two Eber cars tackling the Mount Panorama circuit at Bathurst. And he's close to us. The better setup for the Dipper. I know that the Audi seems to be very stable with the setup they are running. And looks like that Hurricane is struggling a little bit through that section, but maybe gets the better run onto the straight, more top end. Yuppie with a good exit, has the slip, tries to, I don't know, he's gaining 3/10, but probably not close enough. Braking early at the 150 board. It carries some nice speed through the chicane. Whoa, big slide. Half a second. That also doesn't help the rear tires. So 4, 5, 10, that gap. Turn 1 again. Both drivers struggling with the power in those MR cars. It's still half a second roughly between P10 and P11. And also P12. The Nexus Racing 54 BMW is catching 4 seconds. That gap roughly. And Echo for Transatlantic Racing 95 in P13. Driving with a little bit of damage again. So that Lamborghini probably not the easiest car to drive. Here we just saw the leaders got past. 18 seconds, that gap between P1 and P2. Snowman doing very, very consistent lap times. You see it on the right hand side. It's like 2 minutes, 6, 4, 6, 4, 5, 8, 6, 4 over the last couple of laps. So it's all within 2, 3 tenths. Not the ultimate pace, but definitely very consistent pace. And Rodriguez is pushing, like, tries to bring that gap down. See the tire are starting to wear a little bit. Unable to get into the 59s, but still a low 2 minutes for the 23 GTR for Apex Motorsports. Then the fastest driver on track currently is Nikolai for the 67 GT Finland Racers BMW AM6. 33 seconds, yeah. Still has a nice little gap to P4 now. Speed Hunter with some serious pace in this stint as well. Moved up to P4. I think started P6, 7, something like that. Toto Wolff then for Ray Racing. 33 Audi R8 in P5. We saw that gap between Toto Wolff and Renzo. I think like it's going up. So pretty sure that the American driver is now feeling the tire wear. Or then clipped that wall and lost half a second. But then gets a good run through the S's. Again, so Toto Wolff struggling a little bit through this section. So up and down between the two drivers. But no drama coming out of Forest Elbow. The same goes for Trenzo. It is just outside of that slipstream in P7. We have Roadrunner with the best tires currently. 7 seconds, that gap. And then we have the car with the one-stop strategy, Legion Rosenberg for Spider GT Racing, the only Porsche 911 on the grid. Interesting to see what the strategy when the other drivers are pitting in front of him. They might be fighting for P5, 6 towards the end of that stint. Giri for Tavernello Racing number 6. AMG 33 seconds. And then, oh, just in time. Little mistake for the Brazilian driver, deep into the final turn, and Juppe on the inside for turn 1. That doesn't get the best exit, so we go side by side down the mountain straight. Juppe has the inside line still, he can cover that position, probably heading into turn 2. ERF Ricket early on the brakes, not going for the move, and Yeatmaster is right behind them. We have a yellow flag situation. Yes, something happened in front of the drivers for another car. Yellow flag, so no overtaking. Oh no! That was Speed Hunter. Speed Hunter with massive damage. So what happened to Speed Hunter? Oh, he spun it. We just caught the end of it. That is unlucky. Where is he? He's facing the wrong way. The chase, the cutting. Sorry, the cutting. Very unlucky for Speed Hunter, trying to get this car going and gets some damage as well. That part of the track is very, very unlucky. If you have a spin, you need to perform a 5-way turn. I don't know, but yeah, Speed Hunter. Just when I said he had a great run, P4 down to P7 with damage. So that's, I don't know, another unfortunate mistake. So can they recover from that one? 135, that gap to the leaders. Pretty sure they have to pit now and fix the damage, and maybe then go for a long stint to finish that second driver stint. So yeah, time to pit. We will lose that position to Rosenberg in P8. Oh, they will swap positions. So again, very unlucky moment for the number 1 car. The gap between P1 and P2 is, yeah, coming down. 16.6 seconds. Snowman still very, very consistent lap times, and Rodriguez just those 2-3 tenths per lap quicker at the moment, chipping away the gap. But still a big gap for the leaders, of course. Fastest driver on track was still P3, the 67 car Nivelai for GT Finland races. Then Toto Wolff in P4. Now he inherited that position after that incident for Speed Hunter. Same goes for Trenzo, but Trenzo couldn't keep up with Toto Wolff now. 4.5 seconds that gap. Yeah, I think they will be pitting very, very soon. Now could be one more lap. Or in this lap. What's the decision? Looks like they're staying out for one more lap. Then Roadrunner in P6. Gaining on P5. Definitely. And in P7, the one stopper. And Speed Hunter another 30 seconds behind. Now they put in quite some fuel, so I think they have to go to the end now. Maybe suffer with some tire wear towards the end of the stint. That's the only opportunity for that car. P9 we have Jiri and 6 seconds. Yep. Probably won't be getting any closer. Speed Hunter will be threading the needle. And we still have that battle going on. Hurricane, Juppe and Yeatmaster, P10, 11 and 12. Transatlantic Racing, Ray Racing and Nexus Racing. 3 cars in that close fight for P10. Hurricane going a little bit deep through the cutting. This gives Juppe the opportunity, and also Yeatmaster in that BMW 54 entry. Oh, slides a little bit. Gets it all wrong, but keeps it on track. Ooh, that could have ended in drama. Very close. The 3 drivers now over the crescent skyline. Whoa, Yupe nearly touched the inside line of that wall. Now this is as close as it can get, probably between 3 cars into first. There we go for another time. We see that the rear stepping out, the BMW. But past the slipstream, 4/10 should be gaining now. Also, very interesting gearing. And we get the overtake presented by Yeetmaster. Yupe moves up 1 place into P10, Fury Cat in P11. So let's see that overtake once again. Using that slipstream and that toe, and then chooses the inside line for the chase, but has the overrun early on, and a nice little move. So we just saw that Fury Cat hits with some damage as well, so drops down to P12. Probably also will go for a long stint to finish that driver stint. And 15 seconds between P1 and P2. So Snowman now lapping 2 minute ones, and Rodriguez still lapping 2 minutes. Mid 0.6 still, so gaining 3/4 tenths, maybe half a second at max per lap. That is good progress for the E23 car. Also on P3 struggling a little bit with tires now, 201s now. That's the pace they can go during that stage of the race. So yeah, I think 2-3 laps away from the next scheduled pit stops. P4 for the 33 AMG, the best MR car on the grid. Roadrunner for TDR number 2, they cannot close that gap currently in P5, but they have 27 seconds, and the 48, they want to go to the end. They opted to go for a one-stop strategy, and not sure 27 seconds will be enough for Roadrunner to keep that position. Oh. Drenzo with fresh tires now, the time to push maybe 6.5 seconds that gap to P6. So better tires for now. Can they close that gap before the driver swap? And Jiri running in P8. And I just realized that we have Yeetmaster now P10, got past Yupe. And what happened to Speed Hunter? Speed Hunter with damage again. Oh no, he's probably pushing too hard now. So that's like the risk at Bathurst. If you're down already, you have to push. If you have to push, you make probably mistakes a bit more easily. This is probably what happened. Just a quick stop to fix that front damage. those two, Yeetmaster and Yupe P10 and P11, both looking very similar with the tire wear and the fuel. So, but Yeetmaster going in for the pit stop. So Yupe going for an overcut situation in here. And in P12 it is Transatlantic Racing Fury Cat with an undercut attempt, but with damage again. So also an unlucky run for the number 93, and yeah, pitting once again to fix the damage. In P13 we still have Echo for the number 95, Huracan for Transatlantic Racing. Low on fuel now. They will be pitting in this lap probably as well. Nope. One more lap it is, by the looks. Oh, let's see what the leaders are currently doing. 13.3 seconds, so now the gap is coming down by quite a margin, 7, 8, 10th a lap. Now, and P1 is quite low on fuel, so maybe 2 more laps to go, and it should be okay with the scheduled, planned pit stop window, I guess. With 21 laps to go, I think everything under 20 laps should be no biggie. Rodriguez, they have a bit more fuel currently, so they a bit more flexibility with the strategy, I guess. Cover the leaders, go for an overcut and undercut. I'm pretty sure they will gain 2-3 seconds in the pit lane, nevertheless with that fuel advantage currently. Nikolai in P3 with the same fuel as P1, so they have running the same team strategy by the looks. So I think when leader pits, P3 will also be pitting. And the gaps have opened up then between the drivers. Now after 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing so far. We are getting closer to that pit stop window now. We see P8, they are pitting, or I wouldn't be surprised to see more cars coming into the pits this lap or the next lap. And so far that gap between P6 and P7 is not changing that much, roughly 6 seconds. Both cars will go to the end before the driver swap. So this is a battle for position at some point. 5-6 seconds, that's nothing for a 12-hour race. Speed Hunter then P8 after hitting twice for damage repair. Chiri in 9th, and Yupe with that overcut. 32 seconds. Pretty sure they will be pitting now. Nope. They don't. Have some blue flags to obey. Probably would have been better to pit now, or try to use that Porsche as a little bit of a reference and as a tow. And the leader is in now. So 12 seconds that gap between P1 and P2, so they lost quite some time over the last couple of laps. Still another 2 minute for Rodriguez, so definitely some serious pace here on the 23 car. And also a little bit of a fuel advantage. So that gap might come down to under 10 seconds after the final pit stop. And as expected, the sister car doing the same strategy into the pits we go. So now we have 23 seconds maybe between P1 and P2. And Snowman and the 66 car, they completed their pit stops. Rodriguez still needs to do one more pit stop, and this will be happening very, very soon, judging the fuel now. They maximum 2 more laps if they want to. Toto Wolff staying out for an extra lap, or maybe 2. Same goes for Road Runner in P4. They just jumped the 67 car, but Roadrunner have to pit again as well. So net P3 for the 67 car still. P3 and P4, they need to pit very, very soon. And the gap between P6 and P7, Rosenberg and Drenzo, under 5 seconds now, so the AMS car picking up the pace towards the end of the stint, and the leader is in now. So we see roughly 10-12 seconds, that gap, when they come out of the pit, would be my guess. So here comes Snowman. He will be leading this race, but the question is, what will the gap be? So you see the refuel is happening, coming out of the first turn, and you see if that's, I don't know, is it too much fuel? I don't know. Something between 10 and 12 seconds. That was quite a good guess. Of course it is. So yeah, fuel looking pretty much the same. 1 lap fresher tires for the 23 car in P2. Toto Wolff staying out for another lap. Interesting. Roadrunner into the pits now. So Nibelai up to P4, and they will be moving up onto the podium once Toto Wolff in P3 will be pitting probably this lap. So this could be an interesting battle happening between the 48 Sparta GT Racing Porsche and the 24 AMS AMG. Under 4 seconds also. Roadrunner could be just joining this battle now. So refueling, they're coming around the first turn, and where is Roadrunner? Not too far behind, leaving the pits now. Roughly 6 seconds, that gap. So P5, 6 and 7 with Legend Rosenberg with the worst tires because of the one-stop strategy. Still okay for now, but yeah, we have also a couple of laps still to go. The end of lap 58 is where we see the drivers coming in for the driver swap. And 3 seconds, Drenzo is definitely pushing. Roadrunner then, nearly 7 seconds with fresh soft tires now, pushing. Oh, that was close. Tapped the wall, but no damage. That was lucky for the TDR driver. TDR number 1 car, Speed Hunter in P8, after too much damage for his liking, for the team's liking. And Chiri in P9, lonely race for now. And what happened? Jupe has 23 seconds suddenly. They were running nose to tail, Jupe, Furycat and Yeetmaster. Oh, Furycat with the damage again on the rear. Yeetmaster is close, so we could see an overtake pretty soon, I guess. Getting closer. Whoa, what a run! But has to be patient. Into the S as we go. Once again, the Dipper. Tricky part for that Huracan. Struggling, touching the wall again. But also the BMW touched that wall before the first elbow section. But should get that position now. That rear aero damage. Oh, but there is a blue flag, so I was wondering why is Yeetmaster losing time because of the blue flags. Speed Hunter was coming through. Bit of an unlucky situation for the 54 car. They could have been a move, and we see flashing the lights, and Speed Hunter goes through. This opportunity for Yeetmaster once again to get within half a second to Furycat in P12. Furycat goes wide at the exit of turn 1. Total Wolf into the pits now, P3. Where will they emerge after the pit stop? That is the question. Furycat keeping P11 just. Question is, dirty tires for turn 2. Looks okay. But will they go side by side? Coming into the cutting? Yes, they do. No. Yeetmaster is backing out of it. Touching the wall a little bit. Losing some momentum. Again, but it is so tough to go for a move uphill. This is, I think, it's costing Yeetmaster quite some time. Skyline once again carrying more speed, but is it close enough to go for that move? Once again, be patient, wait for the Comrade straight. This time, showing his nose, forcing the Huracan driver into a mistake. Didn't happen. So good racing, half a second, and now we should see that move happening. Was just delayed for one more lap, I think. That damage now will slow the Huracan down massively, and you see that BMW is catching 3/10. 2/10, they should go for get that move done. We've coming through the chase into the braking zone, and easy, nice little overtake for the 54. But still has to defend that position. Coming into the final corner we go. But keeping it steady. Alright, race situation at the front. Under 10 seconds between P1 and P2. Rodriguez is pushing. Gained roughly 15 seconds so far during his stint. E3, after having to fight for a couple of positions. It's the 67 BMW M6 for GT Finland Racers. Nibelai having a great stint. Total Wolf kept that P4 just. Drenzo got past Rosenberg. Alright, that is interesting. I think that Porsche is struggling a little bit with the tires now. P6, Drenzo in 5th, and Total Wolf with the best tires for the rest of the stint in P4. But it's still a close gap. 1.5 seconds, that's just within that slipstream range. And Drenzo gaining a little bit on the Audi driver in front. So P4, 5 and 6 will get close, hopefully, towards the end, at least for us spectators, that is. A good run for Trenzo under 1 second. That gap now. Oh, on the edge. Nearly touched the wall, but it's now balls to the walls. I don't know. The end of the stint is coming closer and closer. What a run through the dipper. Look at that. Massive run for the American driver. Now again, can they get a good exit for the run? Yes, they have. It's almost too good, too early. So maybe play it now tactical. Don't go for the move too early. That looks like a good setup now, approaching the chase. Toto Wolff defending the inside line. Wow. Side by side they go through the chicane. Look at that, still side by side, giving each other room, and Trenzo makes that move stick up to P4. Wow, that was a nice sequence of racing happening between the two drivers. We'll have a look at the replay once again. So couldn't get the move done before the chase, but then they go side by side through the chicane. And a little bit of contact midway through the turn, but I think that is all fair in my opinion. A great move. P4 it is for AMS USA, 24 AMG, 33 Ray Racing Audi R8, then running in P5, and the Spider GT Racing Porsche 911 in P6, just hanging with P4 and P5. Touches the wall, that's not helping, losing 1, 2, 3 tenths maybe through that part of the track. Roadrunner P7. A big gap to the sister car, the number 1 AMG for TDR in 8th position. In P9 it is Tavanello Racing, the number 6 AMG for the Italian team in P9. That Juppe in P10. That gap opened up to Yeatmaster, 28.7 seconds, and we see the Transatlantic Racing 93 hitting again to repair some of the damage. So, no, 3-4 times now I caught them running with the damage, unfortunately. And the sister car, 95 Huracan in P13. So 8.5 seconds. So how much time can Rodriguez gain towards the end of that stint before the driver swap? It is definitely getting closer and closer. Need to see if we get the next stream ready. Next part of the stream, let's put it that way. Bear with me for a second. That gap's still coming down. 8.1, 8.2. P3. Bit of a lonely race at this stage, but yeah, we still have plenty of racing to come for the 12 hours. Here, 4 more stints. Roughly 2 hours each for the teams and the drivers, and for the admins, the race directors, and the streamers, the commentators, of course. So don't go anywhere. Trenzo and Toto Wolf, P4, P5. That's still very, very close. A second between the two. I think I see the next lobby stream already. Thank you. So I'm gonna prepare that in the background. So we'll stay with Trenzo and Toto Wolf for a hot second. Ready for the next stream and driver swap. So let's have a look at the situation. Snowman, 7.8 seconds, that gap. Now Rodriguez pushing to bring that gap down as much as possible before the end of that driver stint. So the end of lap 58 is where we will see the driver swap sequence once again. Nikolai in P3 for the 67. BMW M6, another 30 seconds to Trenzo for Apex Motorsports USA, the 24 AMG. Toto Wolff trying to keep up with Trenzo in that 33 Audi R8 for Ray Racing. P6 we have Road Runner for Track Design Racing, the number 2 AMG entry. And oh, we missed An extra pit stop for Spider GT Racing. They're out on fresh, soft tires. So lost that position to Roadrunner, P7. Now Speed Hunter, the number 1 car, in P8, running for TDR Track Design Racing. P9 we have Tavanello Racing, number 6 AMG Cheery, driving with a little bit of front damage on that car. Or will they just stay out and go to the end now? Upay for Ray Racing, 32 Audi R8 in P10. We have Yeetmaster for Nexus Racing, 54 BMW M6. In E11, Hurricane for the Transatlantic Racing Team, number 33, that Lamborghini Huracan in 12th, and Echo, the 95 Huracan for the second entry for Transatlantic Racing. And we'll look at the gap between Snowman and Rodriguez. Look at that, 6.6. This is getting closer and closer. We have 8 laps and the rest of this lap to go before the driver swap sequence. And we see Rodriguez on the Comrade straight already. 6.5 seconds the gap. You can see the Finnish driver at some spots on the track already. It lost a little bit down the straight, but gains it back through the chicane, heading into the final turn. Let's have a look at those lap times. 2 minute 2, 2 minute 7, so half a second roughly. Well, I can tell that the 23 car is gaining. So should come down to under 5 seconds by the end of that driver stint. Should have a very interesting third stint coming for you all. In P3, the 67, very consistent lap times as well. 47 seconds that gap already. So who is still on the lead lap? P4 still keeping that. And this is crucial in case we see any more safety cars. So being on that lead lap is important. Toto Wolff in P5 as well. That gap has opened up a little bit between P4 and P5, but still nothing dramatic. Roadrunner in P6, 1 minute 48 behind the leaders, so still holding that lead lap. The same goes for Legend Rosenberg for Sparta GT Racing. So we have then 7 cars on the lead lap. Speed Hunter in P8, 1 lap down at this stage. So and then we have the bigger gaps between the drivers now, 27-28 seconds between P8 and P9, 1 minute 30 roughly between P9 and P10. Another 22 seconds between the 32 and the 54 car currently. And at the back of the grid we have the 2 Transatlantic Racing Lamborghini Huracans, 93 and 95 car. Alright, under 5 seconds, here we go. lap 52. But this will get very, very interesting if they can keep that pace. And yeah, just have a look at those lap times. 46 to 51, 2 minute 0.2, 0, 0.2, 0.1. Let's even go further. 44, 59, and all within 2-3 tenths. Now Nibelai pitting, oh, they have damage, but they will still keep that P3. Not sure if it was necessary to pit now with just 7 laps to go. But Trenso, that gap, roughly 7 seconds now after that incident, but the 67 car, they have fresh tires now. They should increase that gap by the end, probably. So Trenso and Toto Wolff in P4 and P5 different on their tire wear though. Trenso had to go for a longer stint, and I can clearly see now the tire wear kicking in, while we have Toto Wolff in the R8. Quite a late pit stop. So it is tire advantage for the Audi driver. And just 2 seconds that gap. So will the tires fall off a cliff for the AMG on those final couple of laps? Could get very, very interesting. 3.5, and that gap is coming down, 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 and down between P1 and P2. So, since the pit stop, that is 20 seconds gained for Rodriguez, and putting the 23 car and the AMS Canada team in a great position for the remainder of this race. We could even see like a 1 second gap between them when they approach the driver swap. Look at that. That could be massive, like very, very massive, and also like a great way to start a stint 3 then. Okay, same thing we saw. The end of the Comrade Straight is where that BMW is gaining some time. More top end. But over 1 lap, the GTR pace is better. 20.7 for Rodriguez, 21.1 for Snowman. That was a good lap. Just lost 3-4 tenths on that lap. But it could be a nail biter towards the end of that stint before we see the driver swap happening. What about Toto Wolff and Trenso? Yeah, look at that. That gap also under a second, half a second roughly. But then Toto Wolff struggling through the dipper and gets damage. Oh no, that was very unfortunate. Let's see it once again. Caught up with the AMG and the S's. And then the dipper, the exit, oh, the rear just went. Couldn't avoid that. Now has to run with the damage for the remainder of that stint probably. And look at that gap going up and up, nearly 3 seconds. Now, so what's the decision for the Audi? Staying out probably. Too late to pit now. And 2.5 seconds between P1 and P2. I think. Yeah. This could be a head-to-head battle. Now, I reckon on the penultimate lap, they will be running nose to tail. Hey, what a stint for AMS Rodriguez. Also a World Tour driver, by the way, for the Apex Motorsports team. And good exit out of Hell Corner, gaining 2/3/10. Just like that. 2 seconds now, that gap between the leaders. Lap 55. So 55, 56, 57, 58. 4 more laps to go. Don't think we have any other close battles on track currently. So I'm just going through the grid to ensure that. So yeah, nothing close so far. And let's go. The battle for the lead is on. Under 2 seconds, that gap. Gaining through the dipper and the downhill part. 1.6 is just outside of that slip. So we will see that gap going up again on the Comrade Straight. Roughly up to 2 seconds again would be my guess. So 1.9 it was now. Rodriguez will be gaining that time once they cross the start finish. I think it should be roughly 1.5 seconds. 1.6. So he will probably be within striking distance, slipstream range after this lap. So watch out for that drive. We go a little bit on board in that GTR. We haven't been doing that for quite a while. So let's spectate the chase from the AMS driver. That traction is immense coming out of the cutting section. 1.2 now. And over the top at Skyline it is 1.1 seconds. Coming downhill into the SS once again. 1 second, here we go. We have our lead battle now with 3.5 laps to go. Intense racing at the front. Into the frost elbow we go. Good traction once again. Keeping it within a second and has the slipstream now. So don't think he will be losing that much time on that long straight anymore. And we should see a wheel-to-wheel battle probably for the final 2 laps. Nice and tidy lines through the final corners of that lap. Braking for that final tunnel. 1 second. And here we go. Let's go to the TV camera. This is great to see. And solid run out of the first turn. Once again under 1 second for Rodriguez now. Well inside that slipstream range. So can they go for a move? We saw it in stint 1 earlier that GTR just didn't have the legs on the Comrade Straight to actually go for the move. But I think they will be very, very pleased to be within a second of the leaders after 4 hours of racing. And it should continue right after the driver swap sequence. Oh, watch out for that. Lap 57. End of lap 58 is where we perform the driver swap. So not that much time left for both of them to either defend or attack. Either way, we have a great battle for the lead here at the Bathurst 12 hours, presented by the ERF. And here we go, force elbow, great run. Half a second, that gap. We have also blue flags now. Oh, still a bit of a distance. But hey, never know. 2 cars in front, fighting for position, or not sure if they're fighting for position. It's definitely blue flag situation now. And the leaders are coming through. They are starting then their final lap of the stint run. But now a little bit of contact between the 2 drivers heading into the final turn. But Snowman stays in P1. 2/10 that gap now coming out of the first corner. Hell corner onto the mountain straight. What a great run we have for Rodriguez. Snowman going defensive, taking the inside line for turn 2. No, not giving Rodriguez any room for a dive down the inside. And then we have the Porsche and the Lamborghini just in front. So this could be very, very spicy now. Oh, a late move into the cutting. Wow. Snowman a little bit too late, understeered, and Rodriguez took advantage. Let's get this from Rodriguez on board. Turn 2, good run, more speed. There was a gap, and boom, here we go, made that move stick. What a nice move on that final lap of the stint. And once the top 2 drivers are coming into the pit to perform the driver swap, we go picture in picture for the next stint. You, Hattrick, will be your commentator for that one. And he can continue with that racing action right away. So Rodriguez now in the lead with a 23. 6/10 that gap to Snowman in P2. What a battle we have for the lead. Now the leader will be hitting now. I guess, I hope they are aware of, yeah, into the pits they go. Leader is in. P2 as well, approaching their pit crew. So out on track we see the 67 car, 1 minute that gap at this stage. And then let's see, so we are in on that pit box, so we go to the transition hopefully and see the racing action continue in that small little window. And I will prepare the big screen for you in a second. Bear with me. So P3 into the pits. And you, if you can hear me, can you please go to P1 and P2 on track for that little picture in picture? That would be nice.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Jaeger, I'm on the PSN. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, that's all fine. Yeah, so you can continue with the racing action P1, P2. They should be really close. Now you should cover that. I think in that little transition
right, yes,
window.
Our stream is just starting. Our new lobby is just starting. They're coming out of the pits now. Many of them are in the pits doing their major pit stop. But in the first place, we have AMS Dude, who is from Canada, and he is in the Aston Martin. Then it's Max Out Finn, then Berger's Finn, and then we have Windfire and Francisco, who are still in the pits. They'll be coming out in a few seconds. Let's get started here again as we start our third stint at Bathurst. Loud and clear. I hope you enjoyed the race. Been entertaining so far with a very close battle for first and second. And we're just getting things sorted out now, and then we are all live. As you can see, we've got that's the Nissan GTR of AMS Dude in first place here, and now more cars are coming out of the pits. In second place, we've got Max Out Finn. And then we've got Betelgeuse Finn in third, and then Windfire in fourth, and Alex Oid in fifth, Red One F1
GTR
in
of
sixth,
AMS
Francisco in seventh,
here, and now
Distinct
more
Philo
cars
in
are
eighth,
coming out of the
Hijack Paddy
pits.
in ninth,
In second place we've got Max Out Finn, and then we've got Betelgeuse Finn in third, and Windfire in fourth, and Alex Oid in fifth, Red One F1 in sixth, Francisco in seventh, and Distinct Philo in eighth, Hijack Paddy in ninth, and Avgo Paddy in 10th, and Dylan 119 11th, and HOR Jojo 5243 currently still in the pits, but they're just getting things sorted out there, and then they'll be back out on track. So welcome along to stint number 3. Here, my name's Hugh Hattrick. I'm commentating for this part of the Bathurst 12 Hours with the Endurance Racing Federation. It's great to see you all.
Sunshine here, so it's nice and warm, the best conditions for the race.
Of stint this will be, and to catch up on all the action now.
The car is well out 23 seconds ahead.
AMS Dude in the Nissan, and it's a lovely car there. We've got great sunshine here, so it's nice and warm, the best conditions for the race. And we are carrying on now, as we can see. The car is well out, 23 seconds ahead at the moment of Max Out Finn. So it's certainly a very strong performance from the Canadian. Seconds here. There we go. Hopefully that's that should be it sorted now. And here we are coming into the final corner, and we have AMS Dude completing the third lap of this stint, and you can see here he's well out in the lead, and in second place we have Max Out Finn. In third we have Betelgeuse Finn, but he's about a minute and a half behind. Of course, we've had 4 hours of racing, and it's been pretty strong, and with lots of action all the way through. Let's hopefully we are now all loud and clear. I'm reading the chat there as well, so hopefully everything is we're up to date with the chat. Let me know that everything is good there. It's great to see everybody watching. There's over 36 in the chat, but here we go. In fourth place it's Windfire, who is about 1 minute and 49 seconds behind in terms of the overall, but of course they all have had pit stops and different things, so that's what affects them. We've got Ridwan in 6th, Avgo Baddy in 7th, Distinct Philo in 8th, Francisco in 9th, Hijack Paddy in 10th, Dylan 0109 in 11th, and Hor Joto 5243 in 12th, and he is still in the pits there, but I'm sure he will come out at some point soon. So as they lap the mountain here at Bathurst, it's certainly looking great conditions. And where are the battles going to be through the race order? Because Max Out Finn is quite well ahead of his nearest rival. That's Betelgeuse in 3rd. And as we come through, there's about a 16-second time difference between Betelgeuse and Windfire, and then about the same going into with Alex in 5th. Now, there's only a 7.5 second gap between Ridwan and Alex, so that's probably one of the closest battles we have at the moment. Let's see, now there's been a penalty for number 23, so that will certainly affect the results. Now, so there's been a few issues, but we'll see how we get on here. But certainly AMS Dude, the Canadian, is still showing around about 24 seconds ahead of his nearest rival, Max Out Finn, so well out on his own. But of course there's a few back markers in there they have to watch as they go past them. That can sometimes cause issues or even accidents, so we'll see how that pans out over the next couple of hours as we go on to, this is the third stint of the Bathurst 12 hour, and already we've seen some great racing, and I'm sure we're going to see an awful lot more. Of course, this is kind of almost getting towards half distance. By the time this stint is done, they will have done far more than yeah, they've done 6 hours. Yes, they'll be up to half distance at the end of this stint. And we've got some fantastic drivers. I recognise many of those names of Windfire. We've also got Distinct Philo, who were commentating on last night in the Legends race. And we have got Max Out Finn, AMS Dude, Berger's Finn. We have Ridwan F1 in 6, Avi Gobadi in 7th, and Distinct Philo in 8th, Fresh Sissio in 9th, and Dylan in 10th, and Horjoto in 11th, and Hijack Patty in 12th. And he is still in the pits here, but on the soft tyre. And that is the main, that is the positions as they are at the moment. Max Out Finn has the fastest lap of a 2:08:01. So that is a very good time indeed. And I'm sure we'll see those times coming down as well as we do more laps throughout the stint. But as they've driven over 4 hours already, and to just have a 24-second gap, that is pretty good so far. Let's see. So I think maybe there were a few things that happened in between the crossover. I think maybe perhaps people making mistakes in refueling, according to some of the chat that's going on there. But I'm sure you can put us all right as to exactly the standings or what kind of penalties might be in order if people have mistimed their pit stops or done things that they shouldn't have done. But let's have a look through the racing order just now. We've got Beryl Goes Finn in 3rd, and he's just under 14 seconds ahead of Windfire, so that is a fairly stable gap at the moment. And then we've got Windfire, who's 15.8 seconds ahead of Alex 08, and then Alex is 7.7 seconds ahead of Ridwan. And then we have Avi Gobari, who is 27 seconds behind Ridwan as they continue on. That perfect conditions though, the sun is out, it's absolutely dry. We're seeing some great cars and drivers go round the mountain. This is a very tricky circuit, lots of hard corners, lots of blind bends and blind, you're going to throw the car in, hope that it hits the apex. And as we watch Ridwan F1, he comes down the hill, a very tricky right, left, right, very easy to lose the car there, but he's done a nice job of keeping it all together. And he goes down to the final hairpin before they go into the Conrad Straight. And then there they go, missing that wall, I think, just. And then down the straight. Of course, in the old days, the straight went right the way down to the last couple of corners. But now they've got a chicane, a right-hander, then a kind of chicane to help slow the cars down. That it's certainly an exciting track. And we've got good weather here. So hopefully that will remain for a little while, because I think if you had rain at Bathurst, my goodness, it would be very, very dodgy indeed. So AMS Dude comes to complete another lap and goes into lap 7 of the 3rd stint here, again holding that 24-second advantage over Max Out Finn, but doing a good job. Now some drivers are on the soft tyre. It'd be interesting to see exactly how he's on racing softs. He's got just under half a tank of fuel, and those tyres are looking pretty good overall. Been a little bit of wear, but not much at all. And there you can see he's holding a nice line through the right-handers. He goes up the hill and on into the left-hander, which then becomes a slightly kind of, it is a cambered corner, and you've got to watch because it's very easy to lose traction as you accelerate out. And you come round the right-hander, you turn in just when you go past the tree and hope that your car doesn't hit the wall on the left, but look how close he gets onto those curbs, and then they race round the top of the mountain there. It's a wonderful bit of the circuit. Then he throws the car in and hoping it's going to stick, and goes out to the right using a bit of curves, but the curbs here are quite vicious, and you've got to be very careful how you use them because it's very easy to lose control. And then they come down this, that's the left-right area, which is very, very difficult. Marshall's got a fantastic view as you come through this kind of almost bomb hole. As you come down onto the back straight, you want to get nice early acceleration, and there you go. That's how to get onto the back straight from AMS Dude, who is 23.9 seconds ahead of his nearest rival. He's just done a 2 minutes .904 on his last lap, so that is very impressive, and it's pretty close overall. Now Windfire has done a 2 minutes .316, so he's just done the fastest lap. I think he took that out of Max Out Finn, so it's getting closer and closer as the drivers start to get used to the track and get into their stint and get that muscle memory working 100%, so they're able to know exactly how to take every corner. It becomes natural for them, and now they're concentrating with no distractions, and they're able to get good lap after good lap. Look how consistent they can be. We'll go down the order a little bit. Let's have a look. There is the TV camera angle there, and we have that BMW. Lovely looking car. Look at the size of the spoiler on the back, giving them plenty of downforce. And he's just over 24 seconds behind AMS Dude, but he has over a 1 minute advantage between Betelgeuse Finn in third place. So this field is a bit spread out, but then you would expect that after over 4 hours of racing. Now, Betelgeuse Finn is just over 10 seconds ahead of Windfire, so that gap has actually come down quite a bit. We've got blue flags waving. That's going to be the Lamborghini that's going to get out of the way. And there we are, lovely colour scheme on that Lamborghini as well. Now they come down the straight. Interesting to see who has the advantage on the streets. What engines are good, what cars are better going down these wonderful long straights. I think the Lamborghini is pulling over there, as you can see, and that's going to allow Betelgeuse Finn to take that, go straight through without any problems at all. Some good sportsmanship there, and it's great to see the back markers also that play a big part in the race, but not causing any undue issues so far. It can sometimes spice things up quite a bit. So they go into, we'll go in down to fourth place. Now this is AMS Windfire in that Mercedes. That sounds like a plane with that incredible engine. It's a wonderful engine in that, and that's a lovely livery, and he comes to complete his 7th lap on this stint. And he's now just 9 seconds behind Betelgeuse, so he is really lapping consistently. He did a 2 minutes .4 on that lap, and he's well into the early 2 minutes, which is pretty good. You can see a 2 minutes .1 and a 2 minutes .3. So he's keeping that gap, keeping the consistency, and in fact you can start to see up ahead there the gap that is there. In fact, he's already taken another 2:10. So Windfire is certainly, he is on the go, and he is slowly but surely catching Betelgeuse Finn for that 3rd place overall. And Ridwan F1 is about 24.5 seconds behind him, so he's not got any pressure from behind. But we'll keep a close eye on that gap, because I think that's going to be the big race that we can see, the big battle there for the podium position so far. And I'll look a bit further down the field. We have Alex 08, who is just under 10 seconds ahead of Avigo Badi. And then we have Distinct Philo, who is in 8th position. He is 2 minutes, just under 3 minutes behind the leaders, but he is just 6 seconds behind Avigo Badi. So that is a race again. We need to watch that battle to see what's happening. He's 57 seconds ahead of his nearest rival, though, at Fresh Sissio in 9th, and then Dylan in 10th. And then we have Hor Joto 5243 in 11th, and Hijack Patty in 12th. I'm not sure if he's continuing on. He's 7.5 minutes behind the leaders there. Now, AMS Windfire's done a 2 minutes .117, the fastest lap so far, so it is looking very, very close indeed. In terms of that is a good time here at Bathurst. And there we go in that Nissan. It's a nice car, the Nissan. It's very well balanced. And if you can drive it well, you can get a great time. And we're seeing AMS do an excellent run here. And he's up to nearly 25 seconds now ahead of Max Out Finn. So here we go. Across the start, finish straight. And he's starting lap 10. And there we are. Now we have Max Out Finn. And then we have Betterger's Finn there in third place. And now the time is down to just 7.7 seconds. So Windfire is certainly catching him up. But catching is one thing. Can he get past? But certainly there he's on his way forward. He's clearly taking between half a second and a second a lap from Betterger's Finn. So that is an impressive stint from AMS Windfire. And he keeps going along and continuing to expand his time over Ridwan F1 in 5th place. And you can see as well that those racing soft tyres, the wear rate is quite quick on those, and he's got roughly a third of a tank of fuel. But look at that, he's just taken a second off Betterger's Finn just in those few corners. Now the blue flags go. A couple of back markers here. He's catching up to them. But look at the rates there. That was a 2 minutes, 0.126, 2 minutes, 0.497, 2 minutes, 0.117, 2 minutes, 0.316. That kind of consistency will certainly help him to catch up. Here we go. Down the Armorall Bridge and then into the final corner to complete lap 9 and go into lap 10 for Windfire. And there we are. Now AMS Studios increases lead to 25.5 seconds over Max Out Finn. So that Nissan driver is continuing to get the maximum out of his GTR. And there they go up the hill. Nicely done. And Max Out Finn is 25 seconds, just over 25 seconds behind. And then Bettelgeuse Finn is in third place here, the top three, but just over 6 seconds in front of AMS Windfire. So Windfire continues to bring that gap down, and it won't be long before we see Windfire right behind Bettelgeuse Finn at this point. The time is coming down every lap. There's a few more tenths down. And will this will be the race within the race, I think, as we come onto lap 10 of this stint. Of course, in the most part, there's 4 drivers to the team, and it's a lot of concentration to do a 2-hour stint, and many of them will be doing more than one stint, which will keep them going. And down the hill, as we see here in the BMW, the number 67 car of Bettelgeuse Finn, going down the straight as fast as he can, coming into the right-hand bend, and now he is just 4.7, so again he's lost about a second at the top of the mountain, so he's going to have to watch out, otherwise he's going to see that place go very quickly, because Windfire on his American account here is on the charge. Here we go. There is that Lamborghini with that very distinct sound as they head on, and there, as you can see, is Windfire. He is now in the picture alongside Bettelgeuse Finn, not too far away, just over 4.2 seconds between them. So as Bettelgeuse Finn goes up the hill, Windfire is just 4 seconds behind, so it's not far away at all. He's up over the hill, and in fact you can see them there go round the right hand bend. He's just set the fastest sector. In fact, on that previous lap he did a 1:59.970 and takes the fastest lap. Now there's lots of blue flags going here, so the back markers have to watch out. They have to be aware that there are faster drivers coming through, and AMS Windfire has met that traffic on probably the best part of the circuit for him, or in terms of it's the part where he's the fastest and taking a lot of time. So getting the right opportunity to pass the Lamborghini will be absolutely crucial. You don't want to get caught up in the slower sections if you can help it. And he comes down the hill, and he's already lost, as you can see, just a fraction there, a thousandth of a second just in the mountain. But he's still gaining on Bedridge's Finn. Now it's just 3.3 seconds behind. Comes down to the markers, onto the straight. Now the Lamborghini, to be fair, has done everything they can, I think, to kind of pull over and try and keep out of the way. And Windfire gets the slipstream there and is well away. But he's lost maybe a few tenths. He's now just 3.6 seconds behind Bedridge's Finn. So if Bedridge's Finn is in the task of relaxing for a few seconds, he's been able to do it, but now he's going to have to get right back on it, because Windfire has a clear track in front, and now he can continue on his charge through the field to see if he can get onto the podium positions, which would be, I'm sure, a very, very good result if they can keep that going. And he just did a 2 minutes .912, but then that was in traffic. So this lap will be interesting to see exactly what they can gain now. He's already 3 tenths up, 3.4 seconds behind Bedridge's Finn in third place there. And now they come up to climb the mountain. Here are some thicker clouds as they come up there, but it's still dry and nice weather. It's not got high winds or anything like that. It's nice and straightforward. And they follow on now, just over 3 seconds. So that gap has really come down. And as we follow the BMW of Bedridge's Finn, he's just continuing on, the number 67 car, just lapping and lapping, trying to be as consistent as possible. Now there you can see that he is in the 201s. The last few laps, about 4 or 5 laps there he's done, they've been in the 201, kind of mid to late 201s, and we've seen that Windfire is in the 2 minutes, so he is about a second quicker and lapping consistently. So that's where the times have come down. In fact, now it's just 2.3 seconds. I think within the next lap or so we're going to see these guys battle it out for the podium. Now, car 23 has been instructed to give back time gained on their next driver swap. So that will happen at the end of this stint. And a big congratulations to the Endurance Racing Federation, to the guys on the back end of the stream who are putting these great overlays for you, and it looks as good as it does as you would on TV. It's great to see the overall times there. You can see who's in the lead and how many hours left they've got, how many hours that they have done. And a 12-hour race is a real challenge, but we've got some great drivers here who are really showing exactly what they can do. Now look, as the time is coming down to just 2.2 seconds between Bedridge's Finn and Windfire. It is coming down all the time. And this is the battle that we have, of course, with Windfire doing the fastest lap, and he's just set a very good sector there, the fastest sector, a purple sector. And now they come up the hill. There you can see them both in the same frame. The BMW leading the Mercedes. We'll quickly go up to the AMS Studio just to see he is now 26.5 seconds ahead of Max Out Finn. So still heading away and increasing his lead, again lapping in the low 2 minutes there, low to mid 2 minutes, which is a very good time indeed, and that is helping him to pull away. Max Out Finn is a good bit ahead in second, and Bedridge's Finn is now just 1.6 seconds ahead of Windfire. Look at that, they're almost on the same corners. They're on the racing soft. They've got about a quarter of a tank of fuel left, so they're going to have to come in to the pits to get fuel in the not too distant future. And he's still doing 201.5s for Bedridge's Finn, so he is roughly about a second slower than Windfire. And now it is just 1 second between them, between Bergosfin and AMS Windfire. The BMW there and the Mercedes. Great racing cars. And there they go, these Group 3 monsters with these massive wings on these racing soft tyres, giving them plenty of grip. And now it is under 1 second. So as they complete that lap and start their lap, it's going to be lap 14. They go into the first corner. And now up the hill, what can Windfire do? Can he get in that slipstream? Will it start to make a bit of a difference? It's kind of holding steady, so the BMW has very good straight line speed, and it's just holding the Mercedes of Windfire behind him. But then they come into the area of lots of corners, rights and lefts, cambered corners. This is where time can be gained. But what is Windfire able to do as they come down? He's taken a 10th or so just on the first corner up the hill. But it's still round about 9/10. Of course, you're going to get a bit of dirty air as well as you come through the top of the mountain when you get so close. What happened to the second Lamborghini? We'll have to see. Let's see, we have... we know we've lost one. Hijack Patty's in 12th. But that is the last one now. Let's go up to... It is just half a second between Bergosfin and Windfire. And now they come down the straight. Conrad Straight, and there they go. Down the hill. It's now just half a second between them. Will there be a dive? A last minute late lunge from Windfire? Or will he wait till further on in the track? But I think there they are. He comes through into the braking points, braking just before the 100 board, and into the left and into the right. And now it's still half a second. You've got the Bergos going on the grass a little bit. You can watch he doesn't get dirty tyres. Coming into the last corner for this lap 14. Onto the start finish straight. And now it's just 3/10 in it. This corner is going to be crucial. I think we could see a challenge here. They come into turn 1 and there's nothing in it. Windfire is right behind Bergosfin. There's a 10th in it. He's on the he's in the slipstream and he's pulled out now. Neck and neck. Here they come. Oh, he's just kind of pulling back in to get a bit more slipstream because that BMW seems to be pretty strong. But he's coming out again. Are they going to go for a gap? Yes. Cleanly through. There you go. Windfire takes 3rd place. And oh, and it's a wee bit of a messy exit from Bergosfin on as they went up the hill there. But the Mercedes is now onto the podium and Bergosfin is back down to 4th place. So can Windfire now start to close in? It's going to be a long stint. He's got over a minute to be able to catch Max Out Finn, but we will keep an eye on that to make sure. Again, they're due to come in for their pit stops in the not too distant future. They've got less than a quarter of a tank of fuel, so they will have to come in to make sure that they can get that changed, and we will keep up to date with all of the pit stops as they do it. Now Alex 08, he's on the soft tyre and he's just come in there into the pits and he's getting fuel, and then he will head back out again. And there is Windfire in that Mercedes, who has already been able to pull over 1.6 seconds over Bergos, so he is certainly trying to do everything possible to go as fast as he can and close any gaps in front. Let's have a quick look at Max Out Finn and also AMS Dude, who currently leads the race. He's now got a just under 27 second lead to the second place man of Max Out Finn. Max Out Finn is 1 minute and 22 seconds ahead of Windfire. Let's see, we'll go down the order a bit. Bergos Finn is 23 seconds ahead of Ridwan, so that gap is pretty much staying quite stable. And Ridwan is over 36.5 seconds ahead of Avi Gobari in 6th place. And then we have Distinct Philo in 7th. Now he is just 3.5 seconds behind Avi Gobari, so that again we'll have to keep a lookout on that because he has reduced that gap. And he is, again, they're all roughly on just under a quarter tank of fuel. His racing soft tyres have got a bit of wear, but again, he's done some reasonable lap times there. You can see a 2 minutes 0.684, a 2 minutes 0.573, the fastest, but certainly in the low 2 minutes and 2:01s, which is good. That will certainly help to bring any gap down. But in that point, Avigo Barry is now just under 4 seconds ahead of Distinct Philo. And then we've got Alex 08, who is 35 seconds ahead of Frescicio in 9th. And then we've got Dylan in 10th, who is over a minute and a half behind. And then we have Horjotto, who is 9.3 seconds behind Dylan. And then Hijack Patty, who is about 8 minutes behind. So something must have happened there. That is the Lamborghini struggling with the racing. So he's got damage there. As you can see, the front of his car has got quite a bit of damage on there, and that will be affecting him quite a lot. And of course, he's got to wait for his pit stop before they can get that fixed, and that will be harming his race, no doubt. But still, 12 runners in a 12-hour race here at Bathurst, and they're doing a great job to keep going and get these lap times. As you can see here, they're doing very well indeed. Now, Windfire has now got 2.5 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn in 4th place. And he's still about 1 minute 22. So those lap times must be kind of matching each other out. He's done a 2 minute 0.975. In fact, they're almost identical, because Max Out Finn also did a 2 minutes 0.958. So there's really not much in it at all. So we're not seeing that gap change that much at all, because they're both doing very similar times. Now, Ridwan is about 22 seconds behind, so he has actually closed that gap a little bit there. It was about 23 seconds, so he has closed that. Now, what's going to be interesting is pit stops. How much fuel will they all need? That will be a good measure of kind of what performance that they're doing. Will they also change tyres? I would imagine they probably would, because they need to get fresh tyres to maximise their stint, although even it takes a little bit longer, it's worth doing. And Avigo Barry in 6th, he is still just under 4 seconds ahead of Distinct Philo. And then the spread goes on, and it's spread out quite a bit. There is Horjotto, who is 5 minutes 44 seconds behind the leaders, but still only 8.3 seconds behind Dylan. So can he get that gap down? If so, how long will it take? He's lapping in the 2 minute 3s on his last lap. There's no damage on his car, but mind you, his racing soft tyres are quite worn. They're coming up to about half worn. But he's got a bit more fuel in there. So will he be able to go a bit further? And maybe he might catch up some time at that point. So we have AMS Dude, who is on, let's see, on lap 18 out of 59, and he's now up to 28 seconds ahead. So you can see the lap difference there. Many cars have been lapped now a few times, the ones at the back of the field. And look at that. There is AMS Dude lapping in the low 2 minutes, pretty much the whole race, apart from lap 18 there, we did a 2:01. But look at the consistency, which is really helping him to continue to pull out a decent gap. And Max Out Finn is 1 minute 23 seconds ahead of Windfire, so he's pulled out a second on that lap, and Windfire is now 3 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn. So this is the time when they've just got to stick at it. Got to get the, as you see, the visor is already down, and keep the concentration going. Make sure they don't make any mistakes. Keep that concentration. Now you can look, you can see there that the fuel on Windfire's car is right down. It's being certainly on 1/8 of a tank, so he's going to have to come in fairly soon to get his pit stop sorted out. So there's going to be plenty of action as these guys come in, because that might allow Betelgeuse Finn to catch up a little bit. He's now just under 22 seconds ahead of Ridwan F1, and he's also or Betelgeuse Finn is also going to have to come in for his pit stop fairly soon. And they continue to race on. There is the BMW, just over nearly 4 seconds behind AMS Windfire. So there we go. Come through the field there. There's Avigo Badi, who's 4.7 seconds ahead of Distinct Philo. Again, that gap coming down a little bit there. So we'll keep an eye on that to see exactly if there will be a fight for position between 6th and 7th. Oh, lots of on the over the curb there for Distinct Philo. In that Mercedes AMG. It's a great car, but the back end is like a pendulum, a little bit like that Porsche 911. It wants to swing the car out of control, but he's doing a great job to get a nice exit down onto the straight. And then it's flat out all the way. And you can see his rival there, just 4.2 seconds up the road. Avigo Badi on his American account, managing to keep a 4.4 second gap between Distinct Philo. There's the Porsche 911. Again, that car has been very, very competitive on Gran Turismo 7 in the Group 3. The BOP has always kept it right up there. It's always a good car to use for the dailies. Many drivers always enjoying it with that wonderful, distinct Porsche engine that's just like nothing else. But quite a machine. Now let's have a look further up the field. We have Windfire again just continuing to expand his, what is it, a blue flag being waved there. And Ridwan F1 is now just 19.7, so he is catching. He's catching just now. And Bedridge's Finn has been given the info. You can see there, the petrol light is flashing. His tyres are about halfway through, and he's going to have to come in for a pit stop very soon. But these drivers know exactly how to, when to come in. Now, is he going to do it this lap? No, he's staying out. He's just done a 202.2, which is a little bit slower than his previous laps because he's been in the 201s. He's been given that flag to say give way to faster traffic, but that we'll see what happens when they catch up. Now AMS Dude has come into the pits. He is out of fuel. You can see there's hardly anything in there, virtually just on fumes, and he comes in for his pit stop. Let's see exactly how that goes. You can hear the horn there as the mechanics eagerly await the car. And now they will surely come through. And we've also got Max Out Finn, who is also coming in for his pit stop. I wonder if they're maybe fixing any damage or if there's anything that's been done there, or he has perhaps to give over. Of course, he's got to give over time. That's right. He's got to give over time before he can put his fuel and his tyres in. So that was the penalty there. But he had a big advantage. But this could really close things up now, as they're both in the pits and there's really nothing in it. So this will mean that AMS Dude and Max Out Finn will be very, very close. So AMS Dude leaves the pits now and rejoins. Now how far ahead? There is Max Out Finn, who's just 6 seconds behind. So that has really closed the gap. And I'm sure now we're going to start to see a real race on our hands. He's put in just over half a tank of fuel. He's got new tyres. And he's decided to do it there. So yep, car 23 has given the time back at the next pit stop. So it's all been sorted out. And they continue on up the hill. Now, let's see, that will certainly bring the race into focus for Max Out Finn, who now can see that is only a 6.5 second gap. That can certainly be brought down. And AMS Windfire, after the pit stop, is now just 44 seconds behind Max Out Finn. So that has certainly helped him. But of course, he is going to have to come in. In fact, he is on fumes again and won't be far away before he comes in for his pit stop. So that will that will certainly move things about. Now, Beddoes Finn is in the pits along with Redwan F1. There was just 18 seconds between them. So they do tyres and then fuel. You can see as the fuel starts to go up, that means he's got the second, he's into the second part. Tyres are done, now it's just fuel. And when he's got enough, there they go, he exits the pits. And we've got Redwan F1 who is now just getting his fuel. And then he will be exiting as well. So it'll be interesting to see if there's been any time gained. Again, they're all going for just over half a tank of fuel. I think they might have to come in again before the end of this stint. But no doubt the chat can keep me updated if they're able to go a bit further. So Windfire, who continues, he's in third place at the moment. 43 seconds ahead of Beddoes Finn. But that is going to come down once the pit stops are done and dusted. You can see the wear of his racing soft tyres, and you can see that fuel light flashing. It's just like driving a rental car back to the airport when they say you've got to bring it in with something left in it, and you're matching to see if you can get in with on fumes and still make your flight without any problems. But here it comes, Windfire down the hill, and he has gone into the pits, and he will get fuel and tyres, and then he'll be back out. But he has a 43.5 second gap between himself and Beddoes Finn, so we'll see how that works. The purple mechanics there ready to get started on that. And Max Out Finn, who is in second place, is now 7 seconds behind AMS Dude. So AMS Dude is continually able to put in these good laps, and he's managed to take about half a second, or certainly increase his lead by about half a second over Max Out Finn in these early stages, just coming, you know, once he's on his out lap. You can see already that there is a tiny bit of wear on those racing soft tyres. But they know how to get the best out of them, and he continues on into second place. And Windfire has now just exited the pits, and he's back to about 1 minute and 20 seconds behind Max Out Finn. Now we'll see if the pace can really be improved. Can Windfire get a good stint and can maybe perhaps reduce that time and even further, get further up the podium. We've got Distinct Philo, who has just come in for new tyres and fuel, and they head on to complete lap 22 and on to lap 23. And there they are, up and going as fast as they can. And this is a real challenge, this circuit, because it's narrow, where a lot of modern circuits are very wide and you can have 2 or 3 cars abreast. This is, at best, you can have 2 cars side by side, and it's a proper track. It's got an incredible history. And here at the Bathurst 12 Hour from the Endurance Racing Federation, we are certainly getting an entertaining race. I know the first 2 stints were very close. There's only 7.7 seconds between first and second on this stint as we watch it. And can that time come down, or will AMS Dude continue to pull away? Now Beddoes Finn is now 7.8 seconds behind Windfire, so he's continuing in the, he's just done his outlap at 2 minutes 22.430. But he's been in the 202s and the late 201s for the laps previous. So this is his first kind of flying lap. Let's see what time he does. And there we go, a 201.644. So yeah, that's back to some good times there. And that was his first flying lap as he exited the pits previously. And he's just over 8 seconds behind Windfire. Now the thing is, when you've got such a big gap of over 1 minute and 20 seconds, you just have to ignore it, isn't it? You just have to do the best lap you can, just keep corner after corner, be as consistent as you can, and hope that that time will start coming down. His previous lap was a 2:21.849, but that was the out lap from his pit stop. So as he completes this lap, we'll be able to see what kind of lap time is possible. I mean, he's certainly pulling away from those behind him. We've got Max Outfin in second place, and then AMS Dude in first. And the top 8 is AMS Windfire in third, Bedrogaz Finn in fourth, Ridwan F1 in fifth, Avi Gobadi in sixth, Alex 08 in 10 and seventh, Distinct Philo in eighth, and ninth, Frestisio. Let's have a little look there on Frestisio. Now he's got a kind of burgundy coloured Mercedes, or the AMG. That's a nice, wonderful car. And they've got some great liveries. And now Jorge Otto is in the pits. He's got new tyres, and then he'll fuel up. And he is currently in 10th place. And he's 29 seconds ahead of Dylan. But that place might be lost, depending on how long it takes for the pit stop. All that time we're watching the fuel go up, but then we're desperately trying to say we need position. Now Dylan has actually gone through into 10th, and Jorge Otto has gone down into 11th. And Hijack Patty, who's still, although he's been in for his pit stop as well, and has new tyres and plenty of fuel and no more damage, so he will hopefully be able to start his comeback mission there to catch up with the guys in front. He's done a 2:20.975 on his outlap, which is actually a decent outlap. Other than that, he's been lapping in the 2:03s, but of course that was with damage. So he's done a 2:25 there. But let's see what his first flying lap will be. We'll come back and we will watch out for that. AMS Dude is continuing to pull away. He's now 8.4 seconds ahead of Max Outfin in second place, with Windfire in third. And they're coming through to go up the hill. There is the 911 and that wonderful Nissan right behind it. It actually looks at the front a little bit like the Aston Martin, isn't it? You can see where they're taking their cues. GT3 Aston Martin has that wonderful front end, that great glorious V12 engine. But this is the best of what Nissan has to offer. I always remember they would put this car on Top Gear. The latest model would always come out, and Clarkson would take it somewhere spectacular to drive it. And it's quite a big car. I remember seeing one in a showroom, and my goodness, you think it's a big four-wheel drive beast that is remarkably straightforward to drive, or so they say. But in race trim, it's going to be extremely fast, and you can see him coming right there behind the Porsche 911. I'm sure he'll get past. The blue flags have been waved. How quick is the Porsche, though, on the back straight? Has it got good top speed? He's just done a 1:59.868 from AMS Dude, which is the fastest lap of the race so far. Yes, that Porsche is holding AMS Dude on the straights. But it's about trying not to lose time when you need to get past. And they come to complete another lap. Lap 25. Going into lap 26, and there you go. That's where the overtake will happen. And that is AMS Dude lapping. Here we go, that is... Oh, look at that. We've got a great battle here between Distinct Philo and Alex 08. And Distinct Philo goes up into 7th place and goes ahead of Alex 8. There's just 3/10 in it. Now, can Alex 8 do anything about it? Distinct Philo has had his pit stop, has got new tyres, and it looks like Alex, who's come into the pits there? It is, yes, Alex 08 has come into the pits. So he must have been just about ready for that. Although he's got fuel and tyres. Damage to his front right, the wheel and the front bumper. So he'll be coming in there to try and get this damage sorted out. So something's gone on there. Yep, there we are, P8, there we go. So there is damage that has been done, but now they've got fuel and He's going to load up, give him over 3/4 of a tank of fuel. Now that might allow him to go right the way through to the end of this stint. Let's see where he comes out. Still in 8th place, about 30 seconds behind Distinct Philo. So there we go. Now starts the mountain climb. Now let's have a quick look around the positions there to see where everyone is. We've got AMS Oud, who is currently 8.2 seconds ahead of Max Out Finn. So that gap is kind of steadied out a bit. And then we have Max Out Finn in 2nd place, who is just over 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of Windfire. Again, that time has stayed fairly similar since the last round of pit stops. And we've got Max Out Finn, who's got new tyres and just under half a tank of fuel, but that should last for a good number, probably in fact even to the end of this stint. We have Windfire, who is now 13 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn in 4th, but he has really eked out a good gap there, 13 seconds in really only about 10 to 15 minutes. So that is a good gap there, and he is on the podium at the moment, still about 1 minute 20 seconds behind Max Out Finn. So we will see if that gap comes down. Now Redwan F1 is just 13 seconds behind Betelgeuse Finn, so he has closed that gap. Let's have a look at Redwan F1 in the Mercedes there. In fact, when we look at the times, 2:01.5, 2:01.9, he's also done a 2 minutes .378, which is good. And again, he's got a good bit of fuel, but he does have damage on his front. He's got the both tyres and also on the front bumper, so something has happened there at one point. But he's going to have to drive through that until his next pit stop. But he's still bringing that time down, and now just 12.5 seconds behind Betelgeuse Finn. Now Avi Gobari is just 9.8 seconds behind him in 6th place, and that is certainly a battle we're going to have to watch out for. And there's that Porsche 911 being given the blue flag. And there they go to complete another lap. So he's just over 10 seconds behind Redwan F1. And let's see exactly how that is affecting the rest of the field. We've got AMS Dude, who is still nearly 9 seconds ahead and has a clear track. Oh, there's one car that I've just seen there in front of him, so he'll be approaching that. Then it's Max Out Finn in 2nd place, and you can see there the blue flags are being waved, and he's still 1 minute 20 seconds ahead. Of course, trying to get through traffic is the key thing without losing time. And there is Windfire, who's now taken a second. Well, it said it there was about a second out of Max Out Finn, but he's got a clear track in front and is now over 15.5 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn in 4th. And here they come under the Armorall Bridge into the final corner. There is Windfire going through to complete another lap to start lap 28 of this stint. And of course he's in 3rd position. Let's have a little look. Redwan has well, he's 12.8 seconds behind Betelgeuse Finn and holding a 10-second gap between himself in 5th and Avi Gobadi in 6th. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then we've got Distinct Philo in 7th, who is about 33.5 seconds behind. And then it's Alex 08 and 10, also 34 seconds. But of course, he's just done a pit stop, but he had to come in again for damage. And he's 34.6 seconds ahead of Fresh Sissio in 9th. And then we've got Dylan in 10th, Horjotto in 11th, and Hijack Patty in 8th. Now, he's taken about a minute off that. That's maybe with pit stops from other drivers. And there you can see as well, AMS Windfire has the fastest lap at 1:59.780, which is very, very quick. For anyone who's tried to lap Bathurst on GT7 in a Group 3 car will know that that is a very quick time indeed. And look at the consistency there. Lap 27 and 28. We've got a 2 minutes .028 and a 2 minutes .042. Very, very consistent. And also a 1:59.973, which really does show how fast these drivers are. That's good concentration and very, very consistent running. And that's what he needs to do now if he's going to kind of turn out that gap and try and increase it as much as he can. But you can see that there are cars ahead of him. The blue flags have been waved. Here they go. You can see exactly, there is Horatio, or Horojotto in 11th. And he's got AMS Doodle, yep, in front. Oh, sorry, that's not, that is, I will quickly, that is Max Out Finn in front, who is now coming to lap the Porsche. And that is the Porsche of Avigo Badi. It's a nice livery. The blue flags are being waved and he's being told, give way to faster cars. In fact, Avigo Badi is getting, well, look at this, look at those racing soft tyres. Have very much seen the best of it. They're almost gone. And again, his fuel is low as well, so he's going to have to be coming in for a pit stop very soon. And that has allowed Max Out Finn to overtake him there on the straight. But how much time has that lost him? That's the thing. We'll quickly check. He's now just, well, 1 minute and 18 seconds. So to be fair, Windfire has got 2 seconds out of him in that time in traffic. So they'll be approaching their halfway stage at the end of this stint. It'll be 6 hours out of 12. And they go up the hill. That's Max Out Finn, who's now just over 10 seconds behind AMS Dude. But he's had quite a lot of traffic to deal with. And that does have an effect. His last lap was a 2 minute .233. So again, pretty consistent and back into the 2 minutes, which is really crucial. Because all it takes is one kind of concentration lapse and he could be right up there with AMS Dude or any of the drivers in the field there. If they make a little mistake, all of a sudden you can lose 5 seconds or 10 seconds. And then you've got to recompose yourself and get started again. But we're seeing a really good, consistent run with very few problems or issues at all. In the background you can just see AMS Dude going around the chicane, and there goes Max Out Finn on the same piece of track but 10 seconds further down the field. And as they come to the last corner, now we're going into lap 31. And it's still a 10-second gap. Let's run through the field here. Red One F1 is just 9.7 seconds ahead of Avigo Badi, but then Avi's got his pit stop to do. Now Distinct Philo is just 28 seconds behind Avigo Badi, and I think there may well be a place change there. As they come through. There they are, heading over the top of the mountain as they come through. So easy to hit a wall, cause damage. In fact, we can see there that Red One F1 has still got that front damage, and he's got a quarter of a tank of fuel left to go. So I think he will probably have to come in. It depends how much time he's losing. Oh, I see he's done a 2:04.8. Other than that, he was doing a 2:01.3. Again, very consistent times in the 2:01s. We've had R2 Roadrunner say, "Go Ridwan, push, push." So yes, we can see that the chat knows who the drivers they want to support. That's it, keep going, keep it all the way. And can they get a great result? I suppose even when you have damage on the car, you can drive round it, as long as it's not too severe. But it's showing the front 2 tyres and the bumper. But I'm sure he'll continue on. Let's see what lap time he does there. That's good, 2:01. So yeah, so it seems to be manageable. That's a good lap time considering the damage. And there we go, and he's still a good bit ahead of Avigo Badi, who is 10.8 seconds behind. And you can see there you go, he's got that distinct Philo. He's got back markers there. He's got the leaders coming through. You're coming through in the BMW, but that Porsche is very, very quick on the straight. Let's see. So we've got Berger's Finn in 4th. He's now over nearly 22 seconds behind Windfire, so he's certainly being held up. Oh, he's got the Mercedes right behind him. Now, I'm just looking at this exactly. It is Frescisio in 9th, who is trying to make his way by Max out Finn. Oh, I apologise. It's Berger's Finn. Berger's Finn in 4th place, who is having this battle there and trying to not unlap himself, wants to make sure that the car behind doesn't get past, but they're trying all the way through as they come down the hill to complete another lap. And it is Frescisio who is battling it out here with Berger's Finn. Can he get past? Can he get on that straight and get ahead? He's certainly going to be in the slipstream as they take turn 1 and head on up the hill. The Mercedes and the BMW. Now he pulls out to the right to let Frescisio go through. And there you have it. A fairly straightforward and easy move for Frescisio. And great driving from Berger's Finn, who has said, look, we're on a different strategy. Just let them go. He has unlapped himself, or certainly taken a lap down, and he's well into the mid 2 minutes, so the 2 minutes point 6, which is impressive. Of course, it's going to cause a bit of fun for the blue markers, because he's going to have that sign all the time saying that give way to the car behind him. He says, I'm not going to do that. I'm ahead. I'm wanting to try and pull away as fast as he can. Now we have Avigo Badi in the pits. Of course, he was on fumes again, and he was doing his tyres and now filling up with fuel. And then he'll be ready to go to the end of this stint. Putting in as many litres as he can. And now Distinct Philo has regained 6th place. And so he is up into 6th place. And Avigo Badi is now rejoins in 7th. And Distinct Philo is now 20.7 seconds ahead of 7th Avigo Badi. Now let's have a look. He's got about a third of a tank to go. His tyres are not too bad. He's done a 1:59.973. That's a really good time. And we've also got that AMS Windfire has just done a 1:59.682, which is excellent. To get below 2 minutes here at Bathurst is a real achievement. And they come round the top of the mountain. One of the hardest parts to get right. There they go, down the hill and then into the hairpin. You've got to make sure you get a nice early exit so it's without hitting the wall. Try and get the most speed you can down the hill. Now let's have a look through the field. Francisco in 9th, Dylan in 10th, Orjotto in 11th, and Hijack Patty in 12th in the Lamborghini. And he is, let's see, there's a BMW I think in front of him. There we go. But AMS Dude is now 11.3 seconds ahead, so he is continuing to pull out a gap. He's lapping in the 2 minutes, 2 minutes 0.4. Again, very consistent, looking very good indeed. Max Out Finn is in second place, and he is 1 minute and 16 seconds ahead of Windfire. So Windfire has actually taken 4 seconds out of him since the pit stops. But still, it's a long way to go. But at this rate, if he can get under a minute by the end of the stint, that would be pretty good. And in third place, Windfire is now 27.5 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn in fourth. And Ridwan F1 is 11.7 seconds behind him in fifth. So we'll continue to watch that gap to see exactly what's happening if Ridwan can now start to pull Betelgeuse Finn in. Let's have a look at those times. He did a 203.055, and then the rest were all kind of 201.6s. So it's continuing on. You can see the difference in the laps. If you're doing a 201.6 and the arrivals ahead are doing a 159 or a low 2, then it's going to cause problems. You're going to have to get that hammer down and try and go as fast as you can. And AMS Dude is on lap 35 out of 59. The time flies in as they go through these stints. We've got great weather, it's sunny, it's dry, and these cars are on racing soft tyres, which means they're going pretty much as fast as they can, the most amount of grip that is available to them. Well, racing soft tyres are always fun to drive. And on the previous lap, AMS Dude did a 2 minutes 0.308, so again proving he's very strong and consistent in getting these lap times sorted out. And there they go, with just under 7 hours to go, so they're getting closer to half distance. 1 and 2 GT Finland racers, and then Apex Motorsports, the team names on position 1, 2 and 3. The blue flags keep waving, as some cars have been lapped more than once. In fact, some are down by a few laps for different reasons. But Windfire is doing a great job. And Betelgeuse Finn is now 11.9 seconds ahead of Ridwan. So that gap is it increases a bit and then it comes down a bit. So we'll keep an eye on that. Ridwan F1 is 35 seconds ahead of Distinct Philo, who is now 22 seconds ahead of Avigo Barry in 7th. Yep, we've been told all this race needs now is a safety car. Well, that would certainly bunch things up a bit, wouldn't it? And then it'd be all go. Now we've got Ridwan F1, who has just come in for his pit stop. He was quite low on fuel, so he'll get tyres and refueled and then head back out. Now at the time, he was just under 35 seconds ahead of Distinct Philo. So will Distinct Philo gain here? Let's see, because he's just coming into the pits now. Where is Distinct Philo? He is coming down to complete the last corner. And there he goes. I think he will come out ahead of Ridwan F1 at this rate. Yes, Distinct Philo is now ahead and up into 5th place. A nice little power slide out of turn 1. And Ridwan F1 has just come out of the pits and is just 3.5 seconds behind him. So that's one of the closest gaps we have so far in the race now. We'll keep a good eye on that. Now, will it come true? Will the Endurance Racing Federation stewards decide to call a safety car? Will there be an incident that requires a safety car? But at the moment, the field has spread out a bit, with AMS Dude in first place, now 13 seconds ahead of Max Out Finn in second, who is over a minute ahead of Windfire in third, and he's 30 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn. But when you look at that, AMS Windfire has got that gap only in this stint so far. So he's been able to pull out 30 seconds in really quite a short period of time, probably about half an hour or so. So if you can pull that kind of time, then anything is possible. And he's going to keep on putting in these good laps to see if he can catch up with Max Out Finn in second place. And that would certainly be a story if he can do that. Oh, there's some blue flags there for Betelgeuse Finn. And then we have the car there behind, that is AMS Dude. Let's see. So the first place car is lapping the fourth place car. Will it be a nice easy overtake? You can see them coming through the corners as they climb the mountain. And there they go, up the hill. Blue flags waving. You don't want to lose time around here, but AMS Dude is catching all the time. I think they will probably wait till the straight before they go through. Yes, let's go AMS from Joshua Eyre. Certainly, yep, is the leading driver so far. Doing a great job of carving out a decent lead from Max Out Finn. Over 13.5 seconds since the last pit stop. And it carries on. And there you go. The BMW pulls over of Betelgeuse Finn and allows AMS Dude to go on past. You can see it's a great shot there as they go side by side. And he's still got a 12.8 second lead over Max Out Finn. So a nice clean move there as they go through the back markers. But as you can see here, AMS Dude is going to have to come in for his pit stop. He is getting towards having an empty tank. And his tyres, to be fair, are not too bad. But he's not going to have many more laps to go. Let's see what Max Out Finn is doing. Yeah, he's got a little bit more fuel. And his tyres are about the same. But his laps are slower. So maybe he's going for this, kind of push his stint a bit further on the current tyres and fuel. He's lost now, he's now 1 minute 15 seconds ahead of Windfire. So Windfire's taken 5 seconds out of him since the last pit stop. But they keep going, keep lapping, keep the concentration going. And in the next few laps we will see more pit stops as they come to AMS Studios on lap 38. We come to 2/3 distance on this stint. And they head on. Come to the top of the hill, what a great view. And then they come down the hill, got to keep everything steady. It's very easy to lose time there. The car wants to grapple with you. But AMS has been able to keep control of it. He comes down to the last hairpin before they go on to the straight. And now they head down. And Windfire is now 34 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn. And Distinct Philo is just 43 seconds behind the 4th place driver. And Distinct Philo has so far maintained that gap of 3.6 seconds between him and Ridwan F1. Again, that's the closest battle we have there. It's the number 1 car, the Mercedes AMG. That great Castrol livery. And he's lapping in the mid-201s. So they're quite similar lap times between 4th, 5th and 6th. And Avi Gobadi in 7th is 17.9 seconds behind Ridwan F1. but he's got a full tank of fuel, or pretty much over half tanks of fuel, so he can go and do a great stint. His tyres are new, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He can just lap as quickly as possible. He's in the 202s for his last lap, and then a 223 and then a 217. But previous he has been in the 201, mid 201s. So if he can get back into that rhythm, he can surely start to make some good progress. Now Dylan and Horjotto, there's only just over 3 seconds between them. We've got the Audi there, the Audi R8, and then Horjotto in the BMW. So yep, there's 3 seconds in it. And then we've got in 12th place Hijack Patty in the Lamborghini, who was about 8.5 minutes off the lead, but did have damage earlier on. In fact, has damage again there on the front and the right, so he's heading off somewhere. And he's got just under a quarter of a tank of fuel left. And AMS Dude continues with 13.3 seconds of a lead over Max Out Finn. And there's a 1 minute and 15 second advantage over Windfire in third. And over 35 seconds between third and fourth. And 43 seconds between Burgers Finn and Distinct Philo. But those times can come down very quickly. In fact, here we come. There is AMS Dude for his pit stop. He's down to just 3 litres of fuel left, and he'll be changing his soft tyres. And they come through now. And Max Out Finn is also into the pits. Now, it'll be interesting to see here. He had a bit more fuel. He had 10 litres more fuel. That might help close the gap a little bit in terms of timing. Now, I've got news here from the stewards. As it stands, if a safety car comes out, the top 9 will be back on the lead lap. Well, we'll have to wait and see if there is an incident that requires a safety car. Now, there goes AMS Dude rejoining. And Max Out Finn will be rejoining. There he is. You can see him in the back of their picture there. And it's great to see everybody watching from around the globe, supporting their top drivers. Of course, many of them who will be actually in the teams and waiting for their stint, and supporting the driver who's in their team now, showing us exactly what they can do. Now, AMS Dude, you can see he's lost about 5 seconds to Max Out Finn. He's only now 8.7 seconds, so that run from Max Out Finn was definitely it was his fuel consumption that allowed him to gain back that time. So it shows you what is available. Now, will AMS Dude continue to increase that lead, or will Max Out now find a bit more as we come into the third stage, or in terms of the if this was split into 3/3 of this third stint, they're coming into the third stint now of that to complete it, the last 19 laps or so of this stint, and then they'll be up to 6 hours. And there is Burgers Finn also into the pits for his tyres, new tyres and fuel. He was down to just 4 litres left. And in that point, AMS Dude has just taken out about 7 or 8 tenths just in those last few corners, so he must have had a better chicane than Max Out Finn, because they are now 9.5 seconds apart between first and second, and only 45 seconds ahead of Windfire. Now, where is Windfire? He is absolutely on fumes. The tyres are worn away, so he'll be coming in for his pit stop. Burgers Finn has just done his. Let's see what's going to happen here. Will there be a place put back? Although I think Windfire has managed to eke out a good enough gap. He managed to eke out over 35 seconds in that stint between the last pit stop and this one. And because Biddergaard's Finn came in early, he's even got that kind of double bit of time. So he should be fine as he comes into the pits. There you go. And now he will get fuel and tyres from the purple mechanics there. It's a great, very strong colour for the pit stop. And they come to wait. So let's go back to second place, Max Out Finn. Just 9.6 seconds behind AMS Dude. So it's kind of steadied out a little bit there, because it was 8.7. But in the last couple of laps, it's only been about a second that has changed. And Windfire is now getting his fuel, and then he will rejoin. And they come down the mountain. And there you go, into the right-hander. It's a kind of flat-out right-hander if you get the line right. And now we can see that AMS Dude is down to complete the last corner. Oh, we've got another car going into the pits. And AMS Dude completes lap 41. And goes on to lap 42. He still has some pretty impressive lap times there. But it's Windfire who's done the fastest lap overall with a 1:59.682. And they continue on. So we've got the top three, and the top four, pretty much it looks like just about, so the top three on the same lap. But if you've got a safety car, as they say, that would close everything up. Oh, look at that. Distinct Philo is just 1.5 tenths behind, and it looks like Red One F1 has gone straight through. There they go. As they go up the hill, Red One F1 is overtaken Distinct Philo and goes into 5th place. Can Distinct Philo do anything to get back? Can he maintain that? He's got, well, his tyres are certainly more well used, and also he doesn't have an awful lot of fuel left. But that was a great run, a great overtake, and Red One F1 is up into 5th place and is now pulling away. Alex 08 and 10 is also in the pits, and he's getting his fuel and then about to head out. And he gets a new set of tyres as well. There you go, there it goes, there goes the Audi R8. Fresisio has just come in as well, but he's still quite a bit ahead of, he's just behind Alex roughly by 30 odd seconds. And then we can see here, will there be another change, or will Horizotto, I think he's going to be too far away to complete the lap before Fresisio is out and rejoined. And we have AMS Dude again holding that gap of 9.6 seconds from Max Out Finn. And we'll be told we'll be moving to part 2 at the end of this stint. That's right. So that's where the new drivers and the next commentator will take over, which I think it's Jaeger again, who's doing that later on. As they come round the right, we see AMS doing a brilliant job. He's managed to keep that lead. It's been one or two times it's been a little bit close, but he's maintaining that lead of 9.5 seconds to Max Out Finn. And Windfire is now back down to 3rd place in terms of 1 minute 20 seconds behind Max Out Finn. So he was about 5 seconds ahead. Well, he brought 5 seconds of that gap down, but it's gone back up again. And he's 38 seconds ahead of Betelgeuse Finn. There we are, and then we have Red One F1, who is now in 5th place and is now 18.3 seconds ahead of Avi Gobadi, who also got ahead of Distinct Philo after the pit stops. And we carry on. When we look at that, Red One is in the 2 there, did a 2 minutes, 0.517. In fact, he's done a couple of that, very consistent there in the 2 minutes. That's good lap times from him. That will surely play well if he can continue on with lap times like that throughout this stint. And they come through, going down the hill there in that AMG Mercedes, which although has a sponsor of Super Cheap, that car is definitely not super cheap. That car is very, very expensive. I'm sure it was well over 100,000 plus when they were out new. So let's go through the field. Let's see where these battles are. And Luigi is saying, go on, Ridwan. That's it. Going as fast as he can. AMS2 has just pulled out about half a second and is now 10.5 seconds ahead of Max Out Finn. And then it is Windfire in third and Betelgeuse Finn in fourth. Now he is just 4.2 seconds ahead of Ridwan. Now the key thing is here, they've both just had pit stops. You can see the gap there. The times are coming down. And we knew that Betelgeuse Finn was struggling for lap time. He's in the 201s and the 202s. And Ridwan has certainly brought those times down. So there you go. There is Betelgeuse Finn in fourth place. And Ridwan, there is Ridwan, just 3.3 seconds behind. So all this time, the time is coming down between Ridwan F1 and Betelgeuse Finn. And it's critical for Francesco. He must stay one lap down now. Any more than that, and he's going to lose places. He's in 9th place at the moment. And there they go. The blue flags are being waved all over. And Ridwan is just now less than 2 seconds behind Betelgeuse Finn. Looks like there's a bit of cloud overcast there overhead. And there you can see the battle. There is Betelgeuse Finn, less than 1.5 seconds now between him and Ridwan F1. This is where the battle is. You can see as he accelerates on up the hill. It's just 1.2 seconds now. So he got a good run up the hill. Oh, there we are. There we are. It's, and then I'll put that into... There you can see the TV camera point. They're racing through the top of the hill. And it's going to be now, it's just a second between them, between Ridwan F1 and Betelgeuse Finn. Both in decent GT3 cars. What will they be like on the straight? Will the BMW be able to hold its own? Or will Ridwan be able to push on and close that gap? Oh, it's another few tenths as they come through the infield section here with lots of corners as they drop down the mountain. Betelgeuse gets a good exit there. In fact, it looked like Ridwan may have had an issue because he lost about a second between them. And then they come down the hill. They're probably just out of slipstream. Now they're saying if Francisco gets lapped again, he won't be on the lead lap if a safety car comes out. So they're saying, let's go Ridwan, TDR few, go, go, go. So here we are with Betelgeuse Finn, just 1.4 seconds ahead of Ridwan. Can they catch up? Will there be a fight for position here? It looks like Ridwan does have a slight advantage when he in the closing part of the lap. And a nice exit there. In fact, he's now just 1.1 seconds behind, so he gets a good exit coming out of turn 1. and they go on up the on up the hill. Here we are. And there's more traffic ahead as they come through. But this is the battle between 4th and 5th. FTWOFC for the win, of course. And there they go. It's still on roughly 1.2 seconds. Can Ridwan F1 close that gap as they get to the top of the mountain? They're not looking at the view like we can. They'll be absolutely focused on the car in front. And we have AMS Dude, who's still leading by 12 seconds. Max Out Finn in second. AMS Windfire in third. And Bedagos Finn in fourth. And now he's managed to stretch away a little bit through the infield to the top of the mountain. He's now 2 seconds. So he's had a bit of a hurry up there. And Ridwan F1 has a bit more work to do if he's to catch up. And they head on. They're on lap 45 for their stint. And AMS Dude is on lap 47. So just over 10 laps to go. And then we'll be into the next stint. And we'll be roughly halfway through this enthralling Endurance Racing Federation 12-hour Bathurst race. They're coming up to the halfway stage at the end of this stint. And that is the fastest sector for AMS Dude. So continuing to pull away, but he's got back markers again in front. And Avi Gobadi comes into the pits for new tyres and for fuel. Let's see where they are as they go further down. So Bedagos Finn has managed to pull out now 2.4 seconds of a gap. So he has absorbed that pressure that was coming from Ridwan F1 and managed to pull out a bit of a gap. And we have Ridwan F1, who is just under 34 seconds ahead of Distinct Philo. See the helicopter running a course, running across the top of the mountain there to take the video for here as they drop down the mountain. A few little touches there of the wall, and that's caused Ridwan to lose about another second, so he's now 3.5 seconds down. All that hard work, he's going to have to get it back, and he heads on down the hill. Oh, he's got a bit of damage. Ridwan F1, he's got tyres and front bumper damage, and he's going to have to wait till his pit stop or till the end of the stint to be able to get that fixed. And there they go. Coming round under the Armorough bridge there into the final corner. Oh, he's come into the pits. He's come in. I reckon that damage is maybe too much. He has to get it sorted out because he did do a 203. So he's going to get that damage get that damage fixed. He's still got plenty of fuel. He might get a little bit more fuel, but I think he's probably would be okay to the end of that stint. So let's have a look. Ridwan is now into the pit, so he will lose that that kind of advantage that he had. He was closing up for quite a while, and Bedagos can take a sigh of relief as he doesn't now have that pressure straight away. And AMS Windfire in third now has a 47-second lead over his fourth placed rival, and is roughly 1 minute and 18 seconds behind Max Out Finn. But there you go, as they come down the hill. Seeing some great driving. It might not be neck and neck, but we're seeing incredible consistency. And really, I mean, these drivers are managing to stay on track lap after lap, and they're not really making mistakes. They're really pushing and getting good lap times and doing extremely well. Oh, Philo has just overtaken. He's overtaken Ridwan, overtaken Abu Gabadi. There's 5.2 seconds in it. Distinct Philo is just 5.5 seconds ahead of Avi Gobadi. That must have been, yep, for position rather than for pit stop. And there they go, coming down the hill. Now, will Distinct Philo be able to pull away? It's always crucial once an overtake's been made. Can you make a gap? He's only, in fact, less than 8 seconds behind Ridwan F1. So potentially, if he can continue on at these kind of speeds, can he make up another place before the end of this stint? And we have Frescisio coming into the pits for new tyres and fuel. Looks like he's straight out again. But Avi Gobadi, yep, he's 6 seconds now behind Distinct Philo, so he has dropped just a tenth or two. And crucially, Philo is now just 7.2 seconds behind Ridwan, so that gap has really come down. This could be very, very important to get another place for Distinct Philo. We did see him in 5th place briefly earlier. Now he's got enough fuel, I reckon, to take him to the end of this stint, and his tyres are fine as well. So Ridwan's going to have to watch. He's now got a bit of pressure behind. So yep, the race is certainly coming to us. Let's have a look at the top. AMS Dude is continuing on to hold that gap of around about 12.3 seconds over Max Out Finn, who is still 1 minute and 18 seconds ahead of Windfire in 3rd. And he's over, well, nearly 51 seconds. Oh, that's Windfire going a bit wide, power sliding out of turn 1. It's not going to help him there. Now we've got Roadrunner saying Philo is a crazy speed dog. Certainly it's great to see all these drivers doing good times throughout the field. But, it's certainly, that is a good time. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's in a 2-minute .459. He had done one into the 201s, but look at that, into the 2 minutes, mid 2 minutes, which again, that will certainly help him. Windfire still holds the lap record here, the fastest lap. And to be fair, that's Distinct Philo with a bit of damage, but still doing 2-minute laps. So they're switching the stream soon. And there they go. And of course, that will be taken over. And it's going to be, I think, Jaeger who is the commentator for the next stint. As they complete half distance. 6 hours will be done at the end of this stunt. We've got about 9 laps left, hereabouts. Or they're coming like lap 58 to complete this part of the stint. But it's been exciting. Yes, the cars have been spread out a little bit, but we've had a few battles. And it's just great to see the drivers putting in so much effort, 100%, and they're staying on the track. They're doing great times to be under 2 minutes, and in the low 2 minutes. That is a great